Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is a story about what if Deku had the power to heal part 2. If you guys enjoy this what if and want to see part 3, comment down below and let me know before I start. Please do support for more awesome content and leave a like, and don't forget to subscribe to my channel and also share this video with your friends and check out the description in my playlist. The author of the story 𝗧𝗵𝗲 from fanfiction. So let's start the video. It can be challenging to establish ground rules for a polyamorous relationship, especially when teenagers are involved and it's their first relationship. However, by the end of the conversation, they felt comfortable with their established foundation. 1. Each relationship will progress at its own pace, whatever the couple felt was right for them. 2. Equal attention must be attempted to be given. 3. Open and honest communication between all parties involved. 4. No monopolizing of all Izuku's time to keep him from the other girl. 5. Remember the feeling of the third person. Every beginning must start somewhere, no matter how small. Izuku felt overjoyed as he sat on the couch with his girlfriends, snuggled up while watching a movie. He had lost track of the plot long ago and noticed that Himiko was fast asleep by the sound of her steady breathing. When he turned to look, he saw 𝐈𝐵 staring right back at him. "I never once dreamed that my first relationship would be like this," she whispered. "Neither did I, but I am glad we are trying it." "I feel the same way," 𝐈𝐵 whispered, drawing closer to Izuku with a slightly hooded gaze. "I want to kiss you now," she murmured, her breath warm against his skin. Izuku nodded in agreement, tilting his head to meet her lips. Their kiss was gentle and sweet, with 𝗂𝐵's hands cradling his face. As they parted, Izuku's heart raced at the sight of her blushing cheeks. "That was my first kiss," she whispered. "Mine too," he added with a smile. 𝗂𝐵 stood as Izuku slowly disentangled himself from Himiko to lie her down on the couch. "Would you like to help me make some lunch?" "I would love to." The young couple found themselves busy in the kitchen, a routine activity that now felt different due to the new nature of their relationship. As it was their first relationship, everything seemed to hold special meaning for them. When someone becomes the answer to a trivia question about your life, they have a unique place that no one else can replace. Regardless of the future, if asked, "Who was your first kiss?" they will always have that special place for each other. Izuku prepared a delicious beef and onion bowl and woke Himiko, who initially looked upset about being left on the couch. However, she quickly forgave him once he presented her with a beef tartar bowl. The three of them enjoyed their meal together and took some time to get comfortable with each other's company. They soon found their rhythm and could engage in easy conversation without any underlying tension. Izuku appreciated this moment even more because he now understood why they had been distant lately. "One thing we didn't cover is what will we do at school?" 𝗂𝐵 blushed. "I hadn't considered that. I will tell you both right now. If you want me to keep it quiet, I can guarantee it will fail. Besides, everyone who thought they were all going out might as well lean in a little more. The commotion will die down after a few days anyhow," Himiko said with a smile. Izuku was silent as he was thinking everything over. 𝗂𝐵 suddenly said, "I agree with Himiko. I will not hide this relationship like it is something I am ashamed of. We are going to do this. We might as well get used to people not understanding. It will be the same in UA or when we become heroes. We should learn how to handle it now so we can learn from any mistakes we will make." Izuku smiled at 𝗂𝐵. She had always been assertive regarding her faith or what she thought was right, but hearing the fire and conviction in her voice sparked the same in him, and he could see it did the same in Himiko. "Dang girl, that is fire," Himiko said with a toothy smile. "I agree. What about you, Izu?" "I agree. We must learn to deal with this one way or another. Himiko is also right. I am sure I would slip up and hold your hands even if we tried to keep it quiet." After lunch, the trio's conversation drifted to the start of their final year, and their preparations for the UA entrance exams that once seemed so distant were racing ever closer. Their confidence was high with all the training from 𝗵𝗫 and Mr. Yagi. Izuku would have to buckle down as he would take the recommendation exams instead of the standard ones. Luckily, Shoto was going to go that route as well. Toya had taken the exams just last year and told everyone how complex the testing was. Izuku had got to see him during his first year but wouldn't see him this year as Recovery Girl had ended her mentorship, feeling that he now needed to focus on preparing for the exam. Izuku had enjoyed watching Toya make friends and grow. He had joined in with this trio that was just so interesting, 𝗔𝗫, whose brain and mouth seemed to run at warp speed, and 𝗵𝗲𝗃𝗏, whose default was smiled big and had a problem keeping his clothes on. Caught up in the wake was 𝗬𝗵𝗲 𝗵𝗲𝗃, who seemed like he wanted to run away but would be caught every time and dragged back. Izuku had latterly seen him try to escape at different times, and the other three pulled him back nonchalantly like they weren't keeping him prisoner. At times it was the best comedy routine Izuku had ever seen. When the four of them would come tearing into the medical office, Recovery Girl would leave and have Izuku deal with it. Sometimes he would do nothing for 10 minutes before he could even get someone to explain why they were there in the first place. Then sometimes, this poor girl Yu, who seemed to have been appointed as the Nijire Wrangler, would also be there, and the chaos factor would increase. Izuku had started giving them a stamp card that promised a free candy bar on the 10th heel, and they didn't even notice. What it was for Izuku was watching Toya embrace his second chance and run like a man being chased by sharks. Seeing Himiko achieve and shine, not only to become his girlfriend but to be a person not going through life with her head held high surrounded by friends. He had abused his power some and followed up with as many of the kids he had healed. Seeing their kindergarten photos just warmed him in a way he never thought possible. He would still slip off to those wards when he was lured there, or to other places Azrael would lead. It was random when he would appear, but whenever he did, Izuku knew what was expected, and he was never caught doing it. Nothing terrible had happened because of it. That was until the encounter last night. Something he still hadn't told his friend or his girlfriends. Izuku knew the longer he waited, the more trouble he would be. Movies had taught him that much. So as his girlfriends were sitting smiling, he decided in his infinite genius to walk by and sit in the recliner. So something kind of assaulted me last night in my sleep, he said. To punctuate this, he took a sip of his tea. He nailed it. He thought that being a teenage boy and not only a genius but, in fact, a super genius, he didn't notice the dumbfounded look on the girl's face or hear the record scratch. What? They both yelled. Holy shit, Izuku, what happened? And why are you only saying something now? Himiko said with an edge to her voice. Izuku Midoriya, you explain this right now. 𝗓𝗲𝗄 yelled. Izuku super genius Midoriya's mind did not register the edge in Himiko's voice or the fact that any sane man would instantly have realized the danger he was in when 𝗓𝗲𝗄 used his whole name. Nope, not the super genius. 𝗓𝗲𝗄 didn't reprimand Himiko for saying holy shit. That hardly seems fair, and stubbed my toe last month and got a lecture for saying damn it. Aren't you going to say something to Himiko about her language? Izuku Midoriya, you explain. No. Or else, she said as her vines rose and wrapped around him, holding him in the air directly before them. Don't kill him yet, 𝗓𝗲𝗄. I want to turn, Himiko said in a very flat tone. In Izuku's credit, an ancient meme of a kid sitting on a bus by himself, I'm in danger, flashed through his head. Of course, Himiko. We did agree to share, didn't we? 𝗓𝗲𝗄 said sweetly. Izuku decided to try and defend himself at this point, to which 𝗓𝗲𝗄 placed her hand over his mouth. Sweetie, if the next words out of your mouth do not explain what you just said, I am going to go down the street and get Mizuki and tell her you did something dangerous again. Thoughts of explosions and running for his life flashed through his mind, but no one came to help him. They all just turned away like nothing was happening, even his mother. He shivered. Nodding his head, 𝗓𝗲𝗄 removed her hand. So, one hurried explanation later, as fear had weaved through his body. 𝗓𝗲𝗄 and Himiko listened, and when he concluded, they set him down and untied him. Now again in detail, Himiko said as she showed him her phone was ready to call Auntie Mitsuki if they were unsatisfied. Izuku explained everything in detail, his logic of not saying anything to anyone and how he planned to do so later but didn't want to ruin people's day or dates. He may have also explained that he was feeling so distant from them, avoiding them, that he was unsure how to approach them. A momentary flash of brilliance stopped him from blaming them. Self-preservation is a hell of a thing. Have you tried to contact Azrael? 𝗓𝗲𝗄 said. Yes, I did that as soon as I woke up. Izuku, Himiko said, demanding his attention. You need to understand something first, no matter what happens in this life, this relationship, or the galaxy. I will always be there for you, I promise. Just say 3 words, and I promise to put aside anything that is going on between us. I need help. Beautifully put, Himiko, 𝗓𝗲𝗄 said. Sorry, I was so confused and afraid I had done something. I know it was stupid. I will try not to let it happen again. His girlfriend wrapped him in a tight embrace. The trio held each other for a minute before stepping back. We need to tell the others. I am going to message them that they need to come by tonight after their dates, 𝐈𝐵 said as she pulled out her phone. Shortly after, Hisashi and 𝐒𝐭 arrived back home. 𝐒𝐭 had a bit of a mishap, almost causing a flood in the house upon learning that her son had 2 lovely girlfriends and his father had given him a talk about protecting them. The group had a pleasant dinner, discussing light topics until the rest of the crew showed up. 𝐒𝐭 immediately sensed that something was amiss. Everyone became tense when Izuku stood up and recounted the previous night's events in detail. They were relieved that Izuku was unharmed but on edge at the implication that others might come after him. After the parents excused themselves to make some calls, the friends sat silently until Izuku announced that Himiko, 𝐈𝐵, and he were now a trio. Kacchan smiled and hugged his brother. Glad you guys were able to figure it out. The conversation erupted into congratulations, asking for a retelling of how it happened and the like. The tension that was there previously dissipated as talks of dates and romantic gestures from Hitoshi and Katsuki were spilled, causing the boys in question to blush some, and instead to focus on offering advice to Izuku about future dates. The conversation did not continue too long as the hour of the departure was quickly approaching. Reiko said her goodbyes to the group and added a quick kiss to her boyfriend's cheek. 𝐈𝐵 hugged Izuku and kissed his cheek. When she went to step back, Izuku pulled her back and kissed her forehead, then lightly kissed her lips. 𝐈𝐵 blushed, as did Izuku. See you Monday, he said. 𝐈𝐵, yes, I will call you after church tomorrow. She replied, quickly ducking out the door to join Reiko, Cammy, and Katsuki, who were walking them to the station. The remaining trio laughed when the door closed, as they heard Cammy excitedly at the kiss. Hitoshi excused himself to his room while Himiko and Izuku went to sit outside. They sat on the back porch side by side. Himiko shyly placed her hand on his, and taking the hint, they intertwined their fingers. She pulled him over with a tug to rest his head on her lap. Izuku blushed but closed his eyes in gentle contentment as Himiko began running her fingers through his hair. I sometimes have nightmares, Himiko said quietly. Izuku opened his eyes, looking at her. What about? You and that Katsuki never found me in that alley. Our parents never took me in, she said, stroking his head and looking up at the moon. I don't know what I would have become without that moment if someone hadn't shown me understanding and compassion. What would have happened to me? Would I have become a monster? You may have been lost, but you would still be Himiko. I am glad we met when we did, but even if I met you in 5 years, I would still heal you no matter what. Even if I had done terrible things, even if they were the worst things imaginable, I would still heal you and give you a second chance, even if I had to fight All Might, Endeavor, Kacchan, or anyone. Mizuki. I said fight, not commit suicide, he said with a beaming smile that earned a laugh from Himiko and a flick to his forehead. He sat up, turning to look at Himiko rubbing his forehead. Himiko smiled, but then a blush crossed her face. Izuku, can I ask something? Of course. Can I have some more of your blood? Any time do you want me to get a needle? Her blush deepened. No, I want to try something I have dreamed about. You can say no if you want. What is it? Can I bite you? Izuku shrugged. I don't see why not. I can heal anything that happens. He extended his wrist, but Himiko shook her head and, to his surprise, startled his lap facing him. Himiko. Himiko slowly leaned in and kissed him. He gently returned her tender kiss. She broke from his lips and began to kiss his cheek. Gently, she turned his head, kissing his ear and trailing down his neck. It was so slow and sensual that Izuku could feel his body heating up and reacting. Nervously, he repeated her name, confident she could feel his reactions. She quietly responded, It's okay. I like knowing you find me attractive. I will bite you now. He felt her kissing his neck, her fangs lightly grazing the skin. It felt terrific. He felt a little pressure and a tiny prick of pain. He could feel her drinking slowly, sensually. It felt perfect. It was borderline euphoric. He moaned quietly into her ear as one hand wrapped around her slender waist and pulled her tighter, and the other went to her hair, holding her there. Himiko had one hand on Izuku's back and the other in his hair. When she felt his grip tighten, hers did as well. She had dreamed about this position. She never imagined the feelings it would cause in her. She could feel Izuku poking her. She was happy to know that he found her attractive in that way, as they were in the tangled embrace. It was when her hips moved in a very suggestive manner that shocked them both to reality. It caused them to break apart, making their best impression of a tomato as they stared at each other. They were both in an almost euphoric haze. Himiko regained her composure, looking down into those deep emerald pools. "I will always be there for you, Izuku, no matter whom or what comes," she said. To her surprise, he kissed her. She wanted to protest as she was sure his blood was on her lips. It was tender and full of emotion. "Same, Himiko." Himiko slowly disentangled from Izuku's embrace and lap, retaking her seat beside him. That was intense. Izuku's white fire flamed on his neck for a second. He took a deep, shuddering breath. "Sorry about, he added, blushing up a storm. Himiko rested her head on his shoulder. "I didn't mind. I think I would have been offended if you didn't react. You were the one that moved their hips," he whispered. "Shut up," she said, blushing. They just stayed like that for a while, her head on his shoulder, holding hands, looking up at the stars and wondering what the future would bring them. The future. The thing about the future is that it is not cast in stone, nor is it something that someone can accurately predict. The prime example would be that Himiko was very much correct. People reacted in various ways to discover the polyamorous relationship, but after the first week, it died down. The news of the other new couples was met with more of an as-expected response from their classmates. While there were some heckles for the trio, they quickly learned to block it. He also expected 𝐒𝐴ZRAEL to show up or at least answer his mental call, but that was different. Izuku was expecting this year to go one way, and to a certain extent, what he was not expecting was to be sitting in a private office at a satellite office for All Might staring at Mr. Yagi as he morphed into All Might right in front of him. Izuku was very proud that he did not scream and completely fanboy out. Instead, he politely excused himself to the private restroom attached to the office and did in there. All Might did not have the heart to tell the boy he heard everything, hiding it behind his trademark smile. Izuku retook his seat. "Young Midoriya, I will ask that you listen to me completely and truly think about what I will tell you. Can you do that for me?" Izuku nodded. Once upon a time, two brothers were born, Shigaraki and Yoichi, in the early quirks. Shigaraki was born with a very powerful quirk, possibly the most potent and dangerous of all time. He could take quirks from others. Not only could he take them, but he could also carry these stolen quirks and give them to others. With this terrifying ability, he quickly became a mighty and feared man. The Yoichi was thought to be born quirkless. When chaos was king, it was even more dangerous for those without a quirk. Shigaraki, in his way, loved his younger brother, but the younger brother could not stand it while his elder reigned chaos and destruction, amassing a vast criminal empire. So, Yoichi rebelled, something Shigaraki could not tolerate. He took Yoichi and locked him away, but not before forcing a quirk upon his brother, a stockpiling quirk. An abnormality that would continue to grow, accumulating more and more power. This would be Shigaraki's most significant mistake. Unbeknownst to him, Yoichi had a dormant quirk that hid inside him. Yoichi's quirk would merge quirks, allowing him to pass on this quirk to anyone he chose. One brother could steal quirks and bestow them. The other could join them and pass them on. A very potent combo if they ever see eye to eye. Now, with a new quirk being added to him, the two quirks merged, and he called it One for All, a seeming play on Shigaraki, who had taken to calling himself All for One. Yoichi could escape his brother. He joined with people trying to stop All for One's tyrannical hold. Knowing All for One would never stop, Yoichi passed his quirk on to another. Sadly, this person failed, but not before they also passed it on. This has happened many times over the years, 8 to be exact, and now I want you to be the 9th. Izuku was in shock, to say the least. That is why you avoided ever saying what your quirk was. You always dodged the question or made a joke to change the subject. Exactly, I came across All for One a few years ago, and I had thought I had ended his threat once and for all. That was when I was gravely injured. After you saved my life and told me about an apparent assassination attempt, I knew he had survived somehow. I have been working with an elite group of heroes to track him down and end the threat. We believe this will happen soon, but I do not want to have the same regret you sensed. I want to pass on my quirk before the battle to ensure its survival in case we fail. I know that placing this burden upon you is a terrible thing to ask, but I have observed you over the years and know that you are a more than worthy successor. I believe that you will be able to do such amazing things. That is part of why I started to train you. Then I met your friends and saw such amazing potential in all of you that I had to train all of you regardless of your decision today. Wouldn't one of the others be better? Like Katsuki, or Shoto, or 𝗵𝗲𝗄. They are all great kids and will be amazing future heroes. I believe they will grow to all be great pillars of society, but the thing that binds all of them is you. They all want to be heroes for various reasons, but they all want to be heroes to support you. You have inspired them to be heroes not for money or fame, but for an ideal for a better society. Also, with the energy stored inside One for All, your healing abilities will reach new levels. I know what you have done at children's wards. I have seen you weep in the halls for those you couldn't reach. You were never seeking money or praise for what you did. You gave all you could and still strive to give more. That is what a hero does. They constantly strive to go beyond. Also, adding my quirk to your own will give you greater strength to defend yourself. I know you worry about your friends having to protect you. I would have to tell them there is no way I could hide suddenly bulking up and running around smashing things. Besides, after what happened and before I gave my word to not hide anything from them, I choose to keep this secret to a tiny group. By doing so, I condemned myself to a lonely life. I did so to keep people safe from the threat of all of one. A threat I hope to remove from the board, but should I fail, it would only be right for them to know what is coming. It will be your quirk and your decision. I would support you in every way I can. Besides, if I tried to make you abandon your friends and family, I am afraid that little Mizuki would track us down. Izuku shuddered. Don't even joke about that, he finished with a shaky smile. I will not sit here and tell you I am not scared or excited because that would be a lie. I don't know if I can ever surpass you, All Might, but I promise to make you proud. I accept. Your friends. I will tell them after, then they can make their own choices. I know my path. Regardless of their thoughts, I will walk it. So how does this work? Do I kneel, and you recite a sacred oath or something? All Might smiled. You need to ingest some of my DNA. So this is where I could either pluck a strand of hair for you to eat, or we can do a simple blood injection. Wait, I just got 2 girlfriends and barely had my first case. Also, one of them drinks my blood. Does this mean? No, young Midoriya, it has to be willed to another person. There must be intent, and your love life can continue. He said with a laugh. So hair or blood? Blood, please. I am going to call in Recovery Girl to monitor you. I know your healing quirk is powerful, but there is a chance that something could go wrong, and the fact that I am not sure how much more One for All has gotten since I inherited it. While I was able to use it at its full potential right away, for safety's sake, we should see about starting slow and making sure you don't injure yourself too badly. Wait, if I have to take One for All, how will you fight All for One? The power will remain with me for a time before finally fading away. My mentor could use it at full power for a few years before she was killed. After One for All is handled, I plan to announce that I will be stepping back from heroics to teach the next generation of heroes. Retirement. No, a step back. I will still be here to help ease the transition to a new era of heroes, but truthfully, almost dying puts several things into perspective. I would like to have a normal life, maybe find someone to settle down with and have a few children of my own. Being around you and your family showed me how much I missed out on. Besides, once you and your friends graduate from UA, I know everything will be in good hands. I have been doing this for over 40 years in a profession where most don't last 15. There is a medical kit in the hallway. Why don't you get it while I call Recovery Girl? Izuku stood and walked to the hall as he heard All Might pick up the phone. His mind was racing at everything. He naturally worried that his friends would abandon him, deciding this was the breaking point. This worry could be measured in nanoseconds. Kacchan would always be with him. He shuddered to think of a world where they weren't brothers. Himiko and 𝗵𝗲𝗄, no question. Hitoshi, Reiko, Cammy, and Shoto would be right there. His mind drifted to a sleepover at Endeavor's house where they all sat up talking about the future and having one giant agency where they would fly around the world saving people. This was another step toward that possible future. When he returned to the office, Izuku spotted All Might standing by the window, gazing at the city below. The image left a lasting impression on him as All Might. the symbol of peace, stood with his hands behind his back, not wearing his usual smile but a look of focus and contentment. All Might knew that his life had been one of incredible highs, mistakes that lingered in his mind that he could not return and fix. He had almost made the greatest mistake of dying without passing on the sacred torch passed to him. But instead, he was saved by the person he should have been looking for this entire time. He knew that if things went poorly on the raid, he would not have much time to train Izuku with One for All, but he had trained the boy for years, imparting all he could. He knew in his heart that either way, Izuku would do great. Should he die this time, he knew that he could pass knowing that the future was in such capable hands. This future generation would define an era and the future. He could feel it in his bones. It warmed him like the sun. He took his seat and rolled up his sleeve, extending his arm to watch his successor expertly draw blood like a seasoned pro. He then watched Izuku go to give himself the injection. Izuku stopped and locked eyes with All Might. "I promise that I will make you proud." He slides the needle in, pressing the plunger at the same time. "Now what?" "It will take some time to process through your body, but not long. We should go to my training area so you can test it out when Recovery Girl arrives." All Might stood and guided Izuku to the private elevator to the basement. "You said you might want to start a family one day. You don't have to answer, but is there one that got away?" Izuku asked. "Not so much got away, but one that I let slip through my fingers is more accurate. Her name is Kathy. You should call her." "I will. First, I must make sure you and One for All are working, then I must deal with All for One. She is a rather busy person herself, you know." "Is she another pro?" "Yes, but not here in Japan. She is American. I spent much of my early career there. That is where we met." The elevator's door opened, and All Might led him into a reinforced room. "Don't worry, this room is designed to handle me. When I am going all out, it will be fine. You should stretch out and get warmed up. That should help get One for All circulated throughout your body." Izuku began his warm-up like usual from all the training he had done. About 10 minutes later, he could feel something enter his heart. He immediately stopped and activated his diagnosis quirk, looking down at his chest. All Might took notice and moved closer. "I think it's happening," was all Izuku said. He felt the sudden urge to try and purge himself. It wasn't because he felt in danger, it was more that something felt foreign. He tried to steady his heart, but it fluctuated quickly. He grabbed at his chest. All Might grabbed the paddles he managed before falling unconscious. Izuku. A storm raged above him as his eyes opened. The violence of the storm was accompanied by violent crashes of lightning in all colors, signaling it was not natural. As the rest of his senses came back into focus, he stood on a rocky cliff overlooking a raging sea. As the waves crashed violently, he saw a tornado of white and black fire descending from the sky, pushing the storm away. As it touched the water, the storm seemed to fight back. Winds and lightning strikes assaulted the torrent of fire, but the fire grew, trying to drag the storm into itself and consume it. The sea struck back, a great cloud of steam began to build, a fire grew. It would not be quenched. It would not be put out or consumed. It would rage. The storm's intensity was unlike anything Izuku had ever seen or imagined. It was then that Izuku realized that the winds were sweeping him away, but here he stood. "Remarkable, isn't it?" A voice rang behind him. Izuku jumped and turned, seeing a thin man with white hair and green eyes. "Who are you? Where am I?" The man smiled. That was all he said. "As in the first wielder of One for All," the man nodded. "That means I am inside a One for All? How is that possible?" "Over time, One for All has grown and changed, almost being alive, some would say. But one thing that has done from the very beginning is that held on to what I call vestiges of the previous bearers. Does All Might know this?" "No, we were never able to talk to him like this, or any of the others, to be honest. Only after they had passed down One for All would a vestige of them remain and manifest here." He pointed to the lightning raging against the firestorm. "That's them." "Is that storm my quirk?" "Yes, whenever someone inherits One for All, their quirk is empowered but simultaneously merges with One for All." "So, wait, are you saying all the previous wielders' quirks are here? Does that mean I will be able to use them? And if so, why did All Might never get to?" It could be that he was quirkless when he inherited it, or that One for All has evolved due to how long Toshi had held onto the quirk. Normally, the assimilation of the quirk is a quiet affair without much issue, but your quirk is fighting back. The new quirk fuses with stockpile and 𝗵𝗃 quirk. I have never seen this happen before. Could it have something to do with my lineage? According to Azrael, I am descended from his brother Raphael. Yuichi looked at the raging battle for a second. I see now. That is interesting. It could very well have something to do with that. There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt of in your philosophy, indeed. They are trying to consume each other. We need to stop it. I think this is killing me. A sudden jolt of light flooded the area. I am not dead yet because I haven't seen Azrael, but I will not hang my hat on that. Any advice? Despite the nature of one for all, it is still a quirk. You must control it. It may have evolved or awakened, but at its core, it's a quirk like my quirk, though they rage, and in the case of my quirk, it drives me to heal people, but in the end, I control it. And if this is all in one for all, and one for all is now inside me, that means I control the place. Izuku muttered as his mind raced. Yuichi smiled. Maximum effort, Izuku said and stepped off the cliff, but he didn't fall. Instead, he walked in the air. Yuichi noticed that the purple lightning had stopped raging. Instead, it began to dance around the boy. As Izuku got closer, he first reached for his fire, pulling it in tight as he did so. He noticed the lightning slowed though the storm raged. Fire and water. I wonder if this is what Shoto has to deal with. The raging sea was not abating. Izuku tried to calm it, but I would not heed his will. Great anger rose in the boy. Instead, he poured his will into his fire. A significant surge of energy burst forth, and the fire's tight spiral increased in speed and intensity, puncturing through the water's surface. Izuku focused the rotation like a drill, pushing it deep into the water. Ghostly wings appeared behind Izuku. As focused, Yuichi could see the image of an unimaginably handsome man placing his hand on Izuku's shoulder. He then saw Nana manifest in her full costume. Kate, billowing in the wind, appears next to the man and places her hand on his other shoulder. The two ghostly beings looked at each other and nodded. Everything exploded in a myriad burst of light and color. When Izuku could focus, the storm was gone. The sea no longer raged, and there was no fire tornado. Instead, he stood over a lake of green fire. As the waves moved, he could see tips of black and white. He turned and saw Nana there behind him. Good job, kid. Tell Toshi I am proud of him. She then shoved gently, throwing him off balance, and he fell back. As he touched the fire, he jolted awake. The feeling of waking from unconsciousness became a painful, familiar experience for Izuku and dancing to the edge of death. Izuku hated even to think about it, but as long as Azrael wasn't waiting, he felt it would be okay. It was a terrible habit for him to develop. Maybe it would benefit him in near-death experiences later in life, but being so young, he felt that this was not the lesson he should be learning. In truth, every time he danced to that edge, he was ready to risk everything to achieve his goal. Mizuku to All Might, to cancer victims, to Toya. Even now, when he had inherited One for All. Now, truthfully, he was not in this inheritance thinking that death was on the table. Pain, yes, intense pain possible. But when your quirk is the heal by absorbing others' pain, pain is the game's name. Also, he hadn't encountered something beyond amputation that he couldn't heal. Unless you still had the missing limb, then he was golden. It was chaotic life he had lived, and the things he had experienced out of context were the stuff of horror movies. As he thought about it, even in the context of his life, it was a horror show. He had found that his fear of death was more about what it would do to those around him than what it meant for him, but that was because all his near-death experiences were for things he was willing to lay his life down for. He understood that was the rationale of a child, but regardless of whether it was a horror show or not, he was a child. He was a child with a fantastic family, a quirk he loved, and 2 phenomenal girlfriends. Now he had inherited a second quirk that was as amazing as the first and would empower the first. Not to mention other quirks that he would be manifesting. Was he cheating? It felt like he was. It felt like he was greedy, just hoarding all these fantastic things to himself. On the verge of a self-introspective downward spiral, he was snapped back to reality with the words, "Clear." Izuku had no desire to be shocked again, So he activated his white fire around his body to heal any damage done and signal to All Might and whomever else might be there that he was alert enough to heal. He opened his eyes to see All Might jump back, the paddles falling from his hands. "I am awake," he said, sitting up slightly. He also noticed that his fire was burning brighter than before and that the customary coolness was there, as was a soothing feeling. "Izuku, are you okay? What happened, my boy?" One for All and Spirit Fire didn't want to get along and were trying to eat each other. "Also, Nana says she is proud of you. And I meet Yoichi." The nonchalant way that Izuku relayed all this struck All Might like an overpowered punch. He just relayed 3 stunning and concerning pieces of information as if he was describing his morning routine. Before All Might could react, Recovery Girl opened the door to the training room and walked. The 2 boys froze as her gaze ran cold, seeing them both on the ground, Izuku's shirt open, a defibrillator on the basis having been used. "Now, Chio, in my defense, I was not expecting him to go into cardiac arrest," All Might said with his hands up defensively. What he said was all Izuku could manage. Any hopes of them being sparred cane wax, and a long lecture went out the window as the old heroine laid into the 2 of them deep and at great length. Once the lesson was over, she conducted a thorough exam of Izuku. Then she let Izuku explain what was happening. He watched the older woman's eyes widen at the tale. "Between this and Azrael, you are going to be the death of me, young man. Have you considered what you are going to tell the others?" "I will tell them everything. I promised that there would be no secrets. I can't lie to Kachin, Hime, Ibara, Hitoshi, or my parents. I may hold off on Reiko and Cammy, but I would ask that you wait till the raid then. It will allow a clearer picture of the future. It would be best to stress the importance of keeping one for all a secret, so many knowing so quickly is risky, in my opinion. But I trust you, young Izuku, and now that one for all is your quirk, it is up to you how you choose to manage it. But remember, in the end, it is your quirk. No one has the right to tell you how or whom you can or cannot tell. Not even me," All Might said. "Now, if you are ready, let's see what you can do." "I am not sure how to activate it." All Might cast a nervous glance at Recovery Girl. "Well, I would tell you to clench your butt cheeks and yell smash from the depths of your soul." "I don't think that would be a good idea. From what Nana told me, I was odd in that I could master one for all immediately. I think the best would be to tap into that raging sea, but do so slowly and carefully, like dipping your toe in a hot tub." Recovery Girl sighed. "Just don't concentrate it all in one spot, dearie. It could still have devastating consequences. Spread it out." With his eyes closed, Izuku imagined the lake of fire once again. But this time, he saw himself standing on the shore, watching the waves gently kiss the white sand. The waves grew stronger as he approached, beckoning him with a deep calling from within. It was like the feeling he got when he had to heal someone, only stronger. As he extended his hand, he conveyed a sense of patience, assuring them that he would be there soon, but they needed to give him time. The waves seemed to calm as his toes dug into the warmth of the sand. As the first bit of the fiery lake touched and kissed his toe, he could feel it, the tug, the embrace, the fire coursing through him. It was brief as the wave retreated, but it was so welcoming. Another step and more water, more of the fire, another and another soon. The water was around his ankles slowly. It would rise and ebb, but the warmth was beckoning. Calling him in deeper, he waded in farther, to his knees. The heat was intense, not burning but right on edge. Any further, it would almost be intolerable. Scoping the fire into his hand, he stared into it before gently bringing it to his lips. As he looked around, his view expanded from the city to the nation and eventually the entire globe. The lights of the cosmos mesmerized him, calling out to him with the promise of eternity. Suddenly, he was pulled back to reality, standing in the basement of All Might's tower. He could sense the well-being of those around him and felt a strong urge to extend his abilities beyond the confines of the building. The flames dancing around him added to the surreal experience of observing himself from a third-person perspective. His body shuddered, and he took a long, deep breath. He felt the warmth escape him and saw All Might smile while Recovery Girl looked at her legs in wonder. The pain in her legs seemed to alleviate, but he couldn't comprehend what he was truly seeing. An unearthly figure was before him, reaching out with ethereal black flames wrapped around his first mentor. He did the same and felt his body move like a character in a video game. With their right hand, they extended a black fire that danced slowly, curving away from All Might towards Recovery Girl. The pain was palpable, and they could sense and feel every bit of it. However, they also had the power to choose what to fix and what to leave as it was. It wasn't an all-or-nothing situation, but a selective restoration process. They knew they could regenerate her and restore things lost to time, not just those caused by injury. "May I?" Their voice filled the room as they asked permission to proceed. The woman nodded as the fire wrapped around her. When it pulled away and back to its host, it was the ravage of time he felt invade his body. When the white fire flared, he didn't see it burn, but instead it went somewhere else, the center of the storm that raged over the lake of fire. That made it rage and fight. It was all the pain he had taken in and stored. He held it all inside of himself. It was raging to be released, to be inflicted. The more he had, the stronger the storm would rage. A whisper, soft and feminine, yet holding power and confidence, spoke. "If you hold too much, it will rage out of your control until it is expelled, until the rage burns enough to satisfy itself. The unintentional release will always be worse than the intentional one. Careful ninth. Great and powerful your gift is, like many others before it, capable of truly great things or abject horror. Manage it well." He could feel that whatever had been there was gone, and he was back in the room. The fire around him danced a green. He could feel it running through his veins. It was begging to be used, to be allowed to be free. Izuku turned towards the target, a practice dummy. Rearing back, he threw his fist forward. Nearly perfect form from all the training, endeavor, All Might, Grand Torino, Sir Night-Eye, and Kachin. He felt his fist impact and the raging inferno begging for some release. He obliged. All Might stood in shock as he saw his successor bathed in fire turn and strike. At the point of impact, he saw the fire flare as the dummy exploded to pieces. He felt the need to crow and cheer. He had been given a second chance and had chosen right. This boy was going to rewrite the books, and he knew that, unlike him, he wouldn't be alone. He was suddenly filled with a vision of Izuku and his friends standing surrounded by others and an unimaginable line of people behind them. He was fading off into the distance. He then saw Nana appear from the crowd. She was smiling. He could hear it. "You did great, kid." Recovery Girl smiled when she saw no hint of the healing flame before walking over to examine Izuku to make sure for herself. "How was it, dearie?" she asked, looking over his hand. Izuku noticed no limp in her walk. She hadn't leaned on the cane at all. He smiled at her. "I could feel the fire in my veins spreading all over me. Maybe 20% is what I can tolerate. I wanted more. I wanted to be used. I found out that all the pain I absorb while healing gets internalized as a raging storm, and it can spill out of my control if I don't release it." "Was that what happened to the target dummy?" she asked. "It was. I have to manage it. I was warned that if I don't release it willingly, it would be released one way or the other." The retired pro-heroine smiled warmly at him. It reminded him somewhat of his mother. He could see her caring and love for him. "And when you healed me? I can be more selective. It isn't all or nothing. I can take it slowly or all at once and heal it. But I can also regenerate, I think. It was more the ravages of time on your body than a specific injury. And I found I could fix that as well. Oh, Bakun." The last word falling out tentatively, he saw her smile. "Now be careful, Mago. Don't push yourself too hard or too fast. This old woman can only handle so much." She gently patted his cheek as he went back to testing his abilities, destroying 3 more dummies till he felt the storm was satisfied. The rest was a potent hit, but the dummies survived. He continued training for a few more hours of the steady guidance of All Might and the gentle gaze of Bakun. Till he felt the wear and tear of the day beginning to catch up, he immediately let it known, and All Might called the training and took the boy home after he showered. 1 month later, upon entering the warehouse with a fierce determination to engage in battle, All Might was met with a deafening silence and an eerie emptiness. Dust accumulation suggested that the place had been deserted for quite some time. In a frantic search for any evidence or hint of the villain's whereabouts, All Might scoured the area with intense focus. However, all that was found was a makeshift throne and a handwritten note with a brief apology stating, "Sorry I missed you." All Might sighed. Disappointed as his efforts to help Izuku find peace for the night didn't pan out as expected, Sir Night-Eye launched an investigation into their sources to identify the culprits responsible for the misinformation, but it appeared that there wasn't just one source. The damage inflicted on 𝗷𝗏𝗺's empire was more severe than anticipated, and the sources responsible for the false information had vanished without a trace. Identical messages were found everywhere, leading the heroes to realize they had been deceived. Elsewhere, a laugh escaped 𝗷𝗏 as he utilized a useful quirk called remote viewing to observe the heroes raiding an abandoned safe house. The machines around him were functioning efficiently and ensuring his survival, while the skilled doctor searched tirelessly for the perfect quirk to restore him to his former greatness. There have been reports of a highly effective healing quirk in the world that is said to have almost miraculous healing abilities. It is believed that this quirk was utilized by All Might, who was in critical condition after his last battle. It appears that the hired assassin could not eliminate his nemesis as expected. Surprisingly, his enemy seems to have recovered and improved significantly. All Might has regained his physical strength and becomes more agile, leading to speculations that he may have obtained a miraculous quirk. Some time ago, the doctor had shared with him details about a young boy with an extraordinary ability that could be highly advantageous. Unfortunately, the doctor's cover was blown when someone discovered Toya Todoroki, and he was compelled to go into hiding. 𝗷𝗏 did not doubt that the miraculous healing quirk that thwarted his plans was not a coincidence. Although he couldn't pinpoint who was behind his setbacks, he felt an unfamiliar yet pleasant sensation. The kids he needed for his schemes were no longer within his grasp, as they had recovered and were living everyday lives. Toya Todoroki was once a part of his plan and was back home and enrolled in UA to become a hero. Despite experiencing fewer setbacks, he would return the next day whenever he encountered one as if nothing had happened. There had been some reports of Recovery Girl mentoring someone or even sponsoring them for the recommended exam, but he had been unable to pull any information on the boy. Technopaths he once had in his pocket were suddenly silent on the subject. This, of course, to the sudden recovery of loved ones. Once again, there was the healing quirk and some invisible puppet master pulling the strings. Doctor, we must accelerate the high-end project. Someone is moving against us. It is only a matter of time before they decide to do so directly. Tell me about this healing quirk you encountered years ago. What was the boy's name? Izuku Midoriya, Master. Tell me about his quirk again. You see, Master. Midoriya household. Izuku sat on his bed, his heart racing after receiving the news of the failed raid. He had only expected to hear about All Might's demise, but the situation worsened. 𝗷𝗏 was still alive, and he was taunting the heroes. Izuku called for a family meeting to inform everyone about what had been brought to their doorstep. Don't worry too much, he will have come to your doorstep. Hello, Azrael. It's good to hear from you, finally. I've been attempting to get in touch with you, but am still waiting to receive a response. Izuku, I am not a dog you can call upon at your whim. Instead, we have a mutually beneficial arrangement where you work for me. My love for my brother is the foundation of our relationship, not you. While you may remind me of him, it's important to remember that you are not him. I know I am not him, but some response would be excellent when things come to me because of what you did. Izuku, I understand your frustration, but please know that events occur due to various factors and not just because of my actions. While I have been focusing on assisting you, I also have other responsibilities. To ease your worries, I will provide a level of protection for you and your home that should suffice for now. Let's shift our attention to discussing 𝗷𝗏. Yes, you said he would have come to my doorstep regardless. I'm sorry that the only way to avoid this situation would have been to let you perish when we first met. The reason is that your healing ability is what our enemy is after. Like All Might, he sustained injuries during their fight, and despite attempting to recover, he is now a mere shadow of his former self. However, even with this handicap, he still poses a significant threat to you and other heroes. He is a quirk thief. He means to take my quirk and use it to fix himself so he can do whatever evil shit he has in mind. Will it be even worse if he finds out I have one for all? Yes, but the catch is that now he can't take it from you. One for all cannot be stolen or forcibly removed due to the nature of the quirk. Now that your quirk has merged with one for all, it cannot be stolen either. He will force you to use it to give him what he wants. My friend and family, he is going to use them against me. I should. Humanity is always so predictable. If you dare say you should go and distance yourself from them to keep them safe, I will inflict such misery upon you that death will seem like a kiss from one of your girlfriends. Do you ever wonder why I've tried to surround you with many allies? It might be helpful to speak with the previous wielders and learn from their experiences of going solo or sticking to small groups. Remember, you will eventually face all for one in a fateful battle. Why would you ever venture into something without backup when you could have it? Is it to protect your friends? Have you considered how they would react if you told them you were taking on the ultimate villain of the quirk era all by yourself? Shouldn't individuals have a say in the world's future and futures if the fight revolves around it? I want to keep them safe. To ensure safety, it's crucial to be informed rather than kept ignorant. You should be aware that your enemy won't come alone but with an army of his own. Don't expect a private fight between you atop a mountain to save the world. He wants the world to know of his invincibility. Even the most influential leaders can only rule with lieutenants, since there's too much to manage. Similarly, no hero can save everyone everywhere at once. Therefore, it's essential to use your intellect. Your group has received training from 3 top active heroes and 1 semi-retired. Rigorous education and training at UA is on the horizon. What should I do? You fight. You let the others know of the fight coming their way. Let them decide what to do. If they want to lie in their beds and wait for me to go to them, then let them. Let them if they wish to enter the field and dive into my arms. Live on your knees or die on your feet. Why do you get to choose for them? Freedom of choice? You never made me do anything. You put opportunities before me, and my nature took over. They should be able to choose for themselves. You're right, 𝐴𝐵𝐺𝐸. I am sorry. Izuku, it is essential that you always remember one thing. People may not always get a choice in how or when they die, but they should always be given a choice in how they choose to live. Izuku pulled out his phone and called All Might. All Might. Yes, young Midoriya? Izuku, I heard from 𝐴𝐵𝐺𝐸. He told me All for One would be coming after me one way or another. He knows about my healing quirk. He also said that Spirit, Fire, and One for All have merged, so he can't forcefully take it from me. All Might, that is comforting in some fashion. Know that I will not stop hunting him, Izuku. When the time comes, you won't be alone. Izuku, I know. I am going to tell my family and friends. Before you say anything, 𝐴𝐵𝐺𝐸 said something. He won't be coming at me alone. He will have his army at his back. They deserve to know what's coming regardless of what they choose to do. They have the right to choose how they live. Part of his power is being in the dark. All Might, you want to bring him into the light, the panic it can cause. Izuku, I'm not referring to a news report or anything. What I mean is that if individuals are aware of the presence of a monster under their bed, they can take precautions to prevent it from quickly grabbing their feet. All Might, you want to raise your army. Izuku, not an army. I want them to know what's on the line when the fight breaks out. I know. You and the others will try to stop him before he comes for me, but I want to be prepared if you fail. Sorry if that sounds harsh. All Might, no, it doesn't. It would be best to always prepare for victory but not ignore the possibility of failure. Failure, no matter what, is always an option on the table or in the shadows. Izuku, I assure you that I will exercise discretion and only trust those I feel are trustworthy. However, it might be wise to involve more members of the hero community in the investigation, as there could be valuable information out there. All for One is already aware of your pursuit, and perhaps someone else has witnessed or heard something that may seem insignificant but could be significant when considered as part of the bigger picture. All Might, you may be right. Let me talk to the others. The responsibility of One for All is yours, Izuku. As much as I wish to spare you and those around you from the horror or fear of All for One, I know that may not be possible. You may have to take up that burden, and those around you will feel that weight. Weight is better distributed across more than one point. You have my support. Izuku, thank you, All Might. I will talk to you later. All Might, be safe. Izuku hung up the phone before firing off a few more texts, changing the meeting to Cammy, Reiko, Toya, and Shoto. Stressing the importance of everything, he was pleasantly surprised when they all responded that they would be there shortly. It wasn't long before his father knocked on his door, telling him everyone was there. Hisashi could see the world's weight upon his son. Stepping on him, he closed the door and hugged his son tightly. No matter what, son, I will be by your side. If the world turns on you, I will be by your side. If it is too heavy to hold up, I will help alleviate some weight. Your mother and I both. I love you so much. I am proud of the man you are becoming and the hero I know you will be. Izuku held his father tight. They said nothing further until they felt good enough to separate and walk out together. Stepping into the living room, he looked at the assembled group, noticing worry on much of their faces, except the Todoroki's. Toya was doing his best to look bored, while Shoto seemed almost excited that something was about to happen. Izuku took a deep breath. What I am about to tell you all is game-changing. Let me finish before you ask me questions, and try not to yell too much. Let me tell you a story about two brothers. 𝗵𝗃, an ancient evil supervillain out there, would come after her son at first to force him to heal him. Now it was because he had inherited one for all from All Might. 𝗵𝗃 had never thought much about her quirk, seeing something minor, useful for household chores and simple tasks, but something she could use sparingly. But that moment, as her son spoke, thoughts of how she may strengthen her quirk began to dance in her mind. She could attract a cup from across the room. Can I pull someone's heart from their chest? All for One had fucked up in ways he had never imagined. 𝗵𝗃 Midoriya was awake now, and she was pissed. Her boy would live a long, happy life filled with love, providing her with numerous grandchildren to spoil. Part of her wept for her boy, born with an incredible but burdensome quirk. A heart that didn't allow him to look the other way. He had endured more pain than anyone could have in 100 lifetimes. Yet he still had pushed forward, creating this nexus in her living room. She was bringing all of them together, enriching all their lives. Now another burden was upon him. Of course, he took it upon his shoulders. She would have been surprised if he hadn't. Yet due to that nexus, she knew the others would help him carry it. They would take some of it for themselves. She knew in her heart that what was before her was the future the world had only dreamed about. Rei and Mitsuki also need to know something is coming for their babies. Hisashi. He just nodded. He had a pit in his stomach as he listened to the whole tale. He wondered when his son's shoulders had gotten so broad to hold so much upon them. Hitoshi Midoriya. Well, at least he isn't a zombie, but now there is a demon king. He looked over to Reiko, who was in shock. As he looked at her, he saw an image of her lifeless body being superimposed over her. His heart raced and broke at the same time. Part of him wanted to rage at his brother, but he knew it wasn't his fault. The monster would have come regardless of One for All, but now at least, they had a heads up. Was he going to run? He knew he wouldn't, just as much as Reiko wouldn't. He was going to be a great hero just like all the rest. Now he knew he had the opportunity to go down as part of the team that took down the Demon King. Time to fight for the future, and he would fight to his last breath. He knew now that it wasn't just luck that Izuku had been there that night to save him. It was fate. His fate was to be there and end the Demon King and his whole stinking army. He reached out and squeezed Reiko's hand. She returned it as the look of shock faded from her eyes, and a fire began to burn. Rika. Once upon a time, she was just a lonely girl whom people would make fun of for how she would talk and her love of all things spooky. Then Cammy came into her life, a fireball of energy, and she didn't seem to care what anyone said. She took Riko's hand one day and told her they were eating lunch together, and that was it. They saw a shy, unsure girl with messy blonde buns walk into class one day, and they knew what they had to do. This led to Izuku, Katsuki, and, most notably for her, Hitoshi. Now she was listening to an even more fantastic story than the one that had happened years ago when Izuku rose from the dead. Looking at her boyfriend, she was unsure of how she felt for him, but over herself. Was her quirk good enough to fight against this ancient evil? Was she good enough? It was a call to action that would shape the rest of her life. The only chance to avoid it was to drop heroics and flee to the far side of the world and hope she lived a good life and died while her homeland possibly was destroyed. Or while her friends fought and died while she cowered. She was afraid. It took a moment for her to realize that she was not scared of dying but afraid of failing. Failure meant destroying everything she knew, as if she had run away. No. She would not run away. She would not cower in some corner. She would fight. She would win. Cammy. All she wanted in life was to be surrounded by good friends and have a good boyfriend. Grow up, become a respectable hero, have a family, and enjoy all life's fruits and joys. She had friends and a pretty awesome boyfriend, and now this old, creepy, evil motherfucker wanted to raise a ruckus. Fuck that. She could see her future. It was laid out. As long as they worked together and stood together, she would get all she wanted, and no evil fuck was about to take that from her. They would get stronger and kick his fucking ass straight to hell. She would cut off his balls and shove them down his fucking throat. No one comes into her life and takes away her or her friends' dreams. No one is going to destroy the world that holds so much promise. Fucking no one. Katsuki Bakugo. Izuku was trouble. Somewhere deep inside, he knew his brother was trouble. But that trouble had saved his little sister at a tremendous cost to himself. He had saved many other children and probably the Todoroki family. As soon as that day, he almost lost Izuku only to have him brought back. Katsuki knew that shit would go down in the future. Saving Himiko, saving Hitoshi, Toya, and Shoto. Someone was gathering people around his brother to help protect and support him. Now one for all. Now all for one. It was hard to sit and realize that his brother was being chosen for such a responsibility. He was being elevated, and a lesser person would be jealous. But Katsuki wasn't. He knew that Izuku would need someone to lean on and help make the hard choices, that he would need someone to walk in and fuck some shit up. Katsuki was confident that he could do that. They would go down in history as the motherfuckers that saved everything or the ones that failed and let it burn. Katsuki was not about to let this shit burn. He would fight with and beside his brother, ensuring Izuku was challenged but always from a place of love. All for one maybe be the boogeyman, but he never fucked with a Bakugo before. Wait until Mizuki gets older and learns about this. This ancient evil is never going to have a chance. Toy. If Izuku hadn't saved me, would I have been part of that army? Would my hate have consumed me that I would do such things to satiate my desire for revenge? Instead, I have my family back. I am enrolled in the hero course, have some great friends there, and a group of kids I want to see become great heroes. It is like I am a big brother to all of them. It should be my job to protect them. I should be the one chasing the monsters away. I can. But if not, I will ensure that they don't know what will hit them when the demons come. Muro, Nijire, and Tamaki will help. I know they will. Izuku saved not only my life but my family's as well. I owe him. I will die by his side before I let the bastard come and take this away from me. Let him bring an army. Let's see if he can command an army of ash. Shota. Izuku Midoriya. The story was fantastic and had all the elements of making something genuinely magnificent. Once upon a time, Shota wanted to be a hero to save people. That dream was almost wholly ripped away until Izuku Midoriya. Now he was being offered a chance to save the whole country, to stand with others, not alone but with friends and comrades, to declare that they would not go gentle into that good night. It stirred his blood in a way that nothing had before. It awakened something deep inside of him, purpose. Shoto Todoroki had found and embraced his purpose. Not to be the next great hero, not the best, but to be one that protected those he cared for and the everlasting promise of tomorrow. Hime. If she didn't love him, she would kill him. She knew big shit was going to come, but she figured it would be Azrael's fault, but this was going to come for her Izu simply because of his quirk. This thing would take away her Izu, family, and friends. Not while Himiko drew breath. Her thoughts darkened. She would have to do things he may not like to keep him safe. She would have to do something he may never forgive her for. It hurt her heart, but she realized she could endure that as long as he was safe. As long as they were safe. War's not always clean, and she was damn sure that this all for one was not about to follow any rules of engagement. She loved Izuku enough to endure it. She would do what had to be done. Every general needs that person to cross the line they cannot. Some get dirty so others can remain clean. She would do what had to be done to create a place where they were safe, and the Izuku would be happy, even if there weren't a place for her there in the end. She would be the monster. Do the evil things so he could stay clean. She would do what had to be done. Ibara. It was clarity. The reason the Lord had guided her here and had brought her to Izuku's side, first in friendship, now in romance. The devil's agent was coming, and she was going to fight. She would support her Izuku and their friends. She was to help ensure they didn't sully themselves too much in pursuing victory, a voice of reason. Katsuki would challenge Izuku to make sure his brother was thinking clearly. Shoto would be the protector, Hitoshi the cynic, and Reiko a fierce, loyal warrior, Cammy the passion. Toya. the protective older brother. Her gaze fell on 𝗵𝗄𝐻, and she knew the path she was preparing to walk. 𝗵𝗄𝐻 prepared to walk in the darkness. 𝐈𝐵 would not let her go too far alone. Izuku loved them both and would need them both. She knew he would not just stand by and let 𝗵𝗄𝐻 live in darkness, nor would she. The Lord had brought her here to stand against the rising darkness, and she was not about to let someone she cared about go into that darkness, regardless of the reasons. She would ensure that no matter how far 𝗵𝗲 thought she was lost in the darkness, there would always be a light to guide her home. Nowhere. Azrael passed the unseen threshold in the strange visage of nowhere, passing others, as he made his way to the location of whom he sought. With his next step, he felt the shift in reality, the bend in space as he crossed over. "Greetings, brother. I was interested in why you called out to me after so long. I have called you here to tell you that I am displeased with your actions and with your meddling. I am just cleaning up your mess, little brother." "My mess? Why, of course, you think that you could just bring the light of quirks and leave. It was what was chosen for them. You can spin that tale all you want to the others. You forget who I am and whom I share time with. Now, Lightbringer, what do you want?" "Okay, this one gets a little wild. Nowhere. Surely you are joking, Lightbringer?" "I assure you I am not, and don't call me Shirley." "Ha ha," Azrael said sarcastically. "Not only did you decide to bring your light and the fuck off, you're coming here now to make this demand of me." "Yes, that is exactly what I am doing, and you will do what I ask and give me what I want. Or else. I don't like being threatened. Even you are not immune to death. But you and I know that while that may be true, I am not yours to collect. Only she can collect me, and when she does, I will shudder in anticipation of her embrace. You have manipulated all this for your benefit. You will now do so for me. She was not part of my plan. Then make her part of your plan because I want it. If you don't, I will. You and I know what will happen if I do it myself. I know all too well. Very well then. I will see it done because I don't want you going and doing it yourself. I don't want to try and clean up after you again. Thank you so much. Join me for a drink before you leave, and Azrael, don't make me wait long." "Yes, I know what a shining beacon of patience you are. Since I have you here, would you mind giving someone a little nudge for me?" "How so?" "Nothing much. They are overly arrogant and egotistical. Much like you at times. I just want them to act on those feelings. Lessons need to be taught on both sides. I can do that. Everyone has a plan until they get punched in the mouth." After Izuku had revealed to his family the truth of One for All and monster that lurked in the darkness that would one day come once it knew of the passing of One for All, plans were made. Coupled with the knowledge provided by Azrael that the monster was going to come after Izuku regardless, plans had to be made for how to deal with the monster when it came knocking at the door. The heroes decided that one of them, primarily Gran Torino, would always be near the children, even when they were in school, to alert the hero network. The mothers on the other hand, once 𝗏𝗄𝐻 had shared with the others that a great danger could target their children, had decided to meet in secret and train how to use their quirks more efficiently to protect the kids. They just so happened to always have business nearby, and All Might was easily convinced to add their phones to the alert circle should the kids trigger their panic buttons. The kids were drilled in escape tactics and safe house locations. The importance of making sure they escaped. They were not to fight back unless it was necessary. A great boxer from the pre-quirk days once said, "Everyone has a plan till they get punched in the mouth." They knew that one day he would come, and the monster would show his face. They didn't plan for that day to come in the middle of lunch. When the wall exploded, it took everyone by surprise. It was a blitz attack. Plans had been implemented for most other things, but this was not part of the plan. For some reason, they felt that the school would be a safe zone to minimize One for All's exposure. Through the hole in the wall, creatures flooded through. Their bodies were grotesque, mismatched. Staples and scars hold their bodies together. They looked pieced jointly, monsters created by combining various body parts that should not move but move they did. Some crawled, scampered, or moved jerkingly, betraying their unnaturalness. From those with mouths, sounds escaped, clicks or hello calls. The blind seemed able to move, and the ones with many eyes searched. Only one feature unified them, their brains pulsing and oozing for all to see. The skin of unnatural shades, boils and sores, pus-filled maws with jagged fangs. Panic buttons were hit, but they knew that help would not be around the corner. Students began to flee. those that weren't already injured, the exit bottlenecking the terrified students. A few teachers were inside the cafeteria on duty. One poor soul fainted dead away. Their history teacher, Ms. 𝐒𝐽, stood at a table yelling for students to seek refuge as her quirk suddenly flared out in front of a monster, descending on a fallen group of students, blinding the terror. "Ibra, grab anyone on the ground or about to be trampled," Izuku shouted. His fire roared to life. "What are you going to do?" she shouted. "They are after me so that I will get their attention, 𝗏𝗏. We need to lead them outside so you can light them up." "I got your back, bro. Follow me," he called out, moving towards a wall that bordered the courtyard. Himiko reached into her back, grabbed a few blood vials, and followed behind Izuku. Cammy leaped forward, exhaling her quirk, trapping a few of the beasts in an illusion. As she bent to pull a girl to her feet, one of the blind came leaping. She pushed the girl out of the way and braced for impact. A table flew out of nowhere and swung like a baseball bat, knocking the creature away. "Get away from her, you bitch!" Reiko screamed as another table rose and flew across the room. Another one. "I don't know if these things talk, but I can at least help get people to their feet." Hitoshi ran forward, grabbing those disoriented, and after getting them to respond, he called them to move in the right direction. "Hey, Koma boy." Hitoshi turned as one of the baseball team members tossed him a bat. "Thanks, meathead." He saw other team members doing the same. Some quirks started going off around the cafeteria as students felt they could be trying to save others. Hitoshi spun and raced to defend Cammy and Riko as an explosion rocked the room, and a large hole was in the wall. Izuku reared back, a black fireball forming in his hand. It was a new technique, but he had to get their attention. Hurling it into a group of the beasts, it exploded. He could see a couple fall near the center, but others shrugged it off. Then, much like in a horror movie, they all seemed to focus on him. They let off a horrible high-pitched scream and went flying towards their target. Izuku dashed outside. As the first of the pursuers neared, the whole Katsuki spun from around the corner, both his palms forward. "Eat it, you fuckers," he yelled, letting his quirk go. It was deafening as the attackers went flying back. Reiko kept throwing everything she could get her hands on. A few monsters peeled off to attack her, and Cammy trapped a few while Hitoshi did all he could. The bat impacted solidly on one more ape-like creature, but it seemed to have no effect. It swung its mighty arm, hitting the boy in the side and sending him flying. Reiko screamed in horror as he passed. Using her quirk, she yanked him back to her as she ran and dived to avoid one of the monsters. She wrapped him in her arms and braced. When the creature came crashing down on her, it suddenly impacted a yellow barrier that moved with the impact like a trampoline in Spang, sending the things flying away. Reiko turned and saw a girl with bright blue hair standing there, her hand extended. "Come on, Reiko, get up." "I can't do that much more." Reiko smiled at the girl from her class. "Thank you, Rika." She pulled Hitoshi to his feet as he grimaced, holding his ribs. From behind Cammy, she heard a shout, "Duck, Cammy." She immediately dropped as one of the soccer players came flipping over, her brilliant white arms trailing from his back, fired forward, hitting two creatures, and sent them flying out of the building. "Holy 𝗧𝗵𝗲, she exclaimed, as she saw the fists snatching monsters and flinging them away, and grabbing a few remaining students in the way and tossing them behind him. Cammy watched their trajectory as the star catcher for the baseball team hands were suddenly coated in pink energy that resembled his catcher's mitts, safely cradling the students. It was then that the PE coach burst forward with a mighty roar. An overlay of powerful bulls shimmered over him as he crashed into more, driving the remaining few out the hole they had come in. The lunch lady, Mrs. Yoko, and an 80-year-old woman emerged, and from her palm, ice sprang forth, plugging the hole. She stumbled, but Cammy caught her. The older woman was shivering violently. "Hold on, Mrs. Yoko," Cammy said, thanking All Might for all that physical exercise. Cammy lifted the woman and ran to get her out of danger. "You get an extra dessert tomorrow," Mrs. Yoko said, causing Cammy to smile. "Might Toa." All Might's phone lit up as the panic alarms he had designed for the kids lit up. He immediately sent out an emergency call on the Hero Network. As he went to race off, a purple-skinned muscled beast with wings came crashing through his office window, spearing him out the other side. Its beaked mouth let out a sonic roar that shattered all the windows of the upper floors. Outside, Katsuki leaped back, panting, "You know 𝐒𝐭𝐴, I blame you." "Fair point. Enough chitter-chatter, youngsters. Look alive, Torino ordered as he dropped beside them. I already sent an emergency call on the hero network. We need to draw them away from the school. That was the plan, old man, Katsuki barked back. They watched as dozens of these monstrosities poured out, all three of them taking a battle stance with Torino in the lead. Himiko downed a vial of blood and felt herself shift into a familiar form. The group was stunned when Izuku suddenly popped out from behind a tree. You ugly son of a bitches, I am over here. The creatures immediately split as half-bolted after Himiko. Oh shit, she muttered as she turned and ran as fast as she could. I got that crazy blonde girlfriend of yours. Keep pulling them away towards the athletic field, Torino said. His rocket sprang to life, and he kicked the lead beast in the knee, sending it crashing down and tripping some of its cohorts as he pushed off the ground toward Himiko. 𝐈𝐵 burst out of the hole behind their attackers, her vines snaking out, grabbing some pursuers and slamming them together. Katsuki leaped at the one closest to him with an explosive right hook as Izuku delivered a crushing uppercut to another. Katsuki greeted another one with a rising knee, but he was then tackled out of the air by another beast, its beaked maw diving deep into his shoulder. He let out a scream as he placed his other hand against the monster, blasting it with everything he could. The thing took a chunk of his flesh with it. Izuku, distracted by his friend's scream, was grabbed roughly by his arm and yanked into the air. Seeing the Frankensteinish monster roar as his arm broke, Izuku bit back the scream and instead twisted in the beast's grasp, tearing his broken arm from its socket as he completed his spin kick against the thing's neck. With a sickening crack, the something went flying. Izuku fell to the ground, his leg broken. White fire erupted around him as 𝐈𝐵 caught another that was diving towards him, tossing. Aside. Her attention was distracted. She couldn't dodge the attack of another of the beasts, as it drove its fist into her stomach, forcing the girl to her knees. Its mouth opened freakishly as it engulfed the girl's head when suddenly vines ripped out and caught the thing by its neck. 𝐈𝐵 looked up and saw her mother standing by the edge of the building, a look of rage on her face. No one touches my daughter, she roared as the vines around the thing's neck began to spin like a buzzsaw. 𝐈𝐵 watched as the thing's head was cut from its body. Izuku rolled out of the way from an attack. As he got his legs under him, he pushed off the ground, leaving, kicking up a sizable piece of dirt. As he tackled Katsuki out of the way, one of the flying beasts fired a breath attack. Izuku's fire immediately spread to his injured brother. The flyer turned to make another pass, but then Izuku saw the eyes of the monster suddenly be wrenched out of its head by green energy. Quickly he located his mother, who was near 𝐈𝐵's. When one of the beasts ran at them, he saw Mitsuki come around the corner with what looked like a shotgun and fire point blank at the monster's face. The thing fell back, a solid projectile lodged in its brain. Both boys watched as Mitsuki causally loaded another shot and fired at another monster. Himiko dodged left and right, avoiding the powerful attacks coming at her. One landed too close, exploding the ground next to her, causing her to lose her footing. As another grabbed her, Torino rocketed in, kicking the thing in the face and sending it away. Himiko got to her feet. Torino, get me to the other side of this building, she shouted, backflipping out of the way of another attack as one of her feet caught a monster under the jaw. Torino was unsure why the girl wanted to get to the other side of the building, but he knew he needed to get her out of her. He scooped her up and rocketed off. He grabbed the edge of the building and pushed off, rocketing him high into the air. He saw a pool on the other side. Throw me into the pool, she shouted. Are you crazy? Probably, but I will drop this form, and I don't want to be naked running around the school, she shouted. Torino pushed higher, spinning. He threw her towards the pool as a beast tackled him. As soon as she felt the hero's touch leave her, she started shedding her disguise of Izuku, a trail of gray sludge falling off her as she crashed into the pool. Hitting the bottom of the pool, she pushed to the surface as her head saw two of the monsters leaping off the building toward the collection. She tried to move towards the nearest edge when suddenly the water level reduced drastically as a dragon of water emerged from the pool, crashing into the falling monsters and crushing them against the side of the building. Hey, give me your hand. OMG, why are you naked? A voice called out. Himiko looked toward the sound of the voice and saw a girl with blue-black hair and brilliant blue eyes blushing furiously with her hand extended to pull Himiko out of the pool. Nice save, Himiko said. Why are you naked? Drawback of my quirk, 𝐒𝐵𝐽𝐻𝐵 said as she was pulled out. Thanks again, she shouted, racing towards the locker room. What's your name? 𝗧𝗏𝗏. Get the fuck out here, 𝗧𝗏𝗏, 𝗵𝐻𝐵 shouted. Put some clothes on, you freak, the girl shouted as she raced in the opposite direction. The thing that should not be. Torino managed to break free of the monster bloodied. He rocketed back to the real Izuku, seeing the two boys with 𝗓𝗏𝗏 at their back, fighting off the horde of monsters attacking them. The two boys were working like a well-oiled machine, with the girl and her vines working overtime, blocking attacks and grabbing monsters to toss them away. He smiled as he dashed in, knocking another away and landing near Izuku. I need some healing, lad, he called out. Izuku, not turning his back, just extended his fire and healed the hero. The trio of mothers were working towards them as some local heroes arrived on the scene. A blur appeared next to them. Ario Children. Wenia to Jedio safety, watch out hurry Sano throne, oh hand another. They watched as the heroes' fists flew in a blur. Once the group was together, they mounted a counterattack with the local heroes. As the last of the beasts fell to the ground, not moving, a feeling of relief started to wash over them when a shadow appeared over them. A man was floating above them in a chair wrapped in strange white energy with strange machines attached to him. He was bald, and his eyes were covered by skin, with a peculiar metallic mask over his face. He was wearing a black suit with a crisp white shirt. All for one, Torino hissed. Kids, get the hell out of here. Call All Might. Call everyone. Izuku Midoriya. The man spoke, his voice dripping with menace and dread. A very impressive showing, but unless you want your friends and family to meet a tragic end, you will give me what I desire. You will get nothing but a jail cell all for one, Torino yelled, rocketing forth vengeance on his mind. The local pros followed suit only for jagged black spikes to appear and impale them, pinning them to the ground. Izuku heard the screams as the same happened to those around him, leaving himself untouched. Wait, stop, he cried as more spikes raced out, stopping inches from their throats. What do you want? Why, your wonderful healing quirk, my boy. Okay, just don't kill them. Izuku, you can't, Katsuki screamed, pushing against the spikes. More were shot out, causing more damage to everyone around. Izuku, his mother pleaded, despite the pain. 𝗓𝗏𝗏 said. Please don't hurt them, Izuku said. The fire around him died out. The man floated down as Izuku walked towards him. Who are you? You may call me All for One. What happened to you? All Might, now enough games, come here. Izuku approached the man. Promise me that you will let them go. I promise I will set them free. Will and intent. A sinister smile formed on the man's lips as he reached to touch Izuku's head. Then nothing happened. Confusion formed on All for One's face. Izuku's hands suddenly shot out and grabbed the sides of the man's head. White fire exploded out behind him in a torrent, destroying the spikes and healing his allies as black fire exploded from his palms, engulfing All for One's head. You cannot take anything from me, you bastard, but I have something for you. All the pain from my family and all the pain you inflicted on All Might, all for you and all right now. 𝗓𝗏𝗏 marveled as she saw green wings made of fire erupt from Izuku's back. The fire exploding everywhere was a raging inferno whirling around them. All for One screamed in pain. Such pain. He impaled the boy with hundreds of spikes, desperate to kill him to stop the pain. He saw the spikes penetrate Izuku, only to shatter and the wounds to instantly close, and the pain to be fed into All for One. He felt bones break, the pain of dozens of surgeries. Every blow or wound he had inflicted upon his rival, he felt being returned to him. Dozens of quirks erupted from All for One in a desperate attempt to escape. He tried to rise out of the boy's grip for the earth to explode around him as vines pulled him down, and the tubes keeping him alive began to be ripped free one by one. He was dying. They were killing him. Through the haze, through the pain, he saw an ethereal being perched on the edge of the cafeteria, smiling at him and reveling in All for One's pain. In desperation, he activated a quirk he hadn't fully mastered. A black viscous sludge erupted from the numerous wounds on his body, his regeneration unable to heal them as they were dealing with other injuries. It engulfed him and some of the monsters as they all collapsed in on themselves and disappeared, the chair falling to the ground. The fire stopped. Izuku stood there, His clothes tattered, and his fire-green wings slowly folded in and faded away. That was intense, he said as his eyes rolled back in his head. Katsuki caught his brother before he could fall. "Stupid Deku," he whispered. 𝗂𝗏 and 𝐒𝐴NKO rushed to his side, as did Himiko, who came tearing around the corner wearing a school swimsuit. Torino was stunned, as were the other heroes. Students that had watched on from the windows had just seen some of their fight against monsters, and they had won. They had bore witness to the start of something. The cliff by the sea. Izuku's eyes opened, and he wasn't at the school or staring at the dull ceiling tiles of a hospital. He cautiously looked around and saw Yoichi waiting for him to wake up. "Please tell me I didn't almost die again," he said, getting to his feet. "Far from it, young man. You should wake up soon," he replied. Izuku looked out over the sea and saw no raging or boiling seas, no storm. Instead, it all looked calm. The sun was shining, not a yellow but a golden hue, tinting everything in a strange shade. "Everything looks peaceful. Is this where you tell me I must face some great evil next week?" Yoichi laughed. "No, you are here, so we can tell you how proud of you we are." On cue, 6 lightning bolts, blue, red, orange, purple, green, and pink, crashed around Yoichi, causing Izuku to flinch. He could see silhouettes of people in energy that crackled in front of him. Most of their features were too tricky to make out, but he could see 2 rather well, and one was less distorted. From the green, a man stepped out, his features becoming clear, a lean man with short, white hair parted in the middle and thin green eyes. He had 2 scar-like cracks stretching from the left side of his forehead to his chin. "Greeting ninth, I am the 4th 𝗧𝗏 Shinomori, if you please," the man said, his voice carrying a noble bearing that surprised Izuku-san. "Hello," Izuku replied. "Why can I see some of you and not the rest? The others are still either deciding or haven't woken up enough to show themselves to you fully." "Deciding on what?" "Me." "Yes, but worry not after your actions today. They are all rushing to talk to you as well." "So, is this a social call?" "Yes and no. I did want to talk to the first person to go into battle against 𝗓𝗏 and not only win but do so relatively unharmed. I am unconscious," Izuku pointed out. "Yes, but as Yoichi pointed out, that is only temporary. You used so much power that your body needed to reset. Trust me, your victory is awe-inspiring, as was your deception. It was brilliant to understand that he couldn't take your quirk now because it had merged with One for All. A trick that won't work twice, assuming that 𝗓𝗏 survived. My brother is worse than a cockroach. I would assume he survived. Not only for your safety but for those around you. You dealt an even more crippling blow than can be imagined. I assure you that it will take him some time to move against you again, but he will come again," Yoichi said. "Nevertheless, Izuku, I did not come here just to congratulate you on your stunning victory but to offer you access to my quirk. My quirk merging with One for All results in a change. I would say so, now our time is short. And 7 is getting impatient. My quirk is called Danger Sense. It will trigger when someone has malicious intentions toward you. At first, it will be like an early warning system, but with training, it will enable you to dodge attacks you didn't see coming or even have your body move before your mind can process. Like precognition or combat precog." "That is an interesting way of looking at it," 𝐒𝐭𝐽𝐻 said. "I don't know if I could say no but accept. How will I train it?" "Learn to recognize the sensation and react, if possible, and we can pull you back here. I can help train you while you sleep." "That doesn't sound like fun, but we have no choice." "I understand, ninth, but we do what we must, do we not?" "That we do. Now I better let 7 have her turn, or she will burst," he said, stepping back, his form fading into the green energy, but Izuku found he could still see him inside it. The purple energy practically leaped forward. It was Nana. "Hey, Runt," she said with a beaming smile. "Do I get your quirk too?" he responded, matching her smile. "In time, we don't want to overload you. I just wanted to say how proud I am of you for sending that dish bag packing. But like Yoichi said, you bought yourself some time. Please don't waste it. Keep your friends, family, and those lovely ladies close and keep pushing forward." Nana sprang forward and hugged Izuku. It was warm and familiar to it that he couldn't place. Instinctively, he returned the hug. "Now, wake up before they freak out anymore," she said with a smile, pushing him back. The real world. Izuku awoke, still being held by Kacchan. Bro, I didn't know you cared, but what if Cammy and the girls see? Katsuki sputtered and dropped Izuku. Dick. How long was I out? Izuku said, as he looked up into his girlfriend and 𝗵𝐽's eyes. Only about 30 seconds, 𝗵𝐽 said as she helped him. Are you okay? Do we need to seek help, or do you need to heal? I am fine. I just expended too much power at once and had to reset, he said. As soon as the words left his mouth, he was bulldozed by 𝗓𝗏 and 𝐒𝐵𝐽. He stumbled back, but Kacchan made sure he didn't fall. Himi, why are you in a bathing suit? I changed into you, remember? She said, holding as she inspected his right side for wounds. 𝗓𝗏 was checking the left. All clear on this side. 𝗓𝗏 responded with an all clear as well. Slowly the principal and some faculty emerged from the school, Cammy, Reiko, and Hitoshi following them. Izuku waited until they got near and hugged the three before his fire spread, taking their pain and injuries before healing them. As he looked around, he saw heroes handcuffing the monsters that were still present. It wasn't long before more heroes started arriving due to the emergency call. Torino thankfully stepped forward and started directing traffic. Mom, why were you and the others here acting like some sort of hit squad? Izuku asked. No one fucks with my kids, 𝗵𝐽 said with a smile. Ditto, 𝗧𝗪𝗏 added. Izuku's eyes started glowing. Many kids are hurt, but no one is critical. Do you mind if I help? I am a licensed paramedic. No, honey, but be careful, 𝗓𝗏, go with him. Himi, dear, maybe go change into your gym clothes. Himi blushed, kissing Izuku's cheek before rushing off. Need some help? Kacchan asked. I would love some, but would you mind keeping an eye on the mom squad in case shit gets weird again? I got you, he said as Cammy came and wrapped her arms around him. Izuku and 𝗓𝗏 moved off to the school, and a faculty member stopped him until he showed him his ID. Most of the students were in decent shape. There were some broken bones that Izuku stepped in and healed, doing his best to make sure no one saw him grimace from the pain, playing it off as concentration though 𝗓𝗏 knew better. She would squeeze his hand in between or whisper reassurance. This was why she loved him. He could have just stood back as none of the injuries were life-threatening, but he was healing the worst wounds and offering his best help. Once more medical professionals arrived, and Izuku did his job of giving reports. She pulled him away so he could rest some. While he emerged uninjured from the battle, the evidence of the fight was evident from his tattered clothes. As they were walking away, 𝗵𝐽 caught up, handing him his gym clothes. Izuku thanked her with a kiss on the cheek, ducking into a bathroom to change. Is he okay? 𝗵𝐽 asked 𝗓𝗏. Physically, yes, but he will need us later. What happened was intense. And we both know that while he can heal the wounds, he experiences the pain. She motioned to her clothes that had holes in them from the spikes. He also healed us. All Might. One of the abilities that All Might had always wished he had was flight. Today was no exception. Having to fight an aerial battle when you can't fly is one of the most challenging experiences, having emerged victorious, partly due to the timely arrival of Ryukyu the dragon hero. He thanked the young hero as some of the beasts collapsed on themselves till only one remained. After ensuring it was secure, he apologized to Ryukyu before he leaped off. His mind raced as he moved towards the school until he heard an all clear over the radio. He called Torino, who briefly filled him in. When Toshi heard the words all for one, and Izuku beat him, the hero thought he had gone insane. Instead of rushing off, Torino told him the children were acceptable and for him to hang back. There was enough of a media circus without the number one. Instead returned to help Ryukyu with the questions and paperwork from the battle. His successor had not only battled all for one but had won and had emerged uninjured. He felt pride. He knew he had correctly chosen, but now this was confirmation that they had done so. When he landed in UA, he received a phone call from his friend Detective 𝗧𝗵𝗲. Hello, 𝗵𝐴. Yes, I have employed the three of them as sidekicks. It is part of a women empowerment program I am heading up. No, that is not a gun. It is a support item that triggers her quirk to allow the deployment of non-lethal projectiles. Yes, I have the forms for you in the morning. The return to school the following week was bizarre, to say the least. The group, while not shunned, had been left alone. But that was no longer the case. The baseball team was talking with Hitoshi. Some girl named Suijin was being all friendly with 𝗵𝐽, Reiko and Riko were hanging out, and Cammy stopped having to pay for lunch. But the way that Ibara, Katsuki, and then Izuku were being treated was with an almost reverence. So many had seen their fight with the monsters, and then with a mysterious man in the chair, they saw that man immobilize and defeat the pro-heroes who had responded in seconds. They then saw Izuku step forward and display the fire he had put forth, healing his allies and then hurting the man in the chair. At first, some student bodies screamed in terror, watching the fire engulf the heroes, his friends, and his family. But when there were no screams and no smell of burning flesh, they could see that those bathed in the white fire were healing, and the only one screaming was the man in the chair. But he wasn't being burnt. Then, after the battle, they saw Izuku go to those with broken arms, and the white fire would heal them. When asked, they all said the same thing, that it felt calm and soothing, no heat, no pain. It wasn't until after the paramedics and the other first responders arrived that Izuku left with his girlfriends to change and wait to be questioned like everyone else. There were no legal problems as many students reacted to the invasion and used their quirks to defend themselves and save others. News cameras were everywhere during the aftermath, with many students being interviewed and the news channels. Quiet to all of this was Izuku and his group. No interviews, no media appearances. In fact, they were strangely silent on the whole matter. When the group returned to school, they acted like nothing had happened. They took the new interactions in stride and carried on. It took a few weeks for things to truly get back to normal as far as media coverage and such, but inside the school, it had become a rallying point as many students had stepped up. Some were even talking about UA. Not all were talking about the hero course, but now the thought of going to the top school in the country was not so ludicrous to some. After all, studying harder isn't so daunting when you have survived an attack on your school by an army of monsters. This is where the group found themselves. It had long been known that they were all aiming for UA. Now others were coming to them asking for help, tips to study, and improve their chances. An after-school club was created so all the students who wanted help could get it. It helped that the students in the year gave the service. Izuku Katsuki was 1 and 2 or vice versa most of the time, but they had fallen one semester to Ibara, and then it had become a game of which one would take the top spot in which subject. Hitoshi and Himiko often placed in the top 10, along with Cammy and Reiko. It was turning into a factory for UA hopefuls. Unwanted attention. It was the Saturday after the attack. The kids were all at home resting, studying, or being teenagers, stuffing their faces and hanging out. The knock at the door was unexpected, and they immediately stiffened. Inko walked to the door, but not before checking the recently installed camera to see who was there. When she saw 3 people in black suits, it didn't give her a very reassuring feeling. Immediately, she sent the photo to All Might, Rei, and Mitsuki, who went shopping for the family dinner later. She opened the door cautiously as her husband came up behind her. The 2 taller ones were instead nondescript. The man was bald, of average height and build, and the woman had the same black hair pulled in a tight ponytail. They wore sunglasses and didn't move. The one in the lead drew their attention for more reasons than one. The girl/woman in front was a little shorter than Inko, and they were wearing heels. She had blonde hair with striking aqua-colored eyes, and she was young. To Inko's eyes, she was maybe no older than 12 or 13. Hello, Mr. and Mrs. Midoriya. I'm so sorry to bother you on a Saturday, but my name is Hino Hiro, and I am the Undersecretary for the Hero Commission of Japan. I am sure you can ascertain why we are here. The incident at the school? Inko responded. Yes, that is correct. Not to be rude, but you seem rather young to be the Undersecretary for the Hero Commission. May I please have some identification for you and your associates, Hisashi said, stepping forward. He touched Inko's shoulder and had her move behind him. Of course, Mr. Midoriya, she responded with a lovely smile while her eyes glinted in annoyance. As her subordinates showed their identification, she handed hers over to allow him to look closer. As far as my appearance goes, my quirk slows down my aging, a grand thing to have when I am in the prime of my beauty, but a terrible burden to endure at age 4. Miss Hiro said. Hisashi examined the identification. Everything seemed proper, but he couldn't tell if it was a fake. How can I help you, Undersecretary Hiro? We at the Hero Commission are investigating the incident that occurred on Thursday. This investigation is separate from the police, as this involves heroes responding to a call. Also, this case involves underage persons and quirk usage. We were looking to interview with you sons and daughter. Shouldn't this be done in a formal setting instead of at our residence? Yes, we can go that route if you so choose. I was hoping to keep things informal, not to cause any more stress on the children. Inko, who was looking at her phone, stepped up. While I appreciate your thoughtfulness, Ms. Undersecretary, according to Article 43.5.9921-8 subsection 3.5 A87 of the 𝐒𝐻𝐢𝐫 Guidelines, no interviews shall be conducted with any person or persons unregistered with 𝐒𝐻𝐢𝐫 shall be interviewed during an official investigation without legal counsel present, and a registered heroes as an advocate present. The official notice must be supplied with 2 full weeks prior notice to allow the interviewees to prepare and arrange appropriate counsel. Unless the interviewees waive their right to legal counsel, hero advocacy, and prior notice. Inko took a breath and looked the woman in the eye. We do not waive our right to counsel or advocacy or notice. If you plan on interviewing any of our children's associates, I have forwarded them the same information and assure you that I will tell you the same thing. Well then, Ms. Midoriya, I thank you for your time, and you will receive notification by this evening. Ms. Hiro said as she donned her sunglasses, and the trio exited to the street where their vehicle was waiting. The real trouble began when the first footage was leaked, then more and more. The creatures were plastered across every television station all over the country, and some outside the country. The students' faces were blurred out, but all out on display. The quirk usage, the horror of the scenario, everything when the footage of the fight outside leaked. All hell about broke loose, Katsuki, Ibara, and Izuku all fighting back to back. Blurry footage of the mom squad. Torino is rocketing off, looking like he abandoned the kids when he went to save Himiko. Izuku and his fire lit up the televisions as the first live reactions had people screaming. Seeing his fire engulf friends and heroes, the ramifications started setting in when they noticed it healed them. The impaling of the spikes on the heroes and his healing them and driving off All for One while being repeatedly stabbed but walking away unharmed started to send things into overdrive. This one-person healing force. Why weren't they receiving special training and on staff at major hospitals? While some in the media pointed out that this was just a kid, not knowing all the facts of his quirk and calling him to be forced to serve at hospitals or disaster scenes was incorrect. He had a choice on how he wanted to use his quirk, and the child had a choice of what career they wanted to pursue. Those on the other side used the needs of the many arguments that the number of lives this child could save vastly outweighed anything else. When Parliament members began to speak out on either side, things started to get dicey. By the end of the first week, names started being leaked. Students who fought in the cafeteria were first. Once those dominoes began to fall, it was only a matter of time before Katsuki and Ibara's names were discovered, leading them to the one everyone was clamoring for, Izuku Midoriya. The reporters camped outside the house that first morning was a near-mob scene, to say the least. His parents weren't able to go to work. He, Himiko, and Hitoshi couldn't go to school. The Hero Commission stated that the investigation was ongoing and that Izuku Midoriya had been scheduled to be interviewed. They would release a statement afterward. The kids had to be loaded into the car with their faces concealed to be driven to school. The school had to employ more security to keep the reporters off campus. Amazingly, the student body that had been saved, especially those who had joined the study group, showed their support, with some of the boys even wearing green-haired wigs to mess with the reporters. Something had to be done, and it was decided that a press conference before the Hero Commission meeting was the best way to prevent the commission from spinning the narrative. All Might and Endeavor wanted to be there to show their support, but it was worried that it would cause even more trouble if the top 2 heroes were shown to be involved. Ultimately, it was set up to be held at the UA with Nizu and Recovery Girl as his support. His parents and friends would be there, but Izuku argued that he needed to be the one to talk. A press room. With the flash of hundreds of light bulbs after an introduction by Nizu, Izuku Midoriya walked across the stage, his nerves a wreck but doing his best to look calm. He placed them on the sides of the podium, locating the projection screen with his speech on it. To appease his trembling hands, he gripped them tight. Before he began, he waited for the press to calm down. Nizu had advised, "Ladies and gentlemen of the press and citizens of Japan, I am Izuku Midoriya. The young man from the videos shown with those in the media have dubbed Healing Fire. I call my quirk Spirit Fire. I felt it was necessary to come here today to address all of you so that I can set the record straight on some things and hopefully end this debate on my future. I am holding this press conference here at UA because this is where I plan on attending this new school year. I have served as an intern under the guidance and care of the youthful heroine recovery girl since my quirk was brought to her attention as she saw the potential, like many of you, for all the good that my quirk can do for myself and the world. I plan to train at UA and enter the world of heroics like my mentor, not only as a support hero but as an active hero protecting the good people of Japan. I hear some members of parliament and the media calling for me to be deployed to disaster areas or stationed in hospitals to heal everyone who comes in. While I know my future will bring me to disaster areas, I am not yet ready for that task. As many of you know, rescue heroes have one of the highest mortality rates as they are regularly ambushed and killed while attempting to save those trapped. Some immediately say I should be kept back as the injured are brought to me. That is where I feel that I must explain something about my quirk. To heal someone, I must absorb the pain of that wound unto myself before I can heal them and myself. After the attack on my school and that video that surfaced, I had to absorb the pain from every person impaled simultaneously to heal them. If someone has their legs crushed in a building, I have to experience that same sensation to heal them. It can kill me. I have to survive it to heal it. I have trained and studied to pass and receive my paramedic license, using that knowledge to help treat others, to help me know when to use my quirk and when to use plain old medicine. I come before you today to tell you that one day, I will be out there fighting and taking upon myself your pain and injuries, but that day is not today. I have much left to learn, and I need to know how to properly use my quirk to defend myself and others to come home to the people who love me and care for me. I will now answer a few questions. The commotion of reporters clamoring to ask their questions was overwhelming. Thankfully, 𝗵𝗲 stepped up to the podium and ordered everyone to calm down. He then started to point to the mob to have them ask their questions. First up was a stern-looking man with a balding head and glasses. Hello, Mr. 𝗵𝗲 𝗔𝗂𝗵𝗲 from Japan National News. You say you must experience the pain of the injury you are attempting to heal. Does that mean you suffer the injury as well? No, Mr. Quinn, just the pain. And it is the entirety of the pain and in an instant. For example, say you fell and broke your leg 8 months ago. I never healed right, and you have been in constant high pain for that 8 months. Should I heal you? I experienced the initial pain of the leg break and all 8 months related to that injury. As you can imagine, it can be excruciating. Another reporter stood up. 𝗵𝗃 Tokyo News. After you healed this broken leg, you must heal yourself, but if you aren't experiencing the actual injury, what exactly are you healing? Healing myself may not have been the proper term. What I do is burn it out of myself, he said. Holding up one hand, it was covered in his white fire. This is what many of you saw. It is what takes the pain and heals someone. He held the other hand, and black fire flared. This is what I use to burn what I have absorbed away. A woman with pale lilac hair and pale blue skin was next. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 𝗧𝗵𝗲 Publishing. Mr. 𝗵𝗲, what is the benefit of you enrolling in UA and not a strictly medical university? Because my dream or desire, if you will, is not just to be a doctor. I desire to be a hero that can help everyone in the nation, and not just those that come through the doors of a hospital I am stationed at. And it is my choice of how I use my quirk. We do not live in a society where people are forced into a job based on their quirks, he said. Last question. Suzuki Hachiro, National News. What if the man that attacked the school? Do you know why you were targeted and what will stop him from targeting you again? I was targeted for the same reason I am standing before you today instead of doing something with my friends, my quirk. He wanted my quirk to heal him, and truth be told, if I had stumbled upon him, I may have tried to help him the best I could. My quirk calls me to heal people, sometimes regardless of worry for my personal health. There is nothing to stop him, like there is nothing I can do should lawmakers pass a law forcing things upon me. All I can do is prepare for a life where he should target me again so that I can better protect myself and those I care for. And I am enrolled at UA. I am sure that not only will I have the backing of my classmates but of the entire faculty as well, he said. Thank you all for coming here today. He stepped to the side and bowed before he exited the stage. Izuku stepped off the stage and into the waiting arms of his parents, who wrapped him up in a giant hug. The family just embraced for a moment before midnight tapped them on the shoulders to lead them away. The family was led to an underground parking garage, where they climbed into their car and out a secret campus exit. Once home, Izuku was greeted by his waiting girlfriends and his brother. "Good job, baby," Himiko said. "You did very well," 𝐈𝐵 added. "I still think you should have told them all to fuck off. It's your life," Bakugo said, making Izuku laugh. The family hunkered down for the evening as the news coverage was responding to the press conference, and the school itself had stated support of Izuku, highlighting the fact that since the incident, many more of their students had been inspired to aim for UA and not only for heroics but business and general studies. The Hero Commission. When Izuku and his parents showed up for the interview, the Hero Commission was not prepared for Endeavor and All Might to show up as their hero advocates or for lawyers from both their agencies to show up as legal counsel. Needless to say, the interview did not go the Hero Commission way. Date night. Himiko and Izuku left the house, backpacks ready, hand in hand, with smiles and a faint blush on their cheeks. Tonight was their first official date. The threat of all for one, the training, and then the media problems that followed had made this desire unobtainable. But tonight was the night. They made their way to the train station as they were heading for Mustafa Regional Park. They stepped off the train, trading small talk as they headed towards the park. Once there, Izuku paid for their tickets to movies under the stars. It was going to be a double feature. They found a nice spot and pulled out the blanket before settling in her and leaning against him. Reiko had told them about this spot, and the idea of just enjoying some old movies and each other was too much for them to pass up. Himi had packed dinner with some help from Inko. They had some drinks and were ready to be a young couple on a date. When the first film started to roll, Himi giggled as the crowd cheered, the lights dimming. The hollow projection sphere lit up, and into the dark, the supernatural romance began to play, much to Himiko's delight. It was one of her favorite movies. It was all about a vampire and a girl who fall in love as he pulls her into his world of endless nights. Izuku had first rolled his eyes when she had told him, but when he watched it, it turned out the film was beautiful. It was all about the beauty of night and saying goodbye. Himiko would always cry at the climax when the vampire fought his way to the girl to save her during the park, but turned to ash in the process. Even Izuku would tear up some with the sheer intensity the two leads conveyed their emotions without words or musical score. The scene was completely silent and utterly beautiful. The difference this time was that as the movie faded to black, Himiko could turn and kiss her boyfriend and whisper mussy stuff that she would deny ever saying if asked. There may have been proclamations of love and willingness to sacrifice themselves, but most of all, it was about finding comfort that the other was by their side. The second film was the latest romantic film from Kinji Mike, A Visit with Death. This film was about a woman talking about death before moving to the great beyond, with flashbacks to scenes in her life and things she thought were necessary. Izuku leaned in and whispered how Azrael was nothing like that, earning a giggle from Himiko. It was not lost on them that he could tell her what talking to death was like. In the end, they laid back as all the lights in the park were extinguished, allowing the attendees to lay back and look at the stars. Himi and Izuku did her, lying her head on his chest, whispering dreams and words of love, the cool breeze washing over them like a gentle blanket. It was honestly the best part of the night. Even though other people were around, it didn't matter. They were just in their world till the lights came up, and they packed their bags. They exited the park smiling and holding hands, making their way to the train station. They weren't far from the station when suddenly a child came barreling out of the alley, almost knocking Himiko down. The little girl, maybe 5, had dirty pale gray hair and red eyes. She was dressed, if you can call it that, in a tart and filthy nightgown, her arms and legs heavily bandaged. Her eyes were filled with panic. She radiated terror as she looked down the alley. "Please help me," she whispered desperately. Izuku's eyes began to glow, and he almost fainted as he read the girl. His anger began to spike to a level he hadn't known possible. "There you are, Area," a voice from the alley called. Emerging from the alley was a man in black pants and a black shirt, white tie, shoes, gloves, green bomber jacket with purple fur trim, and strange, stylized plague doctor mask. His thin eyes, with small gold irises, seemed to glow in the moonlight. Izuku quickly looked around and spotted Azrael leaning up against the streetlight. "It will take me 45 seconds to walk from here to where you are. When I get there, someone is coming with me." Azrael's voice rang through Izuku's head. "Thank you so much for finding my daughter. She sometimes gets confused." Himiko picked up Eri, and the little girl clung to her desperately, begging for help. Himiko looked at Izuku and saw an absolute rage on his face she had never seen before. White fire erupted around Eri as Izuku narrowed his eyes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Kichisaki, aka Overhaul, is a young man with a narrow build, short auburn hair, small eyebrows, and small gold irises with relatively long lower eyelashes. When Eri escaped from her sitters, she had expected her capture to be easy, but unlike other times, she had been craftier, maybe more desperate. That or her sitters had become so lax that they would have to be removed from their post. Well, that was going to go without saying. But now, these two children had become involved. He wore a black dress shirt with matching dress pants, a pale gray tie around his neck, and a belt with a long, thin buckle around his waist. In addition, he had 3 beaded lobe piercings in his left ear. Over his shirt, he donned a dark olive green bomber jacket with a thick purple fur collar. On his feet, he wore white lace-up sneakers with tan soles and no socks. Kai's most noticeable accessories were the white surgical gloves on his hands and the magenta plague mask he wore over his mouth, which was tipped and embroidered with gold. His eyes widened when the white flame erupted, causing him to jump back. He had expected heat, but there was none. He saw the old wounds on Eri's heel and knew he had just stumbled upon something amazing. This fire healed not just present wounds but past ones as well. He could do that, but he was reconstructing someone. Was this power similar to Eri's rewind? Was he rewinding their body to do this? He knew he would take them both, Eri and this green-haired troublemaker. The blonde, well, she was unnecessary. Overhaul went to move, but suddenly, the boy was in front of him. The boy's eyes glowed with an inner fire. They burned with rage, with an anger that would have frozen him if he had been able to react. But he couldn't. It took his brain a moment to recognize that he had been hit. The punch to the gut lifted him off his feet. The rising spin kick launched him into the air. 12, 13, 14, 15. Overhaul was coming down. He saw the boy ready to strike again, and his senses catching up. Overhaul exploded as Izuku went to hit. Izuku was even more stunned when he reformed perfectly unharmed. The hesitation nearly cost him his life when Overhaul went on strike. If not for One for All, he would have died. He could lean back out of the strike but couldn't dodge the spikes that exploded, running him through. Overhaul sneered, feeling that the fight was his. 20, 21, 22, 23. Izuku spat out blood. He had hoped to avoid the feeling of being impaled again after the battle at the school. He brought his fist down, shattering the spikes. The white flames erupted, healing him as he sidestepped an attack by Overhaul. When he saw Overhaul go for the ground again, he dashed forward with a leaping knee. It crashed into Overhaul's face, his nose, jaw, and orbital socket collapsing as he flew back, crashing into the side of the building. Again, Overhaul exploded and reformed, fresh as anew. He glared at his opponent, who, aside from holes in his clothes, was wrapped in flames and looked just as fresh. Himiko had run as soon as she saw the look in Izuku's eyes. The little girl in her arms clung to her desperately as they ran. Himiko grabbed her phone. She paused for a second and instead dialed All Might. An alert would have brought heroes descending on them. The look on Izuku's face, she knew that having heroes falling on them would not be good. She wanted to turn back, but she knew that something had happened to the little girl, something so terrible that Izuku would kill that man. Young Himiko? All Might's voice rang out from the phone. All Might, a child came out of an alley. She was being chased. Izuku. He will kill him. All Might, Izuku is going to kill him, she blurted out, her heart pounding. Where are you? Himiko quickly relayed the information. I am coming. Keep moving. A safe house is a block to the east of your location. Get there and engage the security. Himiko held the girl tight as she ran. She whispered reassurances to the girl as they ran. Please, someone, help please. 30, 31, 32, 33, 34. You can't win. Overhaul spat out. One touch and you are done. Then the blonde and Eri will be mine again. This world is diseased, and she is the cure. Nothing will stop me from ridding this world of the disease known as quirks. I don't care what the reason may be. I know what you did to her, and you will never touch her again. Izuku's voice was cold. The firestorm running through his body was raging. ready to explode. Only the promise of sweet release kept it in control. This is where you end. Your ashes will scatter on the winds as empty and meaningless as your words. Enough, you end now. Overhaul roared as they charged at Izuku. _40, 41, 42. Azrael was beside them, a few feet away. His approach had been steady since the start. There is no rush movement, just a regular walk. The pace of death was never to be slowed. It was never rushed. It didn't run. It came for all just the same. Overhaul and Izuku collided. Overhaul feinted to the left and slipped past Izuku's right-handed swing. He smiled as his hand came inches from his target. Victory and the future were within his grasp. _44. All he felt was fingertips lightly touching his throat. 𝐒𝐩𝐽. Kai was a person who had a strong fear of germs, avoided social interactions, and had a deep-rooted desire to restore the world to the way it was before the quirk phenomenon. He believed that quirks came from rats and that they caused people to develop heroism or villainy syndromes. Kai considers these abilities a plague on humanity and looks down upon anyone who uses them for good or bad. He sees these actions as sicknesses. Kai was determined to eradicate all quirks, not only because of his phobias, but also because it would enable the Yakuza to regain the power they once held over society. His sense of morality was lacking, and he possessed a huge ego, believing that he was the only person in the world who understood the true nature of quirks. The paradoxical nature of Kai's reliance on his quirk that he named after himself, giving a simple but grand name, not after a disease or a sickness that he believed them to be. Kai's disregard for human life is evident in how he treats people as mere tools to achieve his goals. He would not hesitate to experiment on or sacrifice them for his benefit. This brutal perspective extended to everyone around him. They were all beneath them, all diseased. He would be the one to cure everyone. He frequently mistreats and humiliates Eri, his boss's granddaughter and the linchpin of his plans, using threats and guilt to assert his dominance over her. No one was safe from his ruthless methods and willingness to go to any lengths to achieve his goal. No one is safe from Kai's ruthless methods, and he will go to any lengths to achieve his objectives. He had been ready to sacrifice everyone and anything for his goal. Nothing mattered but ridding the world of this disease. The touch was gentle, a caress. As his mind registered, he had to be touched. He was preparing to activate his quirk to remove the latest obstacle, this boy. Then the pain. Pain was the only word to describe it, but it was lacking. Suffering, agony, misery. No torturous. Over and over, the pain flooded his body, inflamed his mind with self-loathing and wishing for it all to end. The pain would be gone for a fraction of a second. Then, he would feel himself put together for the pain to be renewed. Over and over, it happened with no end in sight. Izuku. The images of Overhaul's life played through his mind, showing him the type of person he had fought, the type of person he had killed. The firestorm that had been built up and raging as soon as he had healed Eri, and the knowledge of what had been done to her been screaming to be unleashed. He let it go as soon as he felt his fingers make contact. The raging inferno begged for release. The black fire longed to be free. Izuku obliged. There was no hesitation. When he healed the girl, Eri, he knew what had been done, what Overhaul had put that girl through. His mind was diseased in a way similar to Himi's when they found her. He could absorb it, but he couldn't have cured him. There was no madness to lift, no fog of confusion to relieve. This man who could have been great, changed the world and been a hero to rival All Might was so broken that he couldn't be fixed. He had crossed the line in a blatant disregard for anyone that wasn't him. He would kill anyone or anything that didn't conform to his ideal, and with the proliferation of quirks, that was the entire planet. It was tragic. His power would have been such a boon to society and his mind, but there was no saving him. His future was now only ash. Himi. She burst through the door of the safe house, slamming it behind her. The little girl finally unburied her head from Himi's shoulder. "It's okay," Himi whispered. "It will be okay." "But Overhaul," she whimpered. "Izuku will stop him," Himi told her. "Izuku will make it all better, like how he healed you." "He will never stop," the little girl cried. "Please don't let him get me. Please don't make me go back," she begged. "He will never touch again, I swear," Himi said, pulling the girl close. I promise. Everything will be okay. One should not make promises that they cannot keep, 𝗵𝗃. 𝗵𝗃 spun around at the sound of the voice, expecting the little girl to cry out, but she wasn't moving. The man speaking was sitting in a chair in the corner. He leaned forward with an enticing grin. I am pleased to meet you. I hope you guess my name. What? 𝗵𝗃 looked at the girl and then at the man. She drew a small blade and put herself between the man and the little girl. The man rose to his feet. He was slender as he walked forward. He almost seemed to float and glide towards her as he came into the light. She realized it wasn't a man but a woman. Who are you and what are you doing here? 𝗵𝗃 asked, doing her best to maintain her composure. The woman was beautiful, stunning even. She had an unearthly allure. It surprised 𝗵𝗃, but this quality called to 𝗵𝗃. It pulled on a primitive instinct. It was a strange, frightening experience, but somehow also arousing. Don't worry too much about it. Now the problem is that the overhaul problem has been dealt with, but the fallout. Now, that is going to be something. What are you talking about? 𝗵𝗃 lowered the knife some. Izuku just killed a man in the middle of the street. There will be consequences for that. The commission will pounce on him like a cat on a mouse. Noble as it was, there is no proof of Overhaul's crime. The school was one thing, but stealing a child and murdering the person who claimed to be their guardian. What are you doing here? What do you want? 𝗵𝗃 said, her fear trembling at the back of her voice. Fear of what would happen to Izuku, of what would happen after this night. Would she even see him again? You called for help. I am here to provide that help. Nothing is for free. You are not doing this out of the goodness of your heart, 𝗵𝗃 said, keeping her eye on the being. Normally, there would be more of a process, but this suits my best interests. But there will be a cost. I will call upon you for a favor in the future. Why should I believe you? How do I know that you are telling the truth? 𝗵𝗃 stepped forward, her grip tightening on the knife. Why should I believe any of this? Why shouldn't I just stab you right here and now? You have such spunk, I like it. But look into my eyes, 𝗵𝗃. If you do not take this deal, your Izuku will be taken when the sun peaks over the ocean. I will be able to adjust and adapt. But what about you? And yours? You knew there would be a time when you had to save him from himself. To cross the lines that he couldn't. Now, 𝗵𝗃, do we have a deal? I want the little girl to be safe with us, 𝗵𝗃 countered. She knew what she was doing was dangerous. She knew this person wasn't lying. Something in her soul told her that, but it was also screaming that this was a trap and wrong. All 𝗵𝗃 could do was say yes. She hated and feared it, but she knew what to do. Excellent, have a wonderful evening. Izuku and Azrael. Izuku stood there in the street. It was then that he noticed that others had gathered. Some had their phones out. He watched as they looked at their phones simultaneously, pressed some things, and walked away. He turned his attention to the ash rising from an unnatural breeze, twisting and floating in front of his eyes. It had once been a man, a person, a diseased and evil man, but a man nonetheless. Now that person was ash in the wind. He looked to the side and saw Azrael standing there, staring at the ash, his hand moving. The ashes swayed and moved with his every gesture, bending to his whim. In the end, it doesn't matter, Izuku said. This isn't the end. It is merely the end of the physical. Why would I be needed if this was the end? I don't know how to feel, Izuku said quietly as he extended his hand towards the ashes. They withdrew from his hand, still dancing but not touching him. I wanted him dead. I knew what he did. I knew what he put that girl through, and I wanted him dead. I wanted him dead before I even considered that he could be saved. I have no words of comfort for you. I want to blame you. I want to shift blame. But I know what my actions were. Izuku withdrew his hands from the ashes. You gave me a chance to live. What I healed from her should have killed me instantly. What I said was the truth. I was coming to collect you for what you did. I just allowed you to give me him instead. I wanted him more anyway. Couldn't you have just taken him whenever you wanted? It doesn't work that way. It used to, but that was long ago. Rules and all. It is strange to hear you talk about rules with what you are, Izuku said. He pointed to the people just walking by, ignoring everything that had happened. You're doing? No, that was someone else. As you are aware, Our interactions have attracted the attention of others. I will look into it if someone wants to curry favor with me. What happens now? He looked as the ashes rose into the air and began to disperse into the night. You must answer your friends, mentor, and family and live with what happened today. You dance along this edge with me. I will not allow you to exchange your life for another's every time you decide to act rashly. You can heal slowly, not all at once. Act like it, or those ashes will be yours. I understand, Izuku said quietly. His phone ringing suddenly gave him a jolt. Looking at the caller ID, he saw it was 𝗲𝗵𝗏. When he looked, Azrael was gone. Hello, 𝗲𝗵𝗏. Izuku. After a brief explanation to 𝗲𝗵𝗏 with a promise of more, he was told to head to the safe house. He immediately called Hime to tell her he was on his way to her and to expect him. When he opened the door, he saw her visibly relax as she pulled him into her arms. The little girl was hiding behind a chair as he came in. Overhaul, he heard her scared voice eke out. He will never hurt you or anyone else again, he said reassuringly. He saw the questioning look in Hime's eyes. He expected to see disgust or repulsion, but he saw none. He saw her relief, love, sympathy, and understanding. The little girl peeked her head out more. You promise? I promise, Eri, he said, doing his best to smile. No one is ever going to hurt you again. But my quirk, it is a curse, Eri said, wiping her eyes. He said so. It makes people disappear, and anyone who tries to help me gets hurt. He hurts them. Izuku's eyes glowed. He could see the mental trauma. He told you a lie, Eri. He was a bad man who will never return. Remember how I healed you? The little girl nodded. Can I heal you some more? I promise it won't hurt. He could see the fear in the little girl's eyes. You won't take me apart? She asked. Himiko looked confused but didn't say anything. Izuku knelt and waited for the girl to come to him. Slowly, she walked over. She flinched slightly when Izuku placed his hand gently on her head. He slowly activated his red fire and let it wrap around her. It feels weird. Does it hurt? He asked, his voice gentle. He smiled when the little girl whispered no. As he felt it seep into his mind, he fought back a tear. He did his best not to rush the process or scare the girl. It was difficult as he began to feel the terror, the self-loathing, and all the other emotions seep into his mind. When he removed the hand, she looked at him, her eyes full of wonder. I feel better, she whispered. Izuku could feel the relief in her voice. There had been moments where he questioned if he had done the right thing, but the trauma he took from her mind reassured him that he had not killed a man but a monster. Regardless of how he tried to rationalize it, though, a single thought kept running across the back of his mind. He had killed someone. A knock at the door startled them. Eri jumped and ran to Himiko's arms. Izuku checked the camera and saw 𝗲𝗵𝗏. It's okay, Eri, it's our mentor. Eri looked at Hime for reassurance. Izuku opened the door, and the hero stepped in. Though not in muscle form, he had regained so much of his bulk since Izuku had healed him those years ago that the difference between the two was not nearly as startling. Young Midoriya, the hero said, stepping inside. He noticed Himiko holding a child dressed in rags with white hair and red eyes. 𝗲𝗵𝗏 could immediately tell the girl was malnourished. She looked relatively healthy besides that, but he was almost sure it had something to do with Izuku and his healing. The child. Her name is Eri. She was being held captive by 𝐒𝐻𝗫, the man I fought, the man I killed. The last part he said quietly. I am afraid I need a better explanation, 𝗲𝗵𝗏 said. She came barreling in to us as we were heading home, Himiko said. She was begging for help. When she came out, she was hurt, and when I read her injuries, I healed her. I reacted and healed her. Then Azrael showed up. Izuku said. It is not an excuse, 𝗲𝗵𝗏. I should have acted better. How bad was it? He placed a hand on his protege. He could see the struggle behind the boy's eyes. He had taken a life and was struggling. Izuku pulled 𝗲𝗵𝗏 to the side. He started slowly, and then it turned into a ramble. He told Toshi everything. What he could tell Eri had been to physically and mentally, everything Azrael had shown him. By the end, Izuku was fighting back tears as he told him about the final blow that landed, the ashes that hung before his face before dispersing to the sky. I know he was evil, vile, and diseased. I know that. Izuku struggled to regain his composure. You took a life, Izuku, Toshi said softly. It should never be taken lightly. I am sorry, my boy. What happens now? Izuku asked. I will fill a report, and there will be an investigation, he said. We will weather whatever storm comes. But we must get Eri some clothes and check out at a hospital. We need to see if she has any living relatives. If not, Himiko said, still holding the little girl protectively. My mom will help, Izuku said. I know she will. Past decision. Azrael sat on the rooftop's edge, staring out over the city. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them, he was standing on a rain-slicked road. He walked over to the busted guardrail and gently floated down to the crashed vehicle. The man driving had passed and had already gently passed to the beyond. The woman was fighting. He knew why she fought. He could hear the weakening cry of the infant in the back seat. She saw him and began to struggle more as he came closer. Her soul, like so many others, held on so tight, tethered to the broken body. Please, she begged. He looked at her, his head tilted slightly. You ask for your child when they will be with you soon. He knelt, looking into the car. Spare them. They have not lived. I want them to have a chance to know this world before they are taken from it. Her soul wept for the child. They may not go where you go should I allow that. He wiped a tear from the soul. I do not know your anguish, but I have taken many who have shared their pain, wept as you have, and pleaded as you do. Have you ever answered their call for mercy? She pleaded. I am not mercy, I am death, he said simply as the child's cries softened. Though some may find sweet relief in my arrival, I do not come to grant mercy. To be part of the world, but not of the world, she reached towards the child. Haven't you ever longed to shape this world into something more than before? To do more than watch and collect? I have seen what happens to those who stray from their path. Azrael looked to the sky. I have witnessed what happens, and for those that do, it is not I who comes. What comes? The woman's spectral hand reached and touched the child. It stirred some under her hand. Oblivion. Beautiful oblivion, he whispered. Much like she is inevitable. So we will one day stray. You will one day move and do in a way that must be dealt with. Why can't that day start today? She pleaded. Why can't you start today? Azrael looked at the child and then looked to tomorrow, watching the path unfold, watching the changes as the twists and turns the branches. It would not be so simple. This one act would require more and more if you wish for me to have your child live. You ask that I undertake this so your child may live. The road will not be without great pain and suffering. Yes, but is that not life? Will there not be joy? And if oblivion will come for you by doing so, why stop there? Why not do more? She looked at her child. More children, more changes. Make this something you will be proud to leave behind when your oblivion comes. Pass on, sweet woman, your 𝗏𝗲 will live, Azrael said. Thank you. Oh, thank you, she cried as she ascended. You may thank me now, but from your seat, you may have wished I let him follow you. Azrael tore the door open and removed the child from the car. The child cried for a few more moments before quieting down. Its mother came over, tears passing through the child. She was trying to talk, but her words were spectral like her tears. Azrael reached and took her hand. Always try to smile, my precious 𝗏𝗲. No matter what happens in this world or what the world says, try to smile. The infant did just that and smiled for its mother, who then passed into the beyond. Your path will no longer be your own, at least not entirely. Free will is, as some say, a double-edged sword, or, as my sister calls it, a motherfucker. The baby gave him a laugh. She is fond of the crass parts of this world's vocabulary, but I will tell you more about her again. Present decision. 𝗏𝗲. The lack of public reaction, or any reaction, was enough to make even the #1 hero in the country worry. There are no calls or reports of the battle between Izuku and the villain Overhaul. He had known that his former sidekick and renewed friend Night Eye had been investigating the gangster regarding various illegal activities, including but not limited to drug trafficking. A hazardous drug that had gotten the name Trigger. He was going to Night Eye's agency to talk to him, waiting for the explosion of chaos that never came. House Midoriya. Inko and Hisashi. An explosion occurred when Izuku and Himiko came home with Eri. Hitoshi sat quietly in the corner, watching and observing. The little girl was terrified of everyone. When Inko and Hisashi began to argue, she seemed on the verge of passing out. Dad, he yelled. What? They responded. Calm down and look at her, he commanded, his quirk activated. He knew he would get in trouble for using his quirk on them, but he felt it would be worth the punishment. The parents had no choice but to do so. Hisashi spoke first. Izuku, come here, please. Izuku walked over, the little girl going from hiding behind him to burying herself in Himiko's arms. What happened? Izuku steadied his breath and gave them the short version of what happened. He began to falter when he got to the fight. Hisashi put his hand on his son's shoulder. She needs a place to stay, 𝗵𝗃, was all he said, a complete turn from what he was arguing about. Come on, son. He pulled his son into a hug and led him down the hall. Eri began to panic. Is he going to hurt him? Don't let him hurt him. Not because of me. The desperation in her voice broke all their hearts. I promise, baby. He is not going to hurt him. Izuku's dad loves him very much, and he can tell Izuku needs to talk. Himiko said quickly. He isn't going to hurt him? Eri's eyes were wet as she looked up at Himiko. No, I swear. Now let me introduce you to Mama Inko and Hitoshi. They are super nice. Then you and I are going to take a bath and get clean. What do you want to eat? Himiko said as she gently wiped Eri's eyes. Anything as long as it doesn't have the green stuff on it that doesn't taste good. Eri panicked again. But if that is what you give me, I promise to eat it all. Please don't send me away. Himiko wanted to resurrect Overhaul so she could kill him. Izuku had helped her mind. If the girl was this much of a wreck, how bad would she have been otherwise? Eri, just breathe, baby. Just breathe with me. Eri began to take deep breaths while their eyes remained locked. Eri calmed down again. Himiko, honey, why don't you take her to bathe? I will get you some clothes we can put her in now. Inko said as gently as possible. Hitoshi and I will get dinner ready. Once the two girls left to bathe, Inko pulled Hitoshi into a hug. I am not made. Thank you for helping us see what we needed to focus on. Hitoshi. Hitoshi smiled and snuggled into the hug. His life had been, for lack of a better word, chaotic. He had lived with the stigma of his quirk being called villainous, of being mistrusted and cast out by those who were supposed to support him the most. But that all changed that night in the shelter. This home was chaotic, loud, and slightly insane. Izuku was at the heart of it. He loved his brother, though he was scared for him. He was also scared, especially for Inko and Hisashi. He knew this couldn't be easy because the stress was so oppressive. He worried about them. He loved them dearly, even when they dragged him out of his room and made him participate. In truth, that was his favorite time, but he would never admit that. He knew that Izuku's circumstances were so bizarre that only a fool would have said otherwise. Factor in Azrael was just downright ludicrous. He knew he wanted to support his brother. While he may not be a frontline fighter like most, he would stand by him. He believed in Izuku and the mission they had undertaken, but also he wanted to make sure that they came home to their parents. He saw the look on their faces when they thought no one was watching. Not only them but the Bakugos, Rei Todoroki, and even Endeavor. He had heard what happened to a family when a child didn't come home. Izuku saving Toya was all he needed to see. It may be seen as stupid, and he knew it was a near impossible task, but as long as the breath was in his lungs, he would do everything he could to ensure they came home to their parents. He had found those who would support him, and he was not about to let them suffer more than anguish if he could stop it. Shota. He sat in the corner of the dojo panting. It was a tricky balancing act, not overheating or freezing himself out, but it worked out just fine. Today, he had been pushing his fireside. He didn't know why, but he was restless, and when he was restless, he went hard on fire. He closed his eyes, steadied his breathing, and slowly let the coolness of his icy side wash over him. He went and checked his phone. He saw a few mixed texts from his friend and some from his siblings. Toya and he had worked hard over the years to build a foundation for their future. His disappearance, the scar that had been healed. It was almost a metaphor. The thing that had once marred his face was a physical mark of the family's breakup, Toya's death, his mother's breakdown, and his father's withdrawn state. Fuyumi was the one who relaxed the most once everything fell into this new state. She had been struggling to hold the family together and make it a family. When Toya returned, his scar was healed. Mom came home, and father committed to change. The change wasn't overnight. Neither was forgiveness. You can be ready to do so, but it does not sweep the pain away instantly. Toya was enrolled in the UA and would be in his 3rd year when he enlisted. Fuyumi was getting ready to enroll in college and was going to live in the dorms. If he did well, Natsuo would go into a work-study program that 𝗧𝗵𝗲 would allow him to move from their general studies to their hero course. He had chosen 𝗧𝗵𝗲 over UA simply because he wanted to go there. While he may be looking to get into the family business, he wanted to do it his way. It was Natsuo after all. But it was okay. That was what he had learned. His father had beaten them, and the only way to reach their goal was his way. That any other way was incorrect, and to question that was essentially blasphemy. But now there was a different way. It could be done differently. Enter his group, friends, training partners, and future teammates. That was his happy spot, being with them and the controlled chaos. Over the years, he had come to realize he loved them. All of them for their eccentricities and just how different they all were, but united around the single concept of being heroes and, of course, seeing if they could keep Izuku out of trouble, but that task was nigh impossible. He was comfortable at home and with them. It was an amazing feeling. It took him a little bit to identify it, but with the therapist's help, it was simple. Family. He wanted to protect his family, and he was going to protect his family, but tonight he was hungry. As he walked into the kitchen, he froze and ducked back. Pulling out his phone, his mother was in his father's arms, dancing to a song playing in the kitchen. It was old, like ancient. Shoto knew it was from a record. His mother was fascinated by them. He watched for a moment till they started kissing. He had seen this before, but his father lifted his mother by her rump this time. That made him freeze, and when she wrapped her hands in his hair, that made him flee. Strangely enough, he didn't see them 15 minutes later when he returned to the kitchen. He hadn't seen them all night. He did see them in the morning, his father leaning on the counter, smiling while Ray made pancakes and was gliding around the kitchen. Toy. The eldest Todoroki lay in his dorm room staring up at the ceiling while his best friend was droning about the virtues of something or other. It would probably be on the test, but Toya couldn't concentrate. Then Nijire came to lean over him, her sizable chest at eye level. Toya, are you even listening? Nay. He nearly screamed as he blushed and rolled to the side to sit up. I was listening? No, you weren't, she said with a pout. If I have to quiet while 𝗵𝗲 drones on, then you have to pay attention. This will be on the test. If I am awake? Tamaki added. Look, if you don't want to be part of the Big Four, we can be the Big Three. Mirio said, taunting Toya. Fine, fine. Toya sighed, defeated. But this weekend, I get to pick where we go for lunch. His 3 friends' sweat dropped as they learned Spice was in their future. Hisashi, sitting and listening to the story, took patience. He wanted to yell at his son. Hug him into oblivion. Ground him forever. Pat him on the back. Sometimes, being a parent was complicated. Hisashi had spent a lot of time in the background of the insanity that had befallen his family. He had watched as it grew and grew. But tonight, when Izuku and Himiko came home with a little girl, he had begun to unravel. They had taken in Himiko Hitoshi, and now they were cusp of taking in another child. His son had become the successor to All Might, adding offense to what was possibly the most potent healing quirk to date. Endeavor, Sir Night-Eye, Gran Torino, Recovery Girl, Nizu. It was this absurd level of people coming in and out of his house. Not to mention the other children, Mitsuki, Matsuo, Ray, and his favorite Mizuki. That little girl was simply the best in all that he felt lost. He wasn't a lawyer like Matsuo to sort out all the legal problems like a hero. He didn't get to train with the ladies as they became mom squad. They were there when the children were attacked. They had been able to step in and lend assistance. Hisashi was at work. His son was being taught and mentored by some of the most capable people on the planet. If not qualified, the argument could be made for influence in the nation. He had to admit he had become a little bitter. It was 𝐒𝐭𝐻 that the children sought approval from the other mentors and figures in their lives. Not him. It was a bitter pill to swallow, but he did. It was rotting. It was going to erupt at any moment, and it had started to tonight. It had reared its head before in private, but this time he was about to cause some damage that probably couldn't be walked back, and then Hitoshi stepped in. When Hisashi saw that little girl, he faltered. When he saw the look on his son's face, he nearly broke. Hearing the words that Izuku had told 𝗏𝗏 and him, He knew there was more that Izuku was holding back. In that room, he saw not the successor of All Might, not the rallying point of change, not the pawn of Azrael, the protege of Recovery Girl. He saw his son. And his son needed his father. Hisashi has been so lost and caught up in trying to see where he fit in, not seeing the role he needed to play, that of the children's father. He went to work, put the roof over their heads, and put food in their bellies. Thankfully, on that last part, All Might helped due to his insane training regimen. He and Matsuo were not there to try and run in and save the children all the time. They were there to be steady hands, guiding hands. At this moment, it all drifted away. No matter who came into their lives, All Might, Azrael, or the Tooth Fairy, he was their father. Izuku, Himiko, and Hitoshi, he was there to be that voice of calm, that steady presence, that rock in their lives. When Izuku finished and was broken, Itachi took him in his arms and squeezed him ever so tight. "I am proud of you, Izuku," he whispered. He felt the boy stiffen and want to protest. "The road that you are going down is going to be hard. It is going to be difficult, and though you can wish you had another way, maybe you did. But that is something that will come with learning and more experience. But that man would have killed you, killed Himiko, killed whomever he needed to continue on his sick dream. You stopped him. Sometimes, you will be called upon to make hard decisions." He could feel Izuku calming down. "You will have those around you who must make that hard decision. You now know what that is like. Never forget, son. I may not be running around like all the others, but I am always here for you." "Thanks, Dad." Izuku held him for a moment before stepping back and drying his eyes. Izuku pulled out his phone and sent a simple text message to Ibara. "I need you. Eri." She had been bathed before. It was a simple, if not sometimes harsh, experience, with someone yelling at her to go faster. When Himiko sat behind her and gently washed her hair this time, she was thankful that water hid her shock and tears. The gentle nature of the girl behind her, washing her hair and helping her to wash her body, the dirt and grime just disappearing. Eri looked at her. Arms where the scars were, where he would always leave them, only to see them all gone. Izuku had fixed them, though she thought she could still see them. When the cleaning was done, she wasn't plunged into ice-cold water. Instead, she got to sit with Himiko. Himiko was asking her questions. At first, she was afraid to answer, afraid of answering wrong, but it only took her answering once. That was all it was needed. Her fear was muted, and her mind didn't scream at how she was a monster or how she was evil, vile or sick. It was quiet. Here, she felt safe, something she dreamed about and wished for, but something she had all but forgotten. "Can I stay with you?" her little voice rang out. "I can be good, I promise." "Of course you can, sweetie," Himiko whispered, hugging Eri. "I know that everything is going to be just fine." Something in Eri wanted to say no, but it was overshadowed by the feeling that Himiko was right. That as long as she had Himiko and Izuku, then everything would be fine. Ibara. She arrived after dinner. Himiko had Eri in her room when Ibara came. She was directed to the back porch, where she saw Izuku sitting in the swing, looking up at the night sky. "Talk to me, my love," she said, wrapping her arms around him from behind. "I killed a man today," he said as his hand came up to hold her. "Why?" Ibara whispered. "He was vile, a monster. His quirk could disassemble and reassemble matter." He felt Ibara stiffen. He could have been a rival to All Might, if not even better, due to the versatility of his quirk. He could choose to what state things would be returned. And he used it to torture a little girl, but exploding her and putting her back together, again, and again. "My lord." "Why?" Ibara's mind was aghast at the very thought. He felt quirks were a disease and that she was the cure. Izuku let go of her arm and stood up, the swing between them. "When he saw her, I saw what he did. When I healed her, I knew it. Was there another way?" Ibara looked at him, then the barrier he had put between them. "I don't think so. He wouldn't have let me or Himiko walk away." His gaze finally meets hers. "I understand if." "Do not finish that statement, 𝗧𝗵𝗲. The fierceness of her voice stopped him cold. "I can see how these weighs on you, and if it didn't, then that would be a whole other conversation. I know that someday we will all have to choose. I pray that I am wrong, but I am not that naive. Izuku, I love you. God put us together for a reason. He brought you into my life for a reason, and I will not walk away from you. I called for you when you were dead. I will call for you even if you can't hear me. I will make you hear me, and you will come to me. We have not had enough time. We will never have enough time. He felt lifted and entangled by her vines as she brought him around to face him. She pulled his face towards her and kissed him. Do you feel regret? Yes, he whispered. Do you wish for another way? She kissed him again. Yes, he closed his eyes as a black whip leaked past her vines, and he pulled her into a kiss. Stay with me tonight. We can do the above the cover, below the cover. I will. Now, where is the girl? With Himiko. I would like to meet her, Ibarra released him. As he did her, they took each other's hands and returned to the house. Do not take this wrong, but how are you not in jail now? To add to an even more bizarre night, it was like no one noticed, Izuku said. Azrael was there, and I asked him if he had something to do with it, but he said that someone else had interfered. And this doesn't bother you, she replied, surprised. It does, but I can only handle what I can now. The big picture is off the radar right now. I am glad you called me, Ibarra squeezed his hand. I am too, he returned her squeeze. Let me introduce you to Eri. Introducing another child into the Midoriya home for wayward children was surprisingly much less complicated than anyone could have anticipated. Eri was attached to the hip of Himiko. The only other person she would go to was Izuku. It took a bit to introduce her to the others. It would have been a slow and arduous process. Except for one thing. Mizuki Bakugo. Mizuki walked in, saw Eri, stomped over to her, and grabbed her hand. We are going to go play. It wasn't a question. It wasn't a request and left no room for argument. But what if the bad person comes for me? Eri tried to protest. Then I will blow them up? Mizuki turned around and looked at Eri. Is the bad man still out there? No, they have been taken care of, Izuku said. They all saw the look of disappointment cross Mizuki's face. How are you going to blow them up? Eri asked. With my mind. Mizuki responded. Aizu said it was fine, however. Now let's go play. Eri couldn't think of a response, and the thought of going against this little girl was not in her best interest. My name is Eri. I'm Mizuki, but you can call me Mizu. Everyone seemed surprised that the only person allowed to call her Mizu was Izuku, and that was under the belief that she called him Aizu. I don't know how to play. Eri mumbled. Then I will teach you, Mizuki said, and the two girls entered the backyard. Shouldn't we stop them? Hitoshi said. I am not going out there, Katsuki said with a smirk. You are welcome to try. Hitoshi's sweat dropped. No, thank you, I choose life. Very noble of you, my dear, Reiko said, patting his shoulder and earning some giggles from the rest. They did make their way outside, but they were sitting on the back deck going over some notes and studying for a test in school, leaving the mothers inside. Where are Fuyumi and Natsuo? Kami asked as Shoto was staring at the bowl of fruit. Natsuo will meet Toya at UA for training. Fuyumi has a date, he said, plucking out a strawberry. OMG, she has a date with who? And did your dad freak out? Kami said, suddenly more interested in the answer than anything. Honestly, I have no idea, Shoto said. Kami instantly deflated. Though she wasn't surprised, Shoto didn't seem interested in romance. Meanwhile, so the boy killed someone, Enji said, looking across the table at All Might. Sir Night-Eye and Gran Torino joined them. Yes, All Might said gravely. From what I understand about the battle, it was a kill or be killed moment. Overhaul, he can kill with a touch, Night-Eye added. His quirk could have been beyond amazing for the world. I mean, top hero, legendary if he wasn't so disturbed. Enji raised an eyebrow as he looked over the file before him. The report on Eri and her quirk was also somewhat surprising. And there has been no report of the incident. No one has come looking for the girl. Nothing, which is almost disturbing, All Might said. There were people around to witness the battle. The video was almost certainly taken, but after the fight, they seemingly deleted the videos and went about their night. There are no records of any emergency calls. Everything is spotless. This is most disturbing indeed. Enji looked out the window. Could it be Azrael's work? Izuku questioned him, and he said it was the work of another, possibly attempting to curry favor with him. Night-Eye said as he rose to pour another cup of tea. I still question if this Azrael is real. Enji said, returning his gaze to All Might. I thought you had suffered a mental break when you told me about that, but as you also revealed the truth about your quirk, I couldn't find a reason to doubt it. And even if it is a delusion of his quirk, it seems to drive him to save others. It led him to Toya after all. What are we going to do then? Torino said with a little bit of grumpiness in his tone. Nothing has changed. We have to track down All for One and end this, All Might replied. Agreed. Not only for the sake of the world but for the children as well, Enji added. The children? I don't have words, Katsuki said, hugging Izuku tight. I am sorry that you had to go through that. The silence from Reiko, Shoto, and Cammy was nearly deafening. They looked at their friend, and seeing the toll of him making such a hard choice was difficult. They listened as he shared what had been done to Eri, what had been revealed to him when he had killed Overhaul, and the torment that I had brought him. Izuku looked at Mizuki and Eri playing in the backyard, a simple game of kicking the ball back and forth. It was heartbreaking watching the uncertainty playing out on Eri's face. I don't think I will ever stop asking if there was another way. But he was so evil, Reiko said. She got up and joined Katsuki in the hug. That man was pure evil. Maybe with years of training and other heroes to support and help you, there may have been another way. But that was not the case, my friend. I think nothing less of you. I am saddened that I cannot share this burden. Ditto, Cammy said, joining in the hug. Shoto didn't say anything as he joined in. Once they separated, they soon made their way out to join in the game. Inko and Hisashi. I don't know what we are going to do. Inko said, her arm around her husband's waist. He is being dragged into so many things that how do we keep up? We can't, her husband replied. We can't keep up with him, but we can be there when he stumbles or needs to let go for a moment. We can't all be part of the mom action squad. No one messes with my babies while I'm around, Inko smirked. Are you really okay with all this, honey? I felt hurt that it seemed I was being pushed into the background, that decisions and things were happening without my consent, he sighed. It was an ego thing, but then I saw it in his face, and when I talked to him, I realized that my job is to do all I can to support him and all of them. Despite everything, they are still kids. He needs me to be his father. I need you too, Inko said, facing him. I love you so much, Hisashi. She was surprised when he leaned down and kissed her, that he did so. But it wasn't a simple peck but a much more passionate kiss. Inko pulled back, her breathing a bit heavy. He smiled at her devilishly. She didn't protest when he scooped her up bridal style and carried her to the bedroom. Later. Where is Mama Inko? Hitoshi asked. Taking a nap, Hisashi called from the kitchen. Pizza tonight for dinner. Find out what everyone wants. Okay, Dad, he replied, walking back outside. The return to normal. Over the next few days, Himiko and her shadow often surrounded Inko. Once it became clear that Inko was safe, Eri could be with the woman without panicking. It was an important step, as Himiko had to return to school the next day. She had missed a couple of days to stay with Eri and get her adjusted, but she couldn't afford to miss more classes than necessary. It was a stressful day for Eri, but it helped that Himiko and Izuku would call during breaks to tell her hi and how they missed her. Eri. This new place was much better than her old place, and Overhaul's being gone allowed her to sleep better. But the bad dreams didn't just disappear like magic. The cool fire from Izu helped her quiet them a bit. She liked sharing a bed with Hime. How Hime held her tight during the night made it feel safe. Getting used to the others was made more accessible by finding out they all wanted to be heroes together, real heroes that save people and help others like Hime and Izu helped her. She had wondered about school, but the thought scared her. However, she liked it when Mizu would come over and tell her about her day at school. About playing, learning, and all the different things that happen there every day. She had walked over to Inko and tugged on the hem of the woman's apron. Inko never really scared her. She was a bit wary of her, but coming from her circumstances, it was understandable. But seeing how much Hime and Izu loved her and the smiles they gave each other was enough to get Eri to trust her. After Hime had to return to school, it was just the two of them for most of the day, but today Eri wanted to know something. What is it, sweetie? Inko said sweetly. Can I go to school one day? Eri said hesitantly. Of course you can, Inko said, squatting before Eri. Do you want to go to school? I think so. Eri fidgeted with her skirt. I like hearing about Mizu's day, and when I asked Hime and Izu if I could go to school with them, they said that I have to be older to go to their school, but I could go to school with Mizu. That is correct, 𝐭𝐽𝐻 said, lightly taking Eri's hand. School is very important. You meet new people and learn important things. I can teach you some things here at home if you want. Eri whispered. She liked that word. Like practice school? Exactly. 𝐭𝐽𝐻's bright smile tugged at something inside Eri. If we practice hard when the new school year starts, maybe you can go to school with Mizu. I would like that. Eri tightened her grip on 𝐭𝐽𝐻's hand. Does that mean I can stay here, stay? Eri struggled. I want this to be my home. Is that okay? She shut her eyes, scared at what 𝐭𝐽𝐻 would say. Eri, this is already your home. Eri's eyes opened quickly. You are not going anywhere till you are all grown up. We will never kick you out or make you go away. This is your home, Eri, forever and forever. Tears pooled at the corners of Eri's eyes as she whispered, Forever? But what if Eri does bad? Forever, 𝐭𝐽𝐻 said, wiping the stray tear from Eri's face. No matter what. Eri broke down and started crying, clinging to 𝐭𝐽𝐻 like she was on a life raft and lost at sea. It took quite a while for Eri to calm down, and soon after that, Eri fell asleep in 𝐭𝐽𝐻's arms. No nightmares and no worries entered her mind. Instead, she dreamed of home. 𝐬𝗪𝗎. The recommended exam is stacked this year, 𝗵𝗲 𝗪𝗂𝐻, aka Midnight, said as she looked over the files on the candidates, and Izuku is part of that crop. Do not remind me, groaned the underground hero Eraserhead or 𝗧𝗪𝗧𝗏, casting an evil glare at Vlad. You are still a dick for that one, Seiki. 𝐒𝐻𝐸 aka Vlad King laughed. Well, if you feel that strongly, I will take him off your hands. Really? Aizawa said, his voice so full of life and hope, more than anyone could remember. No, that headache is all yours. King kept laughing, seeing the hope drain from Aizawa's face. Oh yeah, stick it to him, Present Mike said, unable to contain his amusement. That is mean, Hizashi, 𝗵𝗎 snickered. Funny but mean. I hate all of you, Aizawa declared. The door opened with Mizu, Chiyo, Powerloader, and Snipe walking into the room. What are we going to do with all these recommendations? Aizawa said, looking at Mizu. That is what we are here to discuss. Mizu smiled as he sat. We have quite the crop of students this year. Aside from some questions about their ranking on the academic side, I can see almost offering them automatic entry. The teachers all looked at him surprised. Almost, Mizu said, holding up one finger. Almost. We have considered expanding the hero course some before, and I believe we should revisit that. Opinions. 20 headaches are more than enough, Aizawa said quickly, but what if we expand the recommended slots to 3? I would normally object to that, but with this crop, Ken said, motioning to the files. Are you going to make Izuku take the exam? Even if he didn't answer a question, right with that healing quirk? The press conference. He would refuse, Chiyo said with a smile. If we insisted, he would probably go to another school, and when the press asked, he would say exactly why. Oh, a boy with conviction. I like it, 𝗵𝗎 said playfully. I may not be one of the heads of the hero course, Snipe said, drawing everyone's attention. But it seems that if you are going to expand the recommended students, then that takes away from those that don't have that advantage, which seems a little unfair to other folk. Then we expand the hero course to 22? Ken said after a pause. Plus 1 recommended and 1 standard? I say we keep it as is, 𝗵𝗎 replied. We have never expanded or changed before, and if the recommendations don't make the cut and refuse to retest, then we should let them walk. It is a bit mean, but as we all know, life can be a bit cruel. I expected you to vote to increase the class size, Hizashi said, leaning forward. I have looked over the list of recommendations and the list of our normal applicants. I can say without a doubt that this class will be one to remember. 𝗵𝗎 leaned back and smiled. I can't wait to see what happens. Shoto Todoroki. Shoto couldn't help but smile as he and Izuku stood before their friends and family, wishing them well as they were prepared to head out for the exam. Watching his mother and father standing there holding hands while photos were being taken was more than anything he could have dreamed about all those years ago. His home had been so cold and empty until Toya came home. The day that Izuku brought his brother home was the day that the entire course of his life changed. His father had changed, his mother had come home, and the entire house had just woken up and come alive. Now, he couldn't dream of it being so cold again. Then there were his friends, all future heroes, all training and working every day to be better and pushed to that goal of not being the future #1 hero but of being heroes that people could rely on. He would be a hero the nation would look up to. Recommendation. Momoyorozu stepped out of her limo. She looked up at the enormous gates of the UA and felt small. She felt like she wasn't worthy, self-doubt, nerves. Everything was building up inside her as she stood looking at the gate. "Hey, are you all right?" a voice said, startling out of her head. She turned and saw a boy with green hair and a concerned look. Standing behind him was another boy with heterochromatic hair and eyes. "It seems big," he said, stepping forward. "Like the Horn Gate." "The Gate of Dreams," Momo responded. "Exactly the Gates of Dreams," he said, smiling. She liked his smile. It was warm and reassuring. In Greek mythology, dreams pass through 2 gates, the Ivory Gate for prophetic dreams and the Aeneid Gate for deceptive dreams that elude mortals. He looked up at the gates of UA. Through there are our dreams, the ones that drove us to this point and the ones we don't even know about yet. "Some would say that dreams are foolish," Momo responded, unconsciously stepping forward. "That a dream is just something for children to hold on to instead of looking at reality." "A dream is just reality that we haven't brought forth yet," the green-haired boy said, taking another step. "A dream is something you can't just wait for it to happen, but you have to step forward and grab it," the other boy said. "What is your dream?" the green-haired boy said, returning to her. "I want to be a hero," Momo responded, looking again at the gates. The gates of dreams, where beyond them was her dream of being a hero, her dream of being a beacon for others, to save others with a smile. She wanted to make people feel safe when things were dark, just like a hero did for her. "Then let go be heroes," the green-haired boy said. Momo nodded, smiling, her fears fleeing her as they started walking. "Thank you," she said. "I don't even know your names." "Shoto Todoroki, the heterochromatic. Izuku Midoriya. I am Momoyorozu. Thank you for being so kind." She felt her smile growing as they got closer to the gates, closer to their dreams. "I hope that after this, maybe we could," she fidgeted with her hands. "Exchange numbers. I would like to keep in touch." "I would very much like that as well," Izuku said with a smile. "As would I," Shoto added. "I have learned that one can never have enough friends." Shoto smirked, looking towards Izuku. "They make life interesting." "I know you from the press conference," Momo said, looking at Izuku, who blushed. "And are you the son of Endeavor?" she told Shoto. "You are the eldest child and heiress to the Yarozu Corporation," Shoto said. "I am," Momo said, glancing down for a moment. "But I want to be a hero, not just sit in a boardroom." Her voice sounded slightly sad. "When I saw those gates, I wondered if I was strong enough to do this." "Even if Endeavor has trained you," Shoto said after a pause. "You wonder the same thing. You look at things your friends have done and gone through, and wonder if you are good enough. But in the end, all you can do is push forward." Momo seemed surprised. "There are things you want to accomplish, and the only ones that can do that are you. No one will hand you your dreams," Momo said, her voice filling with determination. "You have to go forward, take them in your own hands, and bring them into reality." She smiled at them both. "Thank you." A rival appears? No sooner had Shoto separated from Momo and Izuku than he was walking towards his interview area when a moving wall appeared in front of him. Shoto paused and looked at this man at first, thinking he must be a teacher of a 3rd year by his height and build. He was well over 6 feet tall with buzzed brown hair and black eyes. Shoto went left, and the wall matched his movement. Shoto went right, same thing. "Can I help you?" "You are Shoto Todoroki, are you not?" the wall said. "I am? Who are you?" "Forgive me, I am Inasa Yurashi like yourself. I am here to take the recommended exam, but I just had to meet you first," he said rather loudly. Shoto thought, wondering if he was somehow related to Katsuki. "Is there a reason you have sought me out? I do have the interview portion to get to." "I apologize. I wanted to ask if you could tell me why Endeavor has changed," the boy said. "I met him once before, and the experience left me wanting." His eyes were cold and distant. I was worried I would see the same expression in your eyes. But that is not the case. Shoto's eyes narrowed slightly, but then he thought about it. He had witnessed this very change. He had even seen it mentioned on television. Of course, there was constant training when Katsuki accused his father of going soft, sparking an intense session. Shoto was surprised when Katsuki turned down his father's recommendation. Katsuki told 𝗵𝗲 he wanted to make his way. He needed to prove to himself that he belonged. We had a rough patch in our lives, but we have found our way through it, Shoto said. You will understand that I will not go into further details on a family matter. I apologize, 𝗍𝗍 said, bowing stiffly at a 90-degree angle. I hope that it is a permanent change, and I look forward to both us passing this exam. And just like that, the strange boy walked away. Shoto shook his head as he headed for his interview. -6 hours later, Izuku stood there looking at his downed opponent. She had long green hair, large eyes, and a toothy grin. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏. Izuku looked at her and smiled. She was his final obstacle. It was simple. He had to defeat her in combat to advance. It was a short but intense battle. He was caught off guard when her body broke apart, and a whirlwind of parts descended upon him, attacking him from every direction. But he could heal. Once the black flames erupted, the heat drove her back. Black Whip allowed him to grab her head, which allowed him to end the fight. He knelt over her and healed her slowly, letting her pull her limbs back together. She sat up and hung her head, the sensation of defeat washing over her. If I couldn't heal myself, that would have ended badly for me, he said, trying to console her. Guess it was bad luck on my part to get you as my opponent. She held out her hand so he could help her. Don't get cocky there. I am going to take the practical, and next time I am going to knock you silly. I look forward to it, he smiled as they exited different parts of the arena. Izuku stepped into a waiting room, just as 𝗍𝗍 did. Soon, Shoto joined them, and a few minutes later, Momo stepped in, bruised but smiling. She was grateful for Izuku's healing, marveling at how cool the white flames felt. Once the four of them had been gathered, a door opened, and 𝗍𝗍 walked in along with 𝗬𝗏𝗏 and Eraserhead. In case you were not aware, I am the principal of UA, 𝗍𝗍 chirped. And I would like to congratulate the four of you on passing the recommended exams and officially offer you a spot in our hero course. The four all agreed with relief that they didn't have to fight again. It had been a rather long day. Shoto Todoroki and 𝗍𝗍 Urashi, 𝗬𝗏𝗏 stepped forward. I would like to welcome you both to the 1B hero course. I expect great things from you both, inside and outside my class. I welcome any challenge you lay before me, sensei. 𝗍𝗍 said, bowing. Shoto was a little sad that he wasn't in class with Izuku, but he knew that was possible, and that the UA may be separating them because of how close they already were. I look forward to learning under you, sensei, Shoto said, bowing as well. Momoyorozu and Izuku Midoriya. Izuku noticed. Aizawa sighed on his name. Welcome to Class 1A. Momo and Izuku both bowed and thanked him. Now, of course, we will send you home with your information packets and official acceptance letters, 𝗍𝗍 said. You are free to leave. Please travel safely. Once they had received their letters and were all outside the gates, relief visibly washed over them. 𝗍𝗍, would you like to exchange phone numbers so we can keep in touch before school starts? Izuku said as the living wall went to leave. Yes, that is an excellent idea, he said as they all tapped their phones together. I look forward to talking with you all. Shoto and Izuku said their goodbyes as they climbed into the back of a limo, seeing Rei and Inko sitting, waiting for them to close the door. The two boys nodded as their mothers pulled them into a crushing embrace. The call went out when they arrived at the Todoroki estate. All their friends were there, as were their mentors. The celebration lasted long into the night. 1 month later, the dorms are complete and the exams have been scored. Now we need to set the rosters for the hero course so we can begin preparation for the acceptance letters, 𝗍𝗍 said with a smile. It was hard to see so many little listeners just miss the cut this year. Hisashi said. It was extremely competitive, 𝗬𝗏 added. Let's get this over with. Unlike some of you, I have patrol later tonight, Aizawa said, emerging from his sleeping bag in the corner. Very well, let us begin, 𝗍𝗍 said with a grin. First, we have the top scorer this year, Katsuki Bakugo. -2 hours later, Class 1A. Izuku Midoriya, Momo Yorozu, Pony Tsunatori, Kami Etsushimi, Setsuna Tokage, Katsuki Bakugo, Ibara Shiozaki, Tsuyu Ajui, Mina Ashido, Ijiro Kirishima, Denki Kaminari, Kyoka Jiro, Achiko Uraraka, Tenya Ida, 𝗵𝗃𝗲𝗄, Tokoyami, Toru Hagakure, Koji Koda, Mizo Shoji, Minoru Mineta, Himiko Toga. Class 1B. Shoto Todoroki, Inase Yarashi, Hitoshi Midoriya, Reiko Yanagi, Juzo Hananuki, Yui Kodai, Yuga Oema, Yosetsu Aways, Senkabara, Toguru Kamakiri, Shurhai Kurwaro, Itsuka Kendo, Kanoko Komori, Jiroda Shishida, Nairenjiki Shoda, Kozai Tsuburaba, Tetsu, Manga Fukudashi, Nido Monoma, Hiryu Renibara. Eri was giggling as she ran to escape the mad tickler. She sat behind the couch, doing her best to catch her breath and stifle her laughter, failing terribly but still trying. She peeked, and her enemy still hadn't even turned around. She was sitting and talking with Izuku. Eri had taken her eyes off the prize, though. She overlooked the villain's weapons slip under the couch and attacked her sides, sending Eri into peals of laughter once again. The attacking vines let up, and again, Eri scrambled to her feet, making a mad dash to Himiko's room. Himiko turned and smiled as she slipped her shirt over her head and casually grabbed her socks. "Everything all right there, Eri?" "The tickle villain is back," Eri said, running and jumping on Himiko's bed, trying to scramble under the blanket's protection. "The tickle villain?" Himiko said in shock. "What are we going to do?" Eri threw open the blanket. "Quick, this will protect us." Himiko couldn't have resisted the invitation, even if she tried. Instead, she dove under the blanket with Eri, helping the little girl pull it over their heads to hide them. Himiko couldn't hide her smile as Eri was beaming, her eyes twinkling, and her hands up by her mouth as giggles kept escaping. Mizuki had torn down that wall quickly, and Inko took whatever else was there and destroyed it. Every day that Himiko and Izuku came home to her, every day that Mizuki would come play with her, every day that she would sit in the bath with Inko washing her hair, the most beautiful thing emerged, and that was Eri's smile. Then, the tickle villain emerged. In truth, Ibara was tickling Himiko and Izuku as punishment for sneaking off to kiss. Himiko saw Eri peeking around the doorway and called to her for help. They saw Eri's fear morph into childlike bravery as she chased the tickle villain. The villain unfortunately turned its attack to Eri, and for the first time, they heard Eri laugh. The smile had brought them to tears, and the laugh wrecked them. Ever since then, Eri would do battle sometimes against the tickle villain. It had become her and Ibara's thing. As they lay under the covers, Himiko kissing Eri's forehead, the covers were yanked back as the tickle vines descended. Their laughter could be heard around the house. Inko and Hisashi were in the backyard garden, sharing a smile and a kiss. Over their laughter echoing off the room, Eri heard her name being called, and it was the name of the one person who could save her. Mizuki Bakugo had arrived. Soon, the tickle villain retreated. Eri scrambled out of the room and ran to hug Mizuki, declaring her the hero. Mizuki smiled and had a hand on her hip. "Of course I am." Pictures snapped in a flurry. Reiko and Hitoshi came downstairs, along with Kami, Katsuki, Shoto, and his siblings. They all went left for the promised day at the park. Aizawa was tired. He was always tired, but there were very few days or times that he had any trepidation about the start of the new school year. He always carried this feeling as he would watch and probably expel some students on that first day. Much to the chagrin of his orange tabby, he wasn't going to bed or continuing to sit on the couch and be the cat's bed. He instead prepared the first of his 13 cups of coffee. Today, though, this dawn of a new year was different. For one, he had him in his class, stupid Vlad. He thought. Izuku Midoriya. Aizawa had read the file more times than anything besides the most complicated of his case files, followed in short order by the files on his little friends. Izuku Midoriya had the most potent healing quirk, hands down, period. There seemed to be no limitation beyond death that he couldn't pull someone back from. The only other restriction was if he was tough enough to handle it, and the kid was tough. He was caring, compassionate, brave, foolish, dangerous, and a magnet for trouble. Aizawa was thankful that his parents had done their best to beat into his head that he couldn't save people if he were dead, and that modern medicine was good enough to handle the problem without the need for him to step in with his quirk. But he read the reports that the boy was called to heal people, driven to do so by an unknown pull. Aizawa read the file on 𝐒𝐽𝐼𝐽, the report of what happened that day in the medical bay, and the injuries that 𝐒𝐽𝐼𝐽 had been carrying for years. Aizawa wasn't a big fan of the big buffoon, as he called him, but he did recognize that man had a role to play, and he did it well. There was a bit of jealousy, partly because 𝐒𝐽𝐼𝐽 made everything look so easy, never seemed out of his depth, and would always pull through. Aizawa had witnessed villains in the middle of a fight immediately surrender when they heard he was en route or had just arrived on the scene. The petty side of Aizawa would grumble about how it must have all come so easy. The teacher, the adult, and the pro-hero knew the truth. Nothing came easy except death. He knew how hard 𝐒𝐽𝐼𝐽 would have to train to make it look so easy, how many hours of training and studying to be in his depth in nearly any situation. Aizawa saw the man stop a tsunami with a punch. An idiot would have chalked it up to big, strong hero punch stuff. But Aizawa knew the truth. The man didn't punch the wave. He created a shockwave to disrupt its momentum, allowing it to make landfall and still cause some damage, but not on the catastrophic level it had been projected. But 𝐒𝐽𝐼𝐽 had been injured so horrendously, a shell, a nearly empty vessel of once he what was. Yet he continued. He had slowed, but he was there when it mattered, and the tsunami incident was after he got hurt. The man was dying, but he still pushed himself to the limit daily. Aizawa respected that, he had to admire it. Yes, 𝐒𝐽𝐼𝐽 needed to do his paperwork better, and yes, he needed to improve. But how could you not respect a man who left everything he had and more out on the field? Then Izuku Midoriya happened. He healed that damage. He stood before death and took 𝐒𝐽𝐼𝐽 back, declaring that death could not have 𝐒𝐽𝐼𝐽 today. And Izuku Midoriya died for it. He laid down his life not for the #1 hero. He didn't even know who 𝐒𝐽𝐼𝐽 or Yagi was at the time. Izuku Midoriya took all that pain, all the hurt, and took it upon himself, then held on long enough to heal Yagi before he died. He was dead. Aizawa was there performing CPR in a desperate attempt to get him back, and Vlad did the same. That damn old lady is feverishly kissing the boy's forehead and hand, trying somehow to pull back the veil of death and pull him back. Nizu had to pull her back and call it, while 𝐒𝐽𝐼𝐽 himself refused to stop till grief and guilt forced him to. Izuku Midoriya was now in his class, the top student of the grade, scoring slightly under his classmate Momoyorozu in the written exam. Then he had his girlfriends, both of them Ibara Shiozaki and Himiko Toga, his bodyguard and protectors Katsuki Bakugo and Kami Utsushimi. 𝐒𝐽𝐼𝐽 and Endeavor had trained them. He had saved the third-year student Tuya Todoroki, who was thriving after some initial struggles. He knew that this year would bring him trouble. He knew the tip of that spear was going to Izuku Midoriya. He would be the catalyst for sleepless days, headaches, and caffeine-fueled insanity. But looking not only at his roster but at Vlad's, this class was going to be legendary. History books will discuss how this class was unmatched before, and in its sense. Robust and versatile combat heroes, rescue heroes, underground heroes, and every category under the sun were going to go on to rewrite the history books. He needed to approach this differently. Izuku and his group were talking about combined glory, about reaching the top together as a team. They would need to be pushed and guided, and maybe he wouldn't expel anyone on day one. Day 1. The group stood before the UA, and none could stop smiling. "We made it!" Izuku shouted, startling everyone. "Damn it, Deku!" Katsuki shouted. "Don't do that." "Sorry, I am just so excited," Izuku said bashfully. He felt Ibara take one of his hands and Hime the other. "Wait before we go in. We toots need to take a picture," Kami said, seeing Hitoshi about to protest. "I promise, Mizuki," Kami said, stopping Hitoshi's complaint and taking the picture. They parted ways at the hall, with Shoto, Hitoshi, and Reiko heading towards 1B, promising to see each other at lunch. The rest of the group turned and headed to 1A. They stood before the gigantic door. None of them said anything. Nerves made them hesitate. "Stop stalling." Katsuki finally said as much to himself as the others, yanking the door open. He stepped inside, and the others followed. Kami ran over to the seating chart. "Katsu, we get to sit together." She ran over, hugged him and kissed his cheek, making him fluster. "Cammy," he protested. "First day romance." They heard someone call out. There is a girl of medium height, and her body is possibly a little broader than some of her other female classmates. Her skin is light pink, and she has square-shaped eyes with black sclerae and yellow irises. Notably, she has long eyelashes below and around the sides of her eyes. She was seated next to a set of floating clothes and a young man who was of average height but had a muscular build, which was quite impressive for his age. He has small eyebrows, pointed teeth, and red eyes that are slightly turned inwards. Additionally, he has a small scar above his right eye. His hair is dyed a bright red and is somewhat lengthy, spiked away from his head at all angles with gel. He has 2 tufts of hair on either side of his forehead spiked up like little horns, which takes him about 3 minutes to style. "What is up, fam?" Cammy said, bouncing. "This isn't day one. It has been for a while now. Cammy 𝗧𝗵𝗲, but you can call me Cammy." "I'm Mina," the pink-skinned girl said. "The girl with the rocking accessories is Toru, and that big lug is my horn buddy, Ijiro." "Nice," Mina responded. "Are they all your friends as well?" She looked past Cammy at Izuku, Ibara, and Himiko. "Yes," Cammy said. "The blonde girl is Himiko, the vine is Ibara, and the other is Izuku." The trio all said hello to Mina and her group. The door opened, and in walked Momo, whose face lit up upon seeing Izuku. "Izuku, it is good to see you." Momo stopped and bowed. "And you must be Himiko and Ibara. Izuku told me a lot about you both." "Momo, it is nice to finally meet you in person," Ibara said, bowing. "I regret that we were unable to meet before school started. It just seemed like something just kept getting in the way," Momo said with a smile. Himiko stepped forward and introduced herself to Momo. Momo suggested they go to their seats to avoid blocking the front of the class. They all sat near each other, which was nice as it allowed them to continue talking. Cammy chose to speak with Mina and her group. Izuku and Katsuki looked at the 3 girls and felt that putting them together must have been a cruel punishment from the god of fate. It wasn't long before the other students began to file in. Izuku noticed that a blue-haired boy with glasses looked surprised when she saw Cammy and Katsuki. He looked like he wanted to say something, but he took his seat instead. "New friend?" Izuku asked his brother. "Something like that," Katsuki chuckled. "Remember that guy I told you that got called out during the explanation?" Izuku nodded. "Yeah, that is him. He was rather rude," Ibara said, but then he made the mistake of trying to call out Cammy and Himiko. Izuku winced. When the door was thrown open, Izuku barely had time to turn around when he heard a familiar voice. My arch-nemesis had dared to show themselves yet again. Izuku smiled, seeing Setsuna. "Why would I not?" he said with a bored voice, surprising his friends. The confused class members fell silent. "I have already bested thee once. I see no reason to cower or hide my face. Perhaps it is thee who should do so. Slink into class to avoid my gaze." Setsuna was practically vibrating. "Your win was but a fluke. I say I let you beat me so thy frail ego did not crumble to ash. I avoid no gaze. I laugh at your reasoning." Izuku threw his head back, letting loose an evil villain's laugh. "My victory, like my reign upon the empire, is and always shall be dominant, without peer, without question." He made a grand sweeping gesture. "Now you come to declare me thy nemesis. Thou art nothing but a minor inconvenience not worthy of a mention in the annuals that will chronicle my reign." "Not foul, Emperor," Set declared, stepping forward, her fist over her heart. "You have sat idle, growing weak, while I have grown strong, more powerful than you can imagine. And when I lay thee low, the crowds will chant my name, raise me above their heads, while the corpse shall be left for the vermin and scavengers. We shall see, we shall see." Izuku glared at Set before smiling. "It's good to see you again, Setsuna." "Likewise, Izuku told you I would see you again," Set said, incapable of holding back her laughter anymore. Set walked over, and they shook hands. "Setsuna, allow me to introduce you to my girlfriends Himiko and Ibara." Set smirked at Izuku before introducing herself to the girls. "That scowling ball of sunshine is my brother from another, Katsuki, and that girl over there is Cammy." "You are so damn weird," Katsuki grumbled towards Izuku before he introduced himself to Setsuna. "How do you know Izuku?" "Oh, we met in the finals of the recommended exam. Son of a biscuit beat me," Setsuna shrugged. So I have to avenge my L at some point. Honor demands blah blah. Well, good luck with that, Katsuki said with a smile before returning to his seat. It wasn't long till the rest of the class filed in. Izuku got a good laugh from a petite guy with purple orbs for hair, shaking another guy with blonde hair with a black streak resembling a lightning bolt, talking about the number of girls in the class. They were all seated when the door opened, and they walked in. Most of the class presumed it was their homeroom teacher. Izuku smiled, seeing Aizawa come in. He seemed more awake than usual. Izuku assumed it had to do with the case of energy drinks under his arm. Aizawa sighed. The whole class saw him open a can and drink the entire thing in one shot before he stepped up to the podium. Now listen up, he said. I am your homeroom teacher. I am also your CSI instructor. This is Yue, and while you come from different backgrounds, you are here to become heroes. He paused to allow them to cheer for themselves. Just because you passed an exam to get in doesn't mean you will get to stay. He held up his hand to silence the budding protests. Everyone here dreams of being the next All Might, Mariko, Endeavor, Deadshot, etc. No one dreams of being Mr. Victory. The class seemed confused. Oh, none of you know of Mr. Victory? Mr. Victory was an unranked, freshly graduated hero killed his first week. The class took a breath. This is a competitive program where those who passed the same test as you but didn't score higher than you are looking to take your spots. And I have no problem bringing them in and sending you down to general studies. It doesn't matter to me who your family is, recommended or not, what your quirk is, nothing. If you are not working hard enough, that means 100% every day, Aizawa said. You give me that. You give me your all, and I will do everything I can to give you the tools to see you through to graduation. Aizawa looked down at the class and saw him pause to collect himself. Mr. Victory had everything you all did. The dream. The drive, the dedication. He was first in, last out, outworked everyone, and did everything he could to be prepared for that world outside. And he died his first week. If you are not giving me 100%, I will sub you to someone who will. So when I push you, when I demand more of you, it isn't wholly because I am mean or sadistic. It is because I don't want to attend another funeral. It is because that the real test to become a hero begins here and now. Aizawa paused, looking over the class. I don't believe in all the fanfare and things that are a waste of time. In your desks, you will find a set of athletic uniforms, get the locker rooms, get changed, and meet me on the athletic field. The class all moved, grabbing their uniforms and heading into the hall. They looked around, trying to figure out where to go. Izuku called, downstairs left, right at the second hallway. Quirk assessment test. Aizawa ran them through their tests, watching each student do their best with what they had been given. He watched as Toga, Atsushimi, and Hagakure rallied around each other, as their quirks could not help them with the different tests. It was down to raw athletic capability, and he was impressed with how hard all three girls had trained. Mineta was a different story. Aizawa assumed the boy was busy drooling over his classmates and not thinking. Still, at every test, he stepped up and tried something to compensate for his lack of athletic ability and incredibly short stature. Others were in shape but hadn't pushed themselves hard enough. Kyokujiro, Denki Kaminari, Achiko Uraraka, and Fumikage Tokoyami. Jiro, Uraraka, and Kaminari needed to add some muscle to their frame. Tokoyami was required to hit the gym ASAP. His quirk, Dark Shadow, could carry him through the testing just fine, literally in the case of the endurance run. If someone bypassed Dark Shadow and attacked him directly, the boy would be in grave danger. An experienced villain would do just that. If someone does all they can to keep a distance, you close that distance or use long range to punish them. He had to wonder if he was being punished by the enthusiasm of Tsunatori, Ashido, and Togake. Truthfully, all the girls, even Yorozu, pulled into them, cheering and encouraging their classmates. He struggled to get Oboro's voice out of his head, and he would have been right in the middle of the girls cheering louder, Mike and Midnight dragging him in as he struggled in vain. Overall, though it was a good class, they all had potential. It had shaken out as he had expected, with Midoriya, Yaoyorozu, and Bakugo at the top, with Shiozaki and Tokoyami rounding out the top 5. He was impressed by Ajui and Ishido, who placed well in almost every event. He paid attention as he watched Midoriya struggle not to heal someone when they hurt themselves, even though it was just sprains. He could see the twitch and then him stopping himself. He would worry about the boy's physical abilities, but he displayed strength and speed beyond what the reports of his healing quirk had led 𝐳𝑍 to believe. Whatever he was doing hurt him, as he saw the boy heal himself multiple times. He saw Shiozaki and Toga go to him, but he whispered something to them, and whatever it was, it soothed their concerns. He noticed that Baguo and Utsushimi would pay close attention when he did his tests, while they didn't check on him. He saw Bakugo fist clench each time he saw the flames. As they were waiting for the results, he noticed the two boys talking, and again, whatever answer Midoriya gave seemed to put Bakugo at ease. He saw Bakugo whisper something to Utsushimi, who nodded and kissed his cheek. 𝐳𝑍 rolled his eyes. "Stubborn teenage hormones," he muttered. "After the results were announced, I will be sending everyone their scores on each test. These tests will be repeated at a later date, and I will be expecting there to be improvement. This campus has 5 different workout facilities and miles of track and running paths. I suggest all of you use them to their fullest. A lot of you need to work on your physical conditioning, adding muscle, trimming fat, and quirk ability, which will only take you so far, and in a fight, it is just one tool in your arsenal. Your body is your main weapon. Endurance, strength, and flexibility are the keys to everything. They will help you push harder, fight longer, and directly affect your quirk. It takes energy to use your quirk. That energy comes from you. If your body isn't ready, you will fall. That is all for today. Get changed, grab your stuff from class, and go home. The cafeteria is available should you desire it. Tomorrow is your first day of heroics, so rest up. The easy part is over." The class all decided to go to the cafeteria and eat lunch together before heading home. The class ladies were interested in talking to Himiko, Cammy, and Ibara about how they had ended up in their relationships, particularly Himiko and Ibara. Mineta was very interested in how Izuku had managed to pull it off as well. He was very disappointed when Izuku told him he had no idea and was still trying to figure it out. All Katsuki said was that Cammy was the opposite of him. In her, he saw everything he lacked. Cammy heard that and blushed. They were finishing up when Wonbi walked in, and Izuku introduced his class to Hitoshi, Shoto, and Reiko. They talked momentarily as the 3 would sit with their class before their turn for the quirk test. Of course, everyone assembled at the Midoriya household to relax and talk about their day, but more importantly, they could be there for Eri. The little girl was enthralled hearing them talk about the first day and the people they met. Second day. The second day began like the first, minus the excited shouting from Izuku this time, but there was a nervous energy in the class for the first practical heroics class after lunch and the mystery of the teacher. Of course, the group knew it was 𝐼𝐺𝐻, but they had been sworn to secrecy. The day was centered on heroics, with all the classes revolving around that subject today. For all of them, it was the peek behind the curtain of the dreaded paperwork and the importance of filling it out correctly. The complication of the paperwork discouraged new pros from starting their agency without having the resources to hire someone to manage and handle that aspect of the business. Even the pro hero Mirko, who hated team-ups, had someone in her office to handle the paperwork. A simple mistake could mean a hero not being paid and, more importantly, a villain going free. They were excited as the teacher told them that this class was about more than paperwork, as they would be going over how to take statements, and even give testimony in court. It was a whole morning of classes based on heroics. Everyone was paying close attention as this was the backbone of the life they were all pursuing. Izuku laughed how even Cammy and Himiko, who hated the thought of paperwork, were diligently paying attention. Then it was finally time. Suddenly, the door slid open, and in a gust of wind, 𝐼𝐺𝐻 was standing before the class. "Never fear, hero hopefuls, it is I 𝐼𝐺𝐻, and I am your practical heroics teacher." He probably assumed his trademark hero pose, garbed in his most famous of costumes, his Silver Age costume, and the rest of the class erupted. "Let us not waste our day admiring how amazing I look." He stopped and took some bodybuilding poses. "I want to see how amazing you all look in your hero costumes," he said as he pressed a button, revealing 20 silver cases. "Now, get dressed and meet me at the training ground, 𝗧𝗏. 𝐼𝐺𝐻 away." He was gone in a gust of wind. Izuku's group moved immediately. The rest of the class followed, and they all left for the changing rooms. The boys emerged first, eagerly awaiting the arrival of their female counterparts. Izuku was excited to see Ibara and Himiko in their hero suits, and even though Katsuki was trying to play it off, he felt the same about Cammy. Izuku adjusted the white gauntlets that came over his knuckles, leaving his hands and fingers exposed. His hero costume consisted of a matching pair of white boots. His outfit was black at the edges that moved to a dark green as it got towards the center, where a white stripe ran up the center to a T at his neck. It ran down his shoulders to his gauntlets. A multi-pouch white belt and metallic white respirator mask completed the costume. The girls soon came onto the field, and Izuku smiled when they saw 𝗵𝗃 first. She came out in a pair of green boots with white armored leggings that had a matching green stripe that ran up the outside of her costume up to the white armored top that left her shoulders and uppermost of her arm. She had green gloves that came to about mid-bicep, and a cape fastened around her shoulders trimmed in white that could act as an additional layer of shielding as it was reinforced as well. The neckline covered the top of her breasts entirely, but it left a lovely view still. The cape fastened at the tips of the costume just above them. She was blushing as she looked at Izuku and nothing else. Next was Himiko. Her ash blonde hair was pulled back and styled into a long flowing blade, and her hero costume black bodysuit had an almost sheer quality, it seemed, leaving a rose pattern evident in those areas. That ran to just under her bust, where it was white. The upper arms were bare and ringed in gold. She had black armored wraps over her hands, and her forearms went from grue to white at her forearm, where there were several golden knives. Her hips had the same opening as her shoulder, and gold triangles were cut out. She had a white mask covering her lower face with tubes creating a sharp-toothed visage. On the front of her hips sat two thick metal tubes that looked like large needles. These had collection tubes that ran either to her mask or collection units at her back. On her right thigh was another bandolier of knives. Izuku noticed two more sticking out of the top of her boots. He had to wonder how many were there he couldn't see. Momo came out in a tight black reinforced suit with a light crisscross pattern running up her leg and across her thighs, exposing a thin patch of pale skin. There were strange red patterns over her hips. The suit hugged her upper body where the skin had been exposed. There were now gold lines that ran up the sides. The suit cut in just above her hips, a stylized gold star just under her rather well-endowed chest, where there was a very suggestive cutout before it came back into a black choker around her neck. The material continued covering her arms, but it flared out more, getting loose around her forearms. On her right there was data system that would display the information she needed for her quirk to a golden translucent visor that covered her eyes. Cammie's hero costume consists of a simple black catsuit with blended pattern lines and a zipper running down the middle, left slightly open to reveal her cleavage. She wears white cuffs around her wrists, white-heeled knee-high boots with gray lines, and a loose black collar lined with metallic plates. She had a white pouched belt at a jaunty angle around her hips with what looked to be a collapsible baton. Like Himiko, two daggers could be seen sticking out the top of her boots. Toru was gushing at a bodysuit that no one could see. They only saw a pair of floating boots and gloves. Rest of the costume's canon. "You all look amazing," All Might said. "Ready to begin your journey as heroes?" The hero class smiled. "Today, we will start that journey with a team exercise." The students all looked at each other. Even number students on the left, odd numbers on the right. Deirozu and Midoriya, as the recommended students, will be in charge of your respective teams. Left side, Izuku Midoriya, Pony Tsunatori, Setsuna Tokeiichi, Ibara Shiozaki, Mina Ashido, Denki Kaminare, Achiko Uraraka, Fumikage Tokoimi, Toru Hagakure, Himiko Toga. Right side, Momo Yorozu, Cammie Tsushima, Katsuki Bakugo, Tsuyu, Ijiro Kirishima, Kyoka Jiro, Tenya Ida, Koji Koda, Mizo Shoji, Minoru Mineta. All Might handed each group a box, and inside were communicators. Each member took one and passed it down. The object of this exercise is simple. At the center of the city, you will see a flag, All Might said as he hit a button, and they all saw a flag rise out of the ground. The camera shifted to the street and raced to show what looked like a base. The object is to grab the flag from the center of the field and return it to your base and place it here. A pole was shown at the center of the base. Doing so will earn your team 25 points. Now you can also earn points by capturing members of the opposing team by securing their arms with this capture tape or incapacitating them. Once a team member has been captured, they will have to sit in the holding cell for 5 minutes before rejoining their teammates. Each captured team member is worth 10 points. All Might paused. Acting as civilians are robots. Each robot that is destroyed will incur a penalty of 20 points. Excessive damage to the city will also occur a penalty of 1 point per million yen. The most important thing in any battle is the safety of the civilians in the area, 𝗎𝗲 said. You must learn to engage in a city battle and remember that. I want you all to conduct yourselves like heroes out there. Can we move the robots to a safe location? 𝗵𝗲 said, raising her hand. Very good, 𝐒𝐻𝐢𝐫, 𝗎𝗲 beamed. A map came up and it showed the flag in the center of the street. Then the bases were marked in a straight line to the east and west, to the north and south, and safe zones were marked. Getting a robot to the safe zone will earn you 20 points. You will have 30 minutes to get to your bases before we begin. The contest will last 1 hour, and your scores will be shown on that display. He pointed as a giant floating scoreboard came into view. I will also show who is in the penalty boxes and how much time remains. The teams nodded. Get to your bases. Your 30-minute prep time starts now. Right side. 𝗵𝗲 waited until they were a bit apart from their opponents. Quirks, she said. Soon, everyone was rattling off their quirks, and Mom made mental notes as they walked. Do we have any intel on our opponents? Izuku knows all of your quirks, Katsuki said. The team looked at him. Oh, for sure he does, 𝗵𝗲 said. He saw them all yesterday, and I bet he has already thought of different things your quirk can do, ways to make them better, or how to fight against them. 𝗵𝗲 smirked. He is a total quirk nerd. He may not know all the details of your quirks, but he will have a good theory about them, Katsuki added. That is kind of creepy, 𝐭𝐽𝐫 said. Great, when you are going into a fight with very little information, he can identify a villain's quirk and figure out some type of response, 𝗵𝗲 said. Sounds like you know him very well, 𝗲𝗲 pressed. We have been friends forever, Katsuki said. That is my brother. What can you tell us about him? 𝗵𝗲 asked. He has a super strong healing quirk, but it is also reversible so that he can inflict damage with it, 𝗵𝗲 said. They are restricted to what he has healed, and I warn you now, he has healed some pretty horrible shit, Katsuki added. What can be healed has always been limited to what he could endure, but all the healing he has done has made him super tough and increased his strength. We are going to have a problem with 𝗵𝗲. She can use her quirk to imitate the appearance of anyone she gets a blood sample from, and she always has a sample from Izuku, 𝗵𝗲 said. So, even if we see Izuku, we have to be careful not to rush him as it might be 𝗵𝗲 in disguise. She is swift and good at close range. We will be in trouble if she gets any of our team's blood. That is some bullshit, Mineta said. Not only does he have a super amazing quirk, he has 2 girlfriends. He must be taken down. This just isn't fair. So if we engage in combat with any group he is with, then he will heal them and use the damage we have inflicted against us, 𝗵𝗲 said, stroking her chin. He feels pain, but he can heal with it so we can inflict damage and hold him back. Tenya, we should have you get 𝗵𝗲 to the center to use our speed advantage. 𝗵𝗲, once there, use your quirk to obscure the flag with your illusions. Tenya, you get the flag. Bakugo. You and Tsu cover him. Kyoka and Koda will find the robots and start getting them to safety, and the rest of us will get to the center and engage the enemy. Mineta, you trip them up so we can capture them. That is a damn good plan, Katsuki said. 𝗵𝗲 blushed as her team nodded. Left side. Izuku and his team were walking through the city when he heard his teammates tell him about their quirks. So what is the plan, you dastardly tyrant, Setsuna said. While it loads me to align with you this day, he began before 𝗵𝗲 punched his shoulder. He turned, and both his girlfriends gave him that look. Okay, sorry, he said quickly. These are the quirks we are up against, he said, rattling off what he had observed during the assessment test. 𝗵𝗲 and Ibarra smiled at his finger tapping against his leg. They have a speed advantage. They will probably deploy Tenya. And 𝗵𝗲 to the front, so Tenya can grab the flag, and 𝗵𝗲 can use her quirk to trap us in an illusion when we get there, he paused. I bet they will send Kyoka and probably Koda to start collecting robots. Toru, I want you to play counter-spy and attack them, Ibarra. Use your vines to find 𝗵𝗲 in the cloud and take her down. Setsuna, you and Denki, try to find the robots on our side. Denki, when you see them, get them outside, and Set can use her multiple body parts to guide them so we can have a train of them moving. Achiko, let's grab some of the cars on our side and place them on the other side to build a blockade and cut down Tenya's straight lines. Fumi, you get Pony to the roof near the square so she can use her horns to take potshots from their attack force. Mina, you and Fumi will join me in the attack force. 𝗵𝗲, Copy me and see if you can lure Bakugo or any of them away or get them to cause property damage. Set, I only want you and Denki to focus on the robots for 15 minutes, then join the fight. We will form a wall on their side of the square. Mina, you will be our flag runner. His team smiled. If you get hurt, don't panic. I will heal you. The benefit of having a healer in combat. At the beginning sound, Tenya, holding Cammy, raced to the center of the square. As soon as they arrived, Cammy expelled her quirk as Tenya grabbed the flag. Everyone heard the announcement ring out that Tenya had taken the flag. He didn't stop. Instead, he ran back to the base to secure the contest's first points. They took off towards the front lines once he raced past Katsuki and Tsu. Katsuki noted that Izuku had not even tried to have his team contest the first flag capture. Cammy knew the enemy team was close, so she used her illusions to shift the square forward 10 feet to anyone who entered, trying to get the flag. It wasn't long after the flag was captured that it was announced that the flag had returned to the center. Cammy was hidden in her cloud, hoping it would provide cover. But when she headed, Tsu and Bakugo called out that Pony was on the roof and that Tsu had been hit. Suddenly, Cammy felt vines touch her feet. She tried to jump back, but they snaked out quickly and bound her tight. Her arms were yanked back, and she felt the capture tape slip around her wrists. Momo frowned at Cammy's capture as the call of Pony's location rang out, followed by Katsuki calling out that he had eyes on Izuku and was approaching from the east. Denki ran through the buildings as quickly as possible, trying to locate the civilians. Kyoka and Koji could track them down quickly and had already started moving the first ones to the safe south zone. Momo, Mizo, and Ijiro reached the front lines as dark shadow roared out of the dissipating pink mist of Cammy's quirk like a horror villain. Ijiro stepped forward to block the shot, but he was driven back. Momo's arm glowed as a giant spotlight emerged. She didn't know if it would work, but she had to try to see if she could drive the sentient quirk back. The alert that the flag had been taken rang out, and they saw that Ibarra was marked as having it, but it quickly changed to Mina. Tenya burst past them as Tsu bounced off a wall with a double leg kick, landing and driving Dark Shadow back. Momo aimed the spotlight, only for the glass to shatter as a horn flew out of nowhere. Mizo rushed to aid Tsu in her fight with Dark Shadow. The pink fog had just faded completely when a torrent of vines burst forth, forcing them to dive away. As Tsu was airborne, Izuku came out of nowhere and speared her out of the air. "It is Himiko," Katsuki called out. Momo created a shield as more horns flew at her, forcing her to take cover. Ijiro tried to avoid the vines that came to him, but he couldn't do anything. His hardened form was good for stopping damage but not for dodging. They didn't hurt when they wrapped him up, but they were able to immobilize them. He was about to be captured when Katsuki came rocketing in and blasted the vines, freeing him. Tenya broke to the other side and saw Mina skating away with the flag. He was about to chase when suddenly a car was set down in his path. Dark Shadow then grabbed him and hurled him back towards the fountain. Achiko lifted the car again and ran straight, ready to use it like a battering ram. Tsu topped to the ground. She rolled and punched Izuku in the face. She pushed him off of her, jumped to his feet, and landed a thrust kick that sent him tumbling back. She took the air, twisting and coming down with a thunderous axe kick. She saw him shift his head to the side as it collided with his collarbone, and a sickening crack soon followed. She hesitated for a moment, but then white fire erupted from him, and saw everything heal. She saw him smile as the fire turned green, and he moved faster than she could track. Kyoka and Koji were moving the bots to the safety zone when suddenly she was tackled from the side and driven to the ground. The lack of seeing anyone told her it was Toru, so she yelled at Koji to get the bots to the safe zone. She tried to sense her jacks towards where she guessed Toru was, only for a fist to crash into her face, followed by a head, but Kyoka saw stars. She wasn't down yet, so she grabbed Toru's head to guide her jacks. Toru turned her head and bit Kyoka's hand at the last moment, making her yank it back. Toru dropped an elbow, turning Kyoka's lights out. She quickly secured the capture tape, only for her big hand to wrap around her and throw her into the side of a building. Koji came right at him. Toru tried to stumble out of the way, only for him to wrap her in his massive wingspan and drive her into the wall. She made the terrible mistake of firing off a hard right, only for her fist to collide with his head. It made her yell in pain. Koji slammed her into the wall, pulled back, and did it again with his entire force. Toru couldn't break free of his grip. The only thing she could be thankful for was the new suit that kept her from being nude, as her breasts would have been in his face during the assault. Ijiro freed himself in time to jump and catch the flying Ida. Momo changed tactics, created flashbangs, more flash than a bang, and hurled them at Dark Shadow. When they exploded, the quirk yelled and fell back. Calls of 𝐒𝐻𝐽 and 𝗵𝗲 being captured rang out, and 2 civilians were moved to the safe zone for right side, followed quickly by 𝗵𝗲 recording the flag being captured. Sue couldn't track him. He was moving so quickly that she caught a glimpse and fired a brutal sidekick. She felt hit home and heard the grunt of pain, but then his arms collapsed around her leg. He hoisted her into the air. She saw the white fire again as he slammed her to the ground. He drove his knee into her back and secured her arms with capture tape. He had barely gotten to his feet when Katsuki came in and blasted him through the air, sending him flying. Momo created more flashbangs as she was about to throw them. Himiko came bursting from cover and talked her to the ground, sending her weapons rolling towards Ijiro to dive for cover. Momo let out a cry of pain as one of the syringe devices at Himiko's side stabbed into her leg. Tenya raced forward and speared Himiko away, sending them tumbling in a heap. Mineta saw Izuku flying and sprang into action. He tore some orbs free and threw them, hitting Izuku as he flew into the air. When he hit the ground, he came to a sudden and violent stop. "Got you." Katsuki grinned as he landed. Izuku's grin made him freeze. "Sue kicks like a champ," Izuku replied. Katsuki saw a fiery black tendril lash out and grab his leg. Suddenly, all the blows Sue landed on Izuku were delivered to Katsuki, who screamed and was knocked out. The calls of Izuku and Katsuki's defeats rang out. Himiko did her best to roll with Tenya. She didn't let him go, and she managed to stab him with another collection device. He tried scrambling to his feet to gain distance, but she tripped him and swarmed him again. Himiko wouldn't let him get away so that he could bring his kicks into the fight. When he finally got his legs under her, he rolled, firing his thrusters and launching her through the air. He felt a slap on his back as Ochako grabbed him, spun quickly, and threw him into the corner of the building. He felt gravity reassert itself as he crashed into the wall. He stumbled to his feet as 2 horns crashed into his helmet. His head was ringing as a chunk of the wall hit him, and he turned his lights out. Ijiro had managed to close the distance and talked Fumi to the ground, even landing some solid blows before Dark Shadow could re-engage. Ibara tried to grab him, but her vines were suddenly enveloped in a green cloud and began to wither and die. She quickly yanked them back from Momo's attack. Cammy entered the battlefield, but it was too late to stop 𝗵𝗲 from capturing another flag. She flooded the area with her gas, forcing the left side to fall back out of the way. Mineta took advantage of the confusion in their ranks to trip Ochako and bind her to the ground, capturing her. He smirked at her and was about to say something when Momo came around the corner shouting orders. He turned to her only for Momo to suddenly land a running knee to his face before she grabbed him and slammed him face first into the wall, knocking him out. Koji came around the corner at that point, his eyes wide. Koji didn't say anything but instead charged at Momo and grabbed her in a bear hug. Momo smirked as her face melted along with her body, allowing Himiko to slip from his grasp and land a kick to his knee before she sprinted off. Himiko turned the corner, only to be tackled by 𝗵𝗲. 𝗵𝗲 had a few punches, but he powered through using his multiple arms and superior strength. He roughly yanked her arms into place and bound them with the capture tape. The right side began to build a sizable lead, but they were in bad shape. The ones coming out of the penalty box were injured, and they tried their best to treat their wounded. Then they saw their lead vanish as 10 civilians crossed the safe zone one after another. They were attempting a rally. Cammy was up. Tenya had grabbed the flag as Ijiro and 𝗵𝗲 were tangled with Izuku. They heard a yell come out of the cloud of 1.5 million indiscriminate shock as Denki unleashed his quirk. Set swooped in and grabbed the flag. Before carrying it back to their base, 𝗵𝗲 was also free to start attacking. The left side was turning it into a war of attrition. They would try to inflict damage and push the right side back before retreating. The left side would suffer injuries, but they were fresh and ready to fight when they returned. At the 45-minute mark, Momo's team could barely stand. She called out their surrender. Izuku came walking towards them. "It won't hurt you at all," he said. They watched as black fire came from his hands and wrapped around Cammy and Bakugo. Then it turned white, and they were completely healed. Izuku closed his eyes and grunted as he healed himself. He went to each of his classmates and did the same thing. When it was all over, they felt great, but they saw Katsuki slip an arm under Izuku's shoulders as Izuku slumped. He smiled at the class as Katsuki helped him to the observation room. "You all fought well, and Ms. Yorozu, you made the right decision to signal your team's surrender rather than push on," All Might said. "I want to commend you all on an excellent performance. You were all able to adapt and change strategies on the fly, and you all fought your best. I am sure all of you recognize what the difference was." "They had a healer," Mineta grumbled. "He is not just a healer," 𝐬 said, looking over at him. "He is so strong. Healing quirks are so extremely rare," All Might said. "Let alone those on his scale, but you did see that even he went down if you hit him hard enough and with enough damage, or when Mr. Minoru used his quirk very smartly to subdue him. You all did wonderful today. Go shower and change. Tomorrow is another day." Izuku could walk under his power. "Aku, how does your healing work exactly?" Momo said. "I absorb the injuries I am healing, then heal the target, and have to heal myself," he replied. "So, you absorbed all the damage that was done to us and can still walk," Momo said. Izuku nodded. "That is why I did it 2 at a time instead of all at once. I wouldn't be able to keep standing, otherwise it would just be very tiring. I will sleep like a baby tonight." "That is very impressive," Tenya said as the groups broke apart to shower and change. "Have you ever come across something you couldn't heal?" Ejiro asked as they changed. "No, not yet," Izuku said. "I can heal quite a bit, but it might kill me. So I could heal a bunch of people at once. The pain would kill me before I could heal myself." "Bro, that is insane," Ejiro said. "Has that ever come close to happening?" "Once," Izuku responded. "But I was alright. I mean, if it had killed me, would I be here talking to you?" "Fair point," Denki said, laughing. "I noticed that my head cleared up quicker with your healing." Izuku saw Katsuki shoot him a look. "Weird," Izuku said quickly, heading to the shower. "One has to be careful not to get too reckless when Izuku is with us," Tenya said after a moment. "You're right," Denki said as he flopped down on the bench. "I was just running in, not being as careful as I should have. He would heal us, and we could get right back in." "I found myself doing the same," Fumi said, rubbing his chin. "As did my brother once we realized Izuku could heal him as well." Dark Shadow peeked out and nodded. "That is the danger of having a healer," Mineta said, wrapping a towel around his waist. "I hadn't thought of that." In the girls' locker room, Himiko and Ibara conversed similarly with their classmates. Izuku didn't even make it past the train station as he fell asleep, his head resting on Ibara's shoulder. As the group stepped off the bus that next morning, Hitoshi and Reiko excused themselves as there was a bakery they wanted to hit before school. The others continued talking about what the day may hold for them. As they approached the gates, they saw a massive crowd of reporters and froze. They saw a crowd harassing the students walking in, asking questions about All Might being their heroics teacher. "What are we?" Cammy started to ask when suddenly Izuku burst forward, yelling at the reporters to move. The others froze for about a second but quickly followed him in. "Move, you are hurting her." They heard him yell. Izuku was forcibly moving reporters. They shouted and complained, but with the other hot in his heels, they didn't get a chance to close in on him. As he was recognized, the reporters started getting even more worked up if possible. Izuku forcibly moved 2 reporters and then bent down and lifted a pair of floating clothes. "It's okay, Toru, I got you," Izuku said, his eyes glowing. He lifted the invisible girl into a bridal carry. Katsuki took the lead, and the girls went to his sides and flank. The group immediately shifted from concern to anger at the reporters as they forced their way through. Bakugo and the girls yelled at them to get back, how they were nearly trampling a student to death. "Make way now," came a roar from the gates as Aizawa and Vlad King were there. Their presence made the reporters back up. Ectoplasm began to herd them off to the sides, freeing up the walkway. "How is she?" Aizawa said, coming to Izuku's side. "Some bruising, a high ankle sprain, scratches," Izuku responded. "Permission, sir?" "Granted," Aizawa said. "Don't do it in the open. I will be in class as soon as I finish handling this mess. Toru, is it okay if I heal you?" Izuku asked. "Yes, please," Toru squeaked out. Once they were in the halls, Izuku's white fire spread out over Toru, making the girl shiver from the coolness. Izuku set her down before he burned the minor injuries away. "Thanks for coming to my rescue," Toru said, thankful she was invisible and her blush was hidden. Then she thought, "When your eyes were glowing, could you see me?" "It was like an outline," Izuku responded. "That aspect of my quirk tells me where the injuries are." "Well, it was nice to be seen," Toru smiled. "Let's get to class," Ibara said, getting them moving. They quickly made it to class. They were not the first to arrive, as Ido was already there. He looked at the clock as they entered and seemed pleased that they had arrived early, but he had a look that said they had not arrived early enough. "Good morning," Tenya said. He smiled when they all responded. "Did you have any problem at the gates?" Cammy asked. "No," Tenya responded quizzically. "Is there something going on?" "There is a bunch of reporters at the gate. They are harassing students about All Might being a teacher," Toru said. "I got knocked down and nearly trampled until Izuku and the crew showed." "That is terrible," Tenya replied. They could hear the indignity in his voice as it pertained to the reporters. The reporters were the topic of conversation as more class members entered, and then it shifted to the battle trail the day before, with some talk about homework floating around. When the bell rang, Aizawa came walking in a few minutes later. "I apologize for my tardiness, but dealing with those vultures was a bit more time," Aizawa said. "Our first order of business, which I suspect won't take as much time as it had in the past, is to elect class representatives?" Shiro raised his hand. "Yes. I nominate Izuku Midoriya and Momo Yaoyorozu," Shiro answered. The class all muttered their agreement. "Why?" Aizawa asked the class. Tenya stood up. Both demonstrated their leadership capabilities during the battle trail yesterday, and Mr. Midoriya demonstrated quick thinking in his actions this morning when he spotted Ms. Hagakure in trouble, Tenya said. "Who will take the position of president?" Aizawa said. Izuku was about to acquiesce to Momo, but she beat him. "Since Izuku's team won the trial, he should assume the role of president, and I will take the role of vice president," Momo said, standing up. "Does anyone have any objections?" Aizawa told the class that no one had spoken up. Well, that was much easier than past cases. "Now, we will review the film from the battle trails. All Might have already sent his reports to each of your emails, and I suggest you review them. What did anyone learn from yesterday? Having a healer on your team is cheating?" Mineta called out, earning some laughs. Even Aizawa cracked a smile. "You are not wrong, Mr. Minoru," Aizawa said. "Yesterday's battle trail was a perfect example of that, and I am surprised that All Might had the foresight to teach on the first day. Until Mr. Midoriya made his presence known as the most prominent and capable healer who had entered the field of heroics, recovery girl, at least here in Japan. In the US, there is Mend, Europe Triage, South America Grace, Africa Ocean, etc. Can anyone tell me what the difference is between Mr. Midoriya and all the others? Besides Mr. Midoriya." Katsuki Bakugo raised his hand. "No other healer on Earth can regrow limbs, cure diseases such as cancer, provide mental clarity, or heal on such a large scale." The rest of the class, minus his group, looked at Izuku, who blushed. "That is correct at this time with what has been demonstrated, and he has the potent healing quirk on record. This is not a secret. Word of his abilities has been blasted on television. Should Mr. Midoriya graduate and go into the field, who will the villains target? Who will be targeted should a large-scale battle or rescue operation be fielded?" The class was still looking at Izuku, but their looks were different. "Healing quirks are rare, you all know, but they have limits and rules. Mr. Midoriya, please explain. When I heal an injury, I experience all the pain of that injury. I heal you, then I have to heal myself. If what I take is too much, then it can and will kill me," Izuku said. Now, if we look at the end of the battle from yesterday, once his team understood that they had a healer, you can see their attacks becoming more reckless as they knew that Mr. Midoriya would heal them and get them back in the fight, Aizawa said as the room darkened. The footage of the battle trial came to life. "Did you tell your team about this drawback?" "No, sir," Izuku said. "Why not?" Aizawa pressed. "As it was training, I did not expect any injuries beyond what I could withstand or be able to heal," Izuku said. "And it was the second day of class." "Understandable," Aizawa replied. "Now you understand the benefits and the drawbacks of having a healer on your team. The next time you are paired with Mr. Midoriya, Do not run in recklessly. Remember that it takes a toll on him to heal you. He will be the target going forward in any team exercises. Something villains will attempt to exploit once he is in the field. Now let's look at the battle trial, Ms. Yorozu. Would you care to explain your strategy for the fight? Then you, Mr. Midoriya? The student's attention was focused on the breakdown of the battle trail. Aizawa would stop and have each student explain their thoughts and reasoning for their actions. Aizawa would call the students and put them into different positions from the fight, educating them on how they should or could have reacted. It detailed the tactics and how the leaders should have adjusted them. The last part of the morning was spent reading over All Might's breakdowns. It was interesting as both teachers had similar points but many different suggestions about the fight. As they broke for lunch, they still talked about the battle trail as they walked. What made it special was that it wasn't just one group or Izuku and his group but the entire class. In the back, Ibara and Himiko talked with Mina, Ejiro, and Tenya. Bakugo was talking with Momo, Denki, Fumi, and Tenya. Kami was with Koji, Mizo, Mineta, Tsu, and Ochiko. Izuku was talking with Setsuna, Toru, and Kyoka. And the conversations were bleeding into each other. They entered the cafeteria, secured their meals, and sat at the large table in the center to keep growing. Of course, as was par for the group, when things were good, something had to disrupt it. The alarm blaring out the security alert of a perimeter breach undoubtedly qualified. The cafeteria erupted into chaos, but Izuku and the others went on high alert. Ibara Vines flared to life as she lifted herself to the window. "It is reporters," she called out as she came back to the table. "The reporters have broken through the gate. Katsuki, can you get there?" "Attention," Izuku said. "Lift me, Ibara, please," Katsuki said as Ibara's vines lifted above the lunchroom. Katsuki cupped his hands together and triggered an explosion, compounding the sound of a giant firecracker under a bucket. The lunchroom froze. "Everyone calm down. The reporters from this morning have breached the gate." Izuku was on the table. "We need to move in an orderly fashion to our evacuation area. Panicking is just going to hurt people. Follow your class reps out." "Listen to him," they heard Shoto yell out. "I can see the reporters. UA security is already intercepting them." "Yes, there is no need to panic," came in Ace's booming voice. "Please move calmly to your evacuation areas." Once people started moving, Shoto walked over to Izuku. "It is good to see you," Shoto said. "My father always said reporters were rabid dogs with a bone." "No kidding," Izuku said as he saw his class forming with him and Momo. He noticed that 1B was falling behind Inesa, who was looking at Shoto. "Class rep," Izuku said. "Yes, our homeroom teacher gave the position to Inesa and me, elections after the festival." "You," Shoto responded. "Elected," Izuku said with a smile. "Momo and I." "Congratulations," Shoto smiled. "Shall we?" They encountered Tia along the way, who checked on them briefly before he hurried away. Once outside and in their area, Izuku used the opportunity to introduce Setsuna and Toru to Shoto, Reiko, and Shinso. They had also made new friends from their class who came over, and more came. Soon, many names were exchanged and bowled to laughter. One member of 1B, a blonde-haired boy named Nieto Minoma, talked about rivalry, but everyone seemed to ignore him, so he just gave up. At the all clear, 1A wished 1B luck on their first heroic class and returned to the class. Recovery Girl recruited Izuku as he was a certified EMT, and his group, who had all been taught this by Recovery Girl herself, to help prepare the rest of 1A basic first aid and get the group certified in CPR. "How do you know Recovery Girl?" Momo asked as they were going over how to treat a stab wound. "The short version is that she found out about my quirk and offered to mentor me," Izuku replied. "When I was little, I was drawn to help people once my quirk manifested. I had this need for help, and I couldn't stop myself. So I may have used my quirk illegally a few times. To try and get me to stop, I leaned under Recovery Girl to get my EMT certification so I could help when needed and learn when I didn't need to use my quirk to help in every situation." "Trauma assessment," Momo responded, nodding her head. Momo looked around before leaning in. "I use the lipids in my body to fuel my quirk. I have to eat high-fat foods. I am drawn to them. When I was little, I would eat and eat," she blushed. "I had quite the belly on me, but then my quirk manifested and things got better. Even now, I am helpless against it. It takes restraint not to overindulge. There is a theory that our quirks influence our behavior, even our responses to some things, Izuku replied, correcting her on the procedure they were practicing. Himi said she always liked scary movies or bloody scenes on TV, even before her quirk manifested, Ibara being outside in the sun, long showers, etc. So, can your quirk make you a villain? Momo asked. I think it can lead you towards more violent outbursts, but no, we all have to learn to control those impulses, Izuku said. You are in great shape, if you don't mind me saying, so it is obvious you are not sitting around just eating high-fat food. I saw your lunch tray. There was more food than some, but with your quirk, it makes sense. But there were healthy fats and fiber. Momo giggled. I saved the whole cake to eat at home. Can I ask a personal question? Izuku nodded. How do you deal with the pain? Momo saw Izuku stop and pause. I hate seeing someone in pain. I love knowing I can take it away and improve them. But I like the pain. It hurts, but I am not bothered by it. By feeling that pain, I feel that the person I am helping is better. Kind of weird. No, it makes sense, Momo responded, smiling as she completed the task successfully. It is such an essential part of your quirk, you have to like the pain, not shy away from it to use your quirk. Like you pointed out, Himiko and blood. She would be in serious trouble if she couldn't stand the sight of it or the taste. Due to your quirk, your mind has adapted to deal with that aspect of your quirk. Momo placed her hand on his arm. I was with my parents at the NICU near here. My mother is the head of our medical division. The doctors were all confused because several terminal infants had somehow been voraciously healed. No one understood it. The security cameras never caught anything. That day, I sat with this girl. I was 12 and 4. She had 2 months to live. But you would have never guessed it. Momo smiled at Izuku. I prayed that this strange miracle would come by again and save her. 2 days later it did. She told me that she was asleep, and a boy with curly green hair, green eyes, and freckles had touched her head and told her everything would be fine. Momo pulled out her phone and held up a photo of a girl about 12 at an opening ceremony hugging Momo. Her name is Inari Yamada, and when she grows up, she wants to be a doctor, hero, and head of the largest corporation in the world. Izuku couldn't contain his smile. Whatever it was or is that calls you to do things, whether you like the pain or not, you endured it for others. Thank you, Izuku Midoriya. Izuku couldn't respond. He nodded and moved to the next class member. Home. Izuku, Himi, and Hitoshi came home alone as Katsuki went to Kami's house to help her father with the project. Ibara would be by later with Reiko. The two girls had something they were taking care of. That was all that Izuku could get out of Ibara, who just kissed his cheek and blushed, making him all the more curious. As they entered, they were greeted by the twin missiles, Eri and Mizuki. Hitsushi was surprised when, after they hugged Himi and Izuku, they hugged him simultaneously, grabbed his hand, and wanted him to sit with them as they colored. Hitoshi just smiled and got to coloring. Himi and Izuku got a snack and sat at the kitchen table, completing their assignments. Hitoshi was a bit sore from the battle trial. As things between the two teams, captains had gotten a bit out of control. NASA's hurricane winds and Shoto's ice and fire had led to absolute chaos. But their passion had inspired their respective teams, and things escalated from there, leading to several trips to the medical wing and Izuku healing Hitoshi and Reiko when he saw them. Himiko looked over her shoulder. The girls were very focused on coloring, and Inko was busy in the kitchen. Himiko took Izuku's hand and tugged at it. He looked at her questioningly and followed her down the hall. Himiko pulled him into her room, locked the door, and pulled Izuku into a kiss that muddled his brain. Izuku didn't even know how, or when she maneuvered him near her bed. Himiko pushed him back with a light shove. Very slowly, at least to Izuku. Himiko straddled his lap. She wore her uniform skirt, and he caught a peek of adorable white lace panties. Now, Izuku would be lying if he hadn't enjoyed seeing the girls in school skirts for as long as they had been together and even before that. But something about the UA ones stirred his imagination even more. Ibara had traditionally worn a knee-length version of her school uniform the entire time he knew her, but on that first day, it sat at mid-thigh. Himiko always sat there, but now hers seemed to flutter more. She would twirl or do something to give him this tantalizing peek. Or last night when she walked by his door wrapped in a towel, claiming she had forgotten her clothes before taking a bath. He was sure she was doing it intentionally, but he did not care. All he was concerned about was how long he could keep kissing her till he needed to breathe. Answer a lot longer than he thought, a fact he was very proud of, internally at least. Their makeout session didn't last too long, but when Himiko whispered she wanted to revisit it tonight, it left him giggling as she again gave him a peek under her skirt as she climbed off him. They were soon sitting back at the table, joined by Hitoshi as they worked on their homework and told Eri about their day at school. They left out the alarm at lunch to not make the little girl worry, though they did tell 𝐭𝐽𝐻. 𝐭�𝐽𝐻 was a bit concerned about something. It was nagging at her even later the night after the house was whole when Ibara and Reiko came by for a bit before heading home. 𝐭�𝐻 and Hisashi. 𝐭�𝐻 sat at her dressing table, taking off her jewelry. She had been taking off her earrings for over 5 minutes. She jumped when Hisashi leaned down and kissed her neck. "What is bothering you?" Hisashi asked. "Something about the kids' day and those vultures breaking onto the campus," 𝐭�𝐻 replied. "Go on," Hisashi said as 𝐭�𝐻 turned to face him. "How did a bunch of reporters break onto the UA campus?" 𝐭�𝐻 said. "If it was a single reporter or a couple of reporters, that makes sense. They have some sort of stealth quirk or something. You sound like our son right now. Do you know that?" Hisashi teased, sitting on the edge of the bed. "But go on." 𝐭�𝐻 stuck her tongue out at him and smiled. But the Ibara said it was not just a few reporters but a whole mob. If a reporter can destroy a gate at UA, what are they doing being a reporter? Hisashi asked. Kind of, 𝐭�𝐻 sighed. Maybe they don't want to work in a field revolving around their quirk and journalism and their passion. But I get that. But why use it to break onto the UA campus? You must know that security will stop you before you get too far. Unless they have a partner with the stealth quirk, and you are the diversion? Hisashi added. That makes sense, but what would happen if you were caught in the building? 𝐭�𝐻 countered. That may be a punch first and figure out later situation. One would believe that UA is considering this, Hisashi said. What else is eating at you? Just something in the back of my mind, 𝐭�𝐻 replied. I just have a weird feeling. Talk to All Might about it, Hisashi said. Don't just ignore it. If you're wrong, then you're wrong. But if you're right, the kids may be in trouble. All for One is still out there. He may be unable to come after them, but that doesn't mean he won't send someone else. You don't think I am just being overprotective? 𝐭�𝐻 said, finally removing the last of her jewelry and putting it away. Not at all, baby, Hisashi said. He stopped her from grabbing her nightgown. Come to bed. 𝐭�𝐻 giggled some as Hisashi led her to bed. UA. As far as we can tell, nothing was taken, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 said while holding the security report. Prodigy reported that someone tried to access the mainframe from inside the campus. They didn't succeed, obviously, Aizawa said. What did she do? She let them break through into a self-contained area and let them download false information as well as a virus that will alert us when it gets transferred, Nizu said. They were after the class rosters, security information, staff listings, and a lot of information about the school here and their capabilities. That is some valuable information, Midnight added. Are they going to attack the school? It could be a prelude to that. They were looking for something but broken contact once they got that information. Whomever it was deployed an electronic scrambler that blocked the cameras from seeing them, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 reported. Mech finished his report on the gate, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 said, getting everyone's attention. The section of the wall was destroyed via a quirk. The findings show that the remains of the gate had been rotted due to the presence of trace amounts of bacteria and fungi in the samples. And the process was so quick that the area was destroyed before the sensors could alert security. Transition is looking over the video to see if she can discern who destroyed the gate, Powerloader said. But there were so many reporters that it is nigh impossible. She is running facial recognition against the quirk registry to narrow the list. We are going on alert until we get some answers, Mizu said. Security will be increased at all facilities, including the USJ. I don't want to take any chances with the first year of rescue training on Friday. I agree, 13 said. I have already reached out to Riot, and he will have containment and power bomb there for Friday's training. Containment can use the opportunity to finish her certification. I suggest we have Celine sweep the USJ the night before, Vlad said, looking up from the report. The girl is already asleep, Present Mike said. She swept the main buildings and the training facilities. She is exhausted. Let her rest, but tell her to sweep the USJ tomorrow night, 𝗎𝗎 said. Operator is reviewing all the communication lines to see if they have been tampered with, and Dig is doing his part. Stay focused and keep an eye out. You are all dismissed. Sir, the staff responded as they filed out. 𝗎𝗎 waited until they had all left before he returned to his office. 𝗎𝗎 didn't like uninvited guests, especially if they endangered his students. Rescue training. Thursday was a typical day. If you discounted the apparent security increase at the school, the reporters corralled like angry cows. An impromptu meeting with some members of their different classes led to a small cafe being descended upon by most of the first-year heroic students. The cafe owner was happy to feed the army of hungry students. Despite no heroic training, there was a long lecture introducing heroic law and procedures. The stunning world of math was followed by history, but the highlight was their introduction to crime scenes taught by Mr. Aizawa. Shoto was very excited to come home with the group and hang out. They were all crowded around the table doing homework after they had given their daily report to Eri about their day at school. After they finished, they took Eri and Mizuki to the park to play before dinner, and everyone had to make their way home. Friday was the day of the rescue training. After the bell rang, Mr. Aizawa simply told them to grab their hero uniforms, get changed, and meet at the bus. The fact that they had to take a bus to go for rescue training while not leaving the campus was not lost on the group. Ibara sat with Izuku, their hands clasped and her head resting on his shoulder, as they discussed a date on Saturday. When the bus finally arrived, they were in awe of the sheer size of the building. The doors opened, and Achiko did her best not to fangirl out as her favorite hero, 13, came walking out with two others. Flanking 13 was a boy and girl who looked related. The boy was about 5 feet 10 inches with light brown hair, blue eyes, and a moderate build. Garbed in his hero gear was a simple pair of black boots and pants with a dark blue top and black half mask hanging around his neck. The girl was about as tall as her brother, with long dirty blonde hair and the same blue eyes. She had gold boots, bare legs, a gold and white trimmed skirt that came to mid-thigh, matching elbow-length gold gloves, a white fitted top with gold trim, and a gold energy sphere emblazoned on her chest. Over her shoulders was a white, gold-trimmed cloak. The hood was down. "Good morning, and welcome to Unforeseen Simulation Joint," 13 said. "The gentleman to my right is 𝗵𝗲, and this is his sister Containment. They will be joining us today as instructors for your training along with your homeroom teacher and 𝗎𝗏, who is running a bit late but will be here before we begin. Now, does anyone know here what my quirk is?" Achiko didn't blurt it out, but she jumped up and waved her hand frantically. Aizawa sighed. Her mask hid 13's smile. "Yes, Ms. Uraraka?" "Okay, 13 knows my name. Don't freak out, don't freak out," Achiko said loud enough to be heard by her class and the pro-heroine, earning some laughs. "Your quirk is black hole. It mimics the gravity effect of its namesake, and it is so powerful that not even light can escape it. Despite its devastating ability, you trained hard to control it, allowing you to become the premier rescue hero in Japan. Your talent is so legendary that foreign countries even requested that you aid and train their rescue heroes." "Impressive," 13 said. "It sounds just like the write-up on my hero wiki." "I know," Achiko blushed. "I wrote your page. You did an amazing job. Everything was well researched and written out, so thank you." Achiko began to float away at the compliment. Thankfully, Ibara grabbed her leg with a vine to prevent that. As Ms. Uraraka said, "My quirk is very dangerous, but with hard work, I was able to train it so I could specialize in heroics. That is why all of you are here today," 13 said. "Today is your first day of rescue training. You will be here at least once a month for your entire education at UA. Receiving a passing mark from me is necessary to graduate. I promise if you listen and follow instructions, you will be fine. Today will be long, so pace yourselves. We will have lunch and a rest period before the afternoon session. Now, if everyone would follow me." The class followed after Aizawa talked with 13, seemingly about All Might. Aizawa looked at his watch and nodded. As the class walked through the second set of massive metal doors, they were on an elevated platform that overlooked the USJ. The facility was massive. Various zones could be seen: a storm raging over a city, honest-to-goodness mountains, a volcano, and even a lake with a large ship floating in the center. Izuku was in wonder, looking around, and then his heart sank. Sitting at the fountain, he saw Asriel. He was holding a black, hard-covered book. As he closed it, the book faded away, the doors to the 𝐎𝐽 closed, and the clank sounded like a door to a tomb closing. It made Izuku jump. Ibara felt him jolt and looked at Izuku, seeing the look of fear on his face. "Izuku, what is it?" Ibara said, her voice slightly elevated, catching the attention of the others. They all could see the look on Izuku's face. "𝐬𝐺𝐻𝐸 is here," Izuku whispered. Suddenly, a swirling black and purple portal opened in the plaza and out emerged a strange-looking slender man dressed in black pants that exposed his lower leg, a navy blue v-neck shirt, and red sneakers. The even stranger part was the various disembodied hands attached like ornaments or jewelry all over the man's body, including one over his face like a mask. His pale, disheveled hair looked dirty and mated. His red eyes glared out between his finger mask and his dry, cracked skin with cracked lips twisted into an evil sneer. The man wasn't alone. Beside him emerged a person who seemed to be made of the same matter as the portal. Floating yellow eyes looked out, a strange metal collar, and an exquisite suit, minus the jacket, but it wore a vest. The third looked like this upgraded amalgamation of the monsters that had attacked their school when All for One had come for Izuku. It had a massive build, the same beaked mouth, and an exposed brain. Brown simple cargo pants, black leather and steel boots, and metal skull knee pads completed its look. The last to emerge was a handsome man with long black hair, stunning violet eyes, unnaturally pale skin, and a cloak that seemed to be made of shadow wrapped around him, the bottom flowing with black tendrils formed at the hem flowing and moving like it was alive. "I am Shigaraki," the hand villain said. "I am the leader of the League of Villains, and we have come for violence and death." He snapped his fingers. The entire 𝐬𝐽 was plunged into an unnatural darkness. Izuku felt himself suddenly yanked away from Ibara, and then he felt like he was falling. He called up his fire, and darkness around him recoiled, and the darkness around him shattered. He was standing in the plaza, but he wasn't alone. Shigaraki and the three others were standing there. "Today is the day you die, Izuku Midoriya," Shigaraki sneered. "You, your teachers, your classmates, your parents, everyone you care about is going to die, and it is all your fault. You dare to defy Sensei, you dare to make a mockery of him. You will know the true meaning of pain this day. You have no idea what real pain feels like," Izuku said as his fire erupted around him. A brilliant green fire with black and white edges danced over him. "Every scratch, every ounce of pain you cause my friends, family, classmates, and teachers today, I will visit it upon you in kind. And there will be nothing you can do about it but scream. No mu tear off his arms for me," Shigaraki sneered. As the sounds of combat erupted across the 𝐬𝐽, 𝐬𝐵 smiled.